fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, okay? Because it's Monday. It's news day. It's Monday news day. We got it. We're doing it. We're doing it live. We're fucking going down. That just blew up a little bit, but yes, that's right. It's Monday. And we got some news, and this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life, about what has happened, and what is to come, I guess. This is for all my parasocialists. The hoodie in the new drop is so warm and comfy. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about, DJ Kento. Good shit. Stop wearing black, show me them titties. I'm actually wearing navy right now, but a very dark navy. Anyway, that intro is so incredible, but I just wish that it was not. I just wish that it was copyright free. I wish we had like a copyright free version of that song. The Patreon episode of Fear End was the best one yet. So much insanity. I know. We had a lot going on. Wall Street Journal saying the SVB crash was caused because of too many diversity hires. The 12 white men running it would have not let this happen. That's funny. We'll take a look at all of that in a second. But let me tell you something, folks. Personal news time. Personal news time, and I'm going to do it. So yesterday we were doing fashion fit. We were doing fashion fit reviews, which I think was probably not the best idea. Ray felt uncomfortable doing it because, you know, they're her friends, and also because she's like, because, you know, she's one of the hosts of the event. She felt weird doing it, obviously. I also, on second thought, was like thinking, not everyone likes being fucking seen or perceived or criticized, you know what I mean? Which is why I thought, like, you know, I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. I think everyone looked incredible. Everyone looked beautiful. I mean, even if I do where'd you get those shades? I mean, they're a New York brand, Muscat, but I got them in Japan because I was like, I got them in Japan because I was trying to like buy anything. Hasanabi, man, you've been looking great lately. Has anyone been telling you that? You know, not enough people are telling me that, so I'll take it. Because they fit my big boy head. Yes, exactly. Anyway, just do Oscars fit check since you don't know them. Fuck yes, dude. We're gonna do Oscars fit check. Speaking of Oscars fit check, Jimmy Kimmel, what the fuck? Yeah, we'll do an Oscars recap. We'll do all of that good stuff. We'll do all of that fun stuff. There's so much going on. Fashion, drama, news, culture. We got it all. Anyway, says the guy that actively seeks hate comments. Yeah, I'm a different breed, and perhaps not the most normal person. You know what I mean? Perhaps maybe I have bad ideas and not good ideas. What is this? Iron Mouse, Doc, Sea Dog VA, Hasanabi in love with about their weeb status. Oh, Jesus Christ. Here we go again. What is this? This is a lie. What this is a lie, okay? JPEG Mafia collab whenever he apparently, according to Anthony Fantano, is coming out with one of the best albums of the year with Danny Brown. Is that album out yet? I don't really listen to a lot of music, as you guys know, but I do love Peggy. He's the GOAT. Would love to have him on. We're on our puppy arc as well. As a community, we are on our puppy arc. Remember, that is what's going to happen as well this week. I'm trying to set it up, hopefully, for the weekend, if I can. Anyway, regardless, bro, he did not make a song called Lean Beef Patty. Like, actually, pre-scaring the hoes here. Like, Lean Beef Patty, like the girl. I've been begging for a puppy arc for months. I'm so excited. Thank you so much. Okay, we'll listen to that right now, actually. But we'll listen to that in a little bit. But yeah, last night I ended the broadcast. And we did the Fear and podcast. This episode was jam-packed. It was stacked, possibly the most stacked episode. Possibly a bit too insane, if I do say so myself. The paywall proportion got completely out of hand. Originally, like the original the free part of it was already like drama-packed, jam-packed. But then the paywall proportion got like absolutely out of control. I mean, straight up bananas mode. Went full-blown bananas mode. But yeah, here it is. Cutie Cinderella recapping the streamer awards. Valkyrie interrupting Hassan, deserved, and so much more. We had a full-blown episode. And then if you think we had too many guests on this one, guess what? Not enough guests. Even more guests actually showed up. It was fucking crazy. Ludwig, Connor Eats Pants, and Connor Dog Virginia also showed up in the middle of the fucking premium episode. There's a lot of drama. Marat showed up at a certain point. I yelled at him. Anyway, regardless. Austin wore the jacket I bought to Fear and yeah, he just stole that. Like, that's his jacket now. Which is kind of fucked up. Yeah, here's a taste of what was happening on the episode. If you want to understand, you can get access to this behind the paywall at patreon.com/fearan. Anyway, regardless, we'll get to all of that. That part was chaos. That part was crazy. What's the shirt made out of? Velvet? No, it's corduroy. It's a Carhartt work in progress collection corduroy. I think it's work in progress. I don't know if it's work in progress. Carhartt has like a WIP collection, which they call as like streetwear, but with the durability of like, regular Carhartt work shirts, which I really like. I wear a lot of Carhartt. If you guys haven't noticed, it's like one of my favorite brands. So, it's great. They make stuff for big boys. I will obviously, I rarely ever fucking touch power tools or anything unless I'm like moving them out of the fucking way in my garage. But, So, yeah. At Haas, it's not a bailout. Yeah, it's not a bailout, but it's like, I think I saw this on Twitter, which is a really good take. It's not a bailout in the same way that like Social Security is not welfare. Like, yeah, it is. It literally is, though. You know what I mean? It's the same shit. It's just like, I know structurally speaking, it's supposed to be something different. It's like, it's not a bailout because like, yeah, it's like the PPP loans are not, I mean, that's not government handouts, right? Except it fucking were. And by the way, I probably will have a more unexpected take on this, but like that's kind of what the FDIC is supposed to do. So I love big government. You guys fucking know my shit. I love big government. That's big government, baby. And I want it. I want it not just for the fucking tech bro dipshits, but I want it for the everyday Americans. I want it for everybody. I don't have an issue with it, but we're going to get to that in a little bit. We're not doing the financial news portion of the broadcast yet. We're going to get to that in a little bit. Instead, it's a backstop. The bank executives and investors are getting their funds bailed out. It's the business, mainly small startups, that are getting helped out by a backstop. What? Functionally speaking, the FDIC is a great, valuable, incredibly important resource. If it didn't exist, you would be fucked over. I promise you, it does not matter. Every single person technically pays into a pool of funds in some respects, and every single bank pays into it in some respects. The only issue is that, no, you're baiting me. You're baiting me into talking about politics. I'm not done yet. I haven't even done the segment. Listen, stop it. Stop. Clip is popping off on Twitter. Not sure if you saw it yet. Yeah. Ahnaga Liz, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. Did you already react to Charlie's doppelgangers at the Streamer Awards? Bro, I'm in it. Like, what do you mean? Like, I'm in the video. I reacted to Charlie's doppelgangers IRL. Okay, like in real life, because I was there. Anyway, I'm in the shot. I don't know if you noticed that, but I'm there, right there. I'm on the right side. Personal news wise, I did not watch the Oscars. I did finish The Last of Us. I think that I have a controversial take on it. I think The Last of Us season finisher was kind of mid. That in and of itself, like that sequence in and of itself, yeah, I think it felt rushed. It felt out of nowhere. It felt rushed. I can't believe I'm saying this. I did not see as much emotion in it. It almost felt like a fuck you. I feel like, you know what it reminded me of? That conversation that we read about in the news about, like, what are the creators talking about how, like, in a video game, murder is, like, normalized. So obviously when you kill someone, it seems it's, like, way more impactful in a fucking movie, right? Yeah, but you made it like a video game. You made that last sequence like a video game, and it did lack emotion. That's how I felt. It was like the impact of it was so deafened. The impact of it was, I'm not giving you spoilers, man. Shut the fuck up. Everybody, I'm not giving spoilers. This is a spoiler-free criticism, okay? You are not getting spoiled on this, cultural moment, I guess, that happened many years ago. It was like an 11-year-old game. And maybe because I was much younger, but when I played it, okay, when I played it, I felt differently than when I watched it on camera. And when I watched it on camera, when I watched it on film, when I watched it as a live action sequence, it did not, I felt like the emotion, the oomph, like the maybe it's just like, it's one of those things where like the rewatch doesn't hit the same. It felt monstrous to me, like it was intentionally presented in a way that was intended to sever you from the character that you had rooted for, to expose his flawed humanity. Maybe I'm too much of a fan of the show. No, I'm a huge fan of the show. It could be because I feel differently because I control the character's agency. That's actually a really good take. You know what? You're right. That could be the reason, because I was in control. Maybe that's the reason why I did not, maybe that's the reason why I did not actually feel some type of way. Or I don't know, maybe I have like a Joel did nothing wrong attitude for that reason. And ironically, the Joel did nothing wrong attitude still carried, even though the impact of it was, like I said, softened by the filming of that sequence. I'm very excited for season 2, and I hope that they actually break it up into more seasons, because, another controversial take. You know what I actually enjoyed? Filler. Well, not filler, but like additional, the parts that were not covered. I loved it. Some of the best parts, if not the very best part, was filler in this last season. And I think that is because Neil Druckmann has always wanted to be like a fucking, I mean, he writes video games like movies. He writes video games like movies, so of course he's getting some help, from other writers, and this is a medium, a format that obviously suits him very well. So I do think that if given more time, and I do think that he should be given more time, let him cook. I feel like The Last of Us Season 2 could be fucking awesome as long as they break it up a little bit. And don't be afraid to explore. Don't be afraid to show parts that you never showed in the game. Add some new shit. Add some new background. Every single thing Every single thing that was added as additional components into the TV show that did not like get flushed out, I guess, or was not elaborated on in the video game was perfect. I loved it. And I want to see more of that in season 2. I want the second video game to be broken up into multiple seasons because I think the product deserves it. Part 2 is going to be more than one season. Okay, good. That's great. That makes me very happy. Yeah, pull a fucking Attack on Titan, bitch. Do it. Just fucking farm it, dude. Learn from the Japanese, okay? When you got good IP, you farm it. Attack on Titan, Attack on Titan, end the finale. Part 1, Part 2, finale Part 3A, finale Part 4A. You know what I mean? They got good IP. They should farm it, motherfucker. Speaking of good IP and bad IP, okay, we're going to talk about the Oscars, of course. Oh, Dio is back. I know. He's back with fucking the funniest thing he could have done. I mean, this is... Did he actually get a lap dance? Or... Because I didn't watch... I just saw... I only saw the real erotic barber. Yep. Yeah, Attack on Titan final season part 3, the first half. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to talk about Jordan Peterson's fetish arc. He's very clearly on benzos again, for the record, like 100%. I'm calling it. That's a lock. Anyway, how is he going to get into Russia this time? What? Tucker on Full Send Pod? I probably won't fuck with that. But yeah, without further ado, let's get started. Let's blast off. There's a lot going on in the world I got to talk about. So I will... What? Still banned? Had to switch accounts? I don't know what you're saying. What the hell am I drinking? Scissor. Anyway, let's do it. Motherfucker is openly stating he's ban evading. What's going on with the banks? Am I dumb? We'll talk about it. Don't worry, you are not dumb. Plus bailout. Peterson meltdown. Oh, how will JBP get into Russia for his benzo recovery? Oh yeah, I think maybe it'll do him better if he doesn't do that. You know what I mean? No more spoilers, please. Man, when I tell you I'm going to do a fucking spoiler, I tell you there's a spoiler alert. Okay? Shut the fuck up. Y'all are a bunch of babies, dude. I told you the update was spoiler free, okay? The Last of Us analysis was literally spoiler free. Shut the fuck up about spoilers, you freaking babies. Oh my god. It's like a 10-year-old video game, so obviously the idea that like it's spoiled is stupid, but like even then I still respect it. So shut up, cuz like I watch One Piece. It's a 100-year-old fucking anime, and I don't want it spoiled, so I respect your wishes. I understand it. I gave a spoiler-free update. Oscars, drama, and so much more. Get in now. This is a fat day, dude. There's like just fatty content, you know? Your lighting makes you look washed, just like your hair. What do you mean, washed? I don't know. I don't care. I like this lighting. I'm going to go with the lighting. You need to get on Activia. What the fuck? Jamie Lee Curtis jumps for joy after everything. You mean like she's farting? Like, are you're going to take this iconic actress in her best moment and turn around and go, that ass be farting? Like, that's what you just did. I mean, she should not have won. Guys, if you're going to do like Oscars playing catch up discourse, I don't know what to tell you. Like, welcome to the Oscars. Like, you think Leo deserved it for Revenant? No, but he got it for Revenant because that's literally the Oscars. Oscars does this every fucking year and then people get mad, which is exactly what's going to happen next year and the year after that. And no matter what happens, it's like, yeah, Jamie Lee Curtis is like well deserving of an Oscar. You know, a career in supporting women. She got it for literally not as good of a role in comparison. And like, as far as the only controversial thing that happened, that it wasn't even that big of a deal and she was still more deserving. Yeah, it's so stupid. It's like people saying Stephanie Sue. Okay, that's fair, I guess. But if you're like getting upset about Angela Bassett, like, also deserving. Okay, also absolutely deserving. Here, by the way. Here. Yes, I did talk about Linus almost ending his empire over the weekend. Yes. Who must be like this generation and their participation trophies? Meanwhile, they give one to Jamie Lee Curtis. Bro, it's the Oscars. Every single person that gets an Oscar, like that gets it too late, which most people get it too late, is getting it as like for a career of work. It's, I mean, obviously, like sometimes people get it when the time is right, when there's no fill, I guess, from like previous years. Okay. If there's no fill from previous years, then they do that, right? The Whale wasn't all that great. He got an Oscar only because Hollywood abused the fuck out of him and it was an apology. There's my hot take. I haven't seen The Whale, so I can't speak on it, but I mean, I'm sure it was an apology trophy. That also makes sense. Did you see the Not to performance? No, but I'm sure it was incredible. My AmeriCorps merch came today and it's fire, dude. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's go. I'm glad that like the AmeriCorps merch is already being shipped out. Also, come on. I'm retweeting this. Blast off. The blast off is here. Fucking tell your friends. Tell everybody. Tell everybody up and down the block that we're live and alive and we got a lot to talk about. If you always show up around fires, you're probably either an arsonist or a firefighter. Most people assume I'm an arsonist. I'm delivering for USPS right now. I'll let everybody know. Yes, let everybody know. Will you talk about Peter Thiel's involvement in SVB? Yes, I'll talk about all of that. You're fucking crazy if you think I'm not going to talk about all that. We're going to start out with Oscars, though. What is this? Right-wingers rushing to come up with an explanation for their regulatory failures, and that is consistent with their dumb ideology. The bank ran out of money because it was too gay. Yeah, it's true. Everyone's making fun of Donald Trump Jr. for this take, but it's literally true. Silicon Valley, more like Gay Valley. That's right. Too much diversity. That's the reason. Yep, that's what it is. The Wall Street Journal published that. today. I mean, dude, of course they did, because like woke ideology and wokeism and all this woke bullshit is such a good way to fucking immediately shift the attention of a bunch of racist, bigoted boomers away from like the actual regulatory problems. So that's why they keep hitting that fucking note every single goddamn time. Silicon Valley, more like Silly Gay Valley. That's good. That's really good. Silicon Valley Gay. Here's a kid explaining what happened in SVB. No. Silly Cock Valley? Silly Cum Valley? Okay, we're getting somewhere. We're cooking. Okay, I like what's happening. Here. I think we're gonna find something good here. I think we're gonna move away from the original. I couldn't find anything good, but I think Silly Cum Valley is kind of funny. I think. I don't know. It's who knows. Suck a Cock Valley. Okay, you guys fucking suck now. That's just like, maybe. I don't know. Your title's a little misleading. Bank bailout implies the investors and bank itself are being bailed out versus the depositors instead. Guys, I'm going to talk about all of that. Please, just let me cook, please, okay? Let me cook. Like, don't come in here at the top of the hour and think that you're going to get away with not seeing a fucking 3-minute ad break. You know what I mean? You're going to see a 3-minute ad break. Don't come in here and fucking try to tell me that you're not going to see a 3-minute ad break. You're going to see it. I'm Spackle. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs. You can avoid those ads, though. Fear not. Like, for example, you can avoid those ads by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub by I'm Spackle or others who gift subs. That's right. So, you know, that is one other way to do that. So here's the 3-minute ad break now. Yes, I saw the Eden story. We'll talk about that as well. Please stop sending me Hasanabi heads beating tater tots on chess. Like, I don't care. Good job, guys. Like, I'm happy for you. Hasanabi's nipple gifted 5 of the subs. But bro, Hasanabi's nipple is gonna be way more prominent. Hasanabi's nipple is gonna be way more prominent in the future, in the not so distant future. Cause honestly, I'm fucking shedding, dude. I'm shedding calories. I'm shedding weight. You know, shirtless Sundays might be upon us. Now, obviously, it's not going to be a body off. I'm not body off yet. You look so much bigger than Ludwig. It was wild. I mean, I am much, much bigger than Ludwig. I have like 100 pounds almost on him. Anyway, let's listen to this Lean Beef Patty song by JPEG Mafia and Danny Brown. I'm going to burn through this. I'm going to look at the Ira Mouse clip, and then we're going to get into the Oscars. Is this actually...
First off, fuck Elon Musk, $8 too much, that's expensive. Put the holes in the back and the cracks in the slack by tweaking the leak that I meant it. I don't really need to check cause I got no respect and these niggas might know me like a dentist. City all about free speech, so we hear some shit and they get offended. This ain't what you want, no, this ain't what you want. Fuck y'all niggas, I feel like Papa John. Left straight to the bank, I'm Tony Khan. And they hate what I say, cause I ain't wrong. What kind of rapping is this? The economy rap niggas bitch, you know it. I wanna take my bitch, that pussy get feeling like bitch, she know it. You niggas be texting with kids, it doesn't get stranger than this, that's whole shit. Fuck the bar, I don't fuck with you niggas like I'm Hulk Hogan. Wait, I am me, red house with a shot of repeat. Why you stretching and tweaking your tweets? I've been stretching your girl, iron sheet. What's the deets? In the crib, chicken toilet for weeks. Watch your energy, watch what you tweet. You can go from Elon to Yane on the weed, but What the fuck?
Bro, please get to the news already. Okay. Yeah, my mistake for listening to music. My mistake for listening to music in front of some of the most annoying fucking nerds on the planet who are just like, dude, my news fix. Come on, make it snappy. You're already a fucking hour late. Come on now, stop having fun. Friend of the show, Peggy, is coming out with a new album, but I need you to dance, News Monkey Man. You know what I mean? Time.
But I want to talk to Hassan about One Piece. He's like really into it.
Doesn't selling merch make you a capitalist? No. Yes. And honestly, I am a capitalist. I love capitalism. Who cares? Nothing about what I advocate for or say is going to change. Sure, I'm a capitalist. I love capitalism. Go on. You know, I've said this so many times. It doesn't matter. It's not like motherfuckers are... It's not like people give a shit. They're not yelling at me because they think I'm a socialist or capitalist. They're yelling at me because I keep telling them that the systems are fundamentally broken, and that pisses them off. They have to believe in the illusion that everything is actually by design and working as intended and really good. And when someone comes around and says, no, you fucking idiot, everything is not good. Here's how bad things are, and here's the real reason why things are bad, and it's not actually going to change. They get mad, okay? It's not like, oh, ladies and gentlemen, we got a moment either. I've said this before so many times. I'm like, sure, I love capitalism. I'm a big fan. Who cares?
He's such a weeb. I want to talk about weeb shit. Because, you know, he was hanging out with Connor this whole time. Connor's not a weeb. He just lives in Japan, and he barely knows shit about anything.
By the way, this is a common thing that I've heard, even though Connor literally has JoJo suits, okay? When you go out of your way to only wear JoJo merch, when you go out of your way to only wear JoJo suits, okay? Not that it doesn't look bad, because it does look really fucking good. Let's be real. He's a handsome boy. But, you know, when you do all of that, like, it's kind of hard to just act like you're not, you know, you're not a fucking weeb. I think Connor is a weeb. Connor is a fucking weeb.
He's just there. He's a fake weeb. All he likes is JoJo. He's a gamer that appreciates JoJo. Well, obsessed with JoJo. Is Ludwig a weeb? Ludwig... Alright, here's the thing. Hassan is a weeb. Ludwig is also a weeb, but he's like a closet weeb. He's more closet weeb than Hassan. Because they're both huge fucking weebs. It's true. The first time I saw Ludwig, he was on stream cosplaying as Zoro. Do you guys remember that? Did you guys ever see that stream when he cosplayed as...
What the fuck? He did a Zoro cosplay? I'm Zoro. I'm Zoro. That's bullshit. I mean, I would say that if I was a weeb. I'm not, because whatever. What's Zoro? Actually, what? Zoro, like the swordsman? You know, like the Spanish swordsman? That's where you're, like, the one that does a Z, right? Yeah.
Zoro. Do you guys remember that? Did you guys ever see that stream when he cosplayed as Zoro? He was wearing a Zoro cosplay, and he was still on Twitch. Damn, that was a long time. Holy shit. How long ago was that? That feels like forever and like just yesterday at the same time.
I'm not a weeb. I just sometimes watch Japanese animation and appreciate it. But, like, not a lot. Not that much. You know what I mean? Like, a little bit. Not that much. And buy figurines. Yeah, sometimes. There's nothing wrong with buying figurines or going to Japan or saying sugoi when you're in Japan a lot. Because, like, it is very sugoi. None of that is weebish. Everyone needs to stop. Okay, let's move on. Let's move away from this subject matter. What is this? We got that. We got the SVB shit. We're gonna talk about that. Here's some Oscar shit. Everyone's got a fucking take on SVB. Everybody, of course. It's a big story. It's about it's about the financial markets. It's about capitalism. It's about everything. It's about banks being able to, banks not having, liquidity measures that would, at the very least, like create at the very least would allow the banks to not need immediate government help. But before we get into that, Bruce's words on Hassan. What did he say?
Streamer of the Year. Hassan Piker.
I've done more debates than you. I'm better at debates than you. I'm better at debates than most of the other people that you fucking compare me to. People saw you on the telly. On the fucking telly.
Hassan always got love for me, man. He spit that real shit.
Telly, bro.
And I don't give a fuck enough to care too, you know?
What the fuck?
Whoa. What
German
the fuck?
985.
Adjustments to my suit.
Reserve requirements? What's that? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. I thought you were talking about fucking Bruce. Yes. We're going to get to that in a second, though. It's not that. It's not the deregulation that has caused banks to be able to fucking have, like, less money in an instance exactly like this, so they don't need fucking the government to step in. Okay. It's one of the most annoying groups of people, too, fucking want to be tech bros and finance bros who failed in those fields, chirping on TikTok without analyzing laws and regulations. Yeah, anyone that doesn't talk about, like, regulations and how this is yet another instance of deregulation needs to shut the fuck up. Yeah, SVB messed up basic risk management, and we had to listen to all the VC bros go crazy. I mean, it's not just that, though. It's interest rates raising that is also playing a role in this, because I think it's larger than that. It's literally the attitude and culture that, like, American capitalists have had for the past couple of years, maybe like the past decade, maybe even the past couple of decades, with quantitative easing, but specifically overdrive after 2008, where people basically got too used to getting free money. And that free money basically propped up entire industries. Okay? Like, that shit literally created a cycle where everyone was like, yeah, of course I'm going to get free money. What the fuck you mean? Give me the free money. What are you talking about? Give me the free money, please, right now. Right? And when the free money line actually gets, like, diminished a little bit, when interest rates go up, all of a sudden everyone's like, well, I'm used to free money. I don't really get what's going on here. It doesn't seem so free anymore. You know? It's a part of risk management. It's a subsection called interest rate risk management. Yeah. So money supply is contracting over year. This typically happens during depression and causes bank runs. People are missing the forest through the trees. The banks are literally running out of money. Yeah, here's a simple way to not do that, okay? Stop fucking playing around with other people's money to the same degree, but you're never going to do that, which is precisely why we need more regulation and not less regulation. We didn't need the Trump-era deregulation, as a matter of fact, that came on, that made these mom-and-pop banks, that basically deregulated mom-and-pop banks with a very real interest in, like, ultimately deregulating larger banks once again. Like, there were 2008 holdouts. Like, in the aftermath of 2008, there were some rule changes to make sure that banks at least had a little bit of fucking cash on hand, so that they ensure that there is they're not playing with the entirety of the bank. Okay, I'm using, like, super reductive terms here, but you get the picture. And a lot of people, myself included, in 2018, shit on this. It was the Croppo bill, if I'm not mistaken, that actually literally allowed smaller banks to play with more cash that they have. Yeah, I literally in 2018 was cutting articles about this shit. Okay, Bernie was there; he was yelling about it too. But guess what? It don't matter. I fucking despise. I look. I have so many conflicting feelings on this matter because on the one hand, I love big government. Okay, and the FDIC is a valuable tool of the big government. It's actually truly important. It's not like banking as an institution is wrong, right? You're gonna need banks. As long as you have currency, as long as you're utilizing currency for trading goods and buying, purchasing commodities, you're going to need banks. And when you need banks, you're going to need a big government to control said banks, okay? So do not misunderstand me. I love the FDIC. It's beautiful. It's wonderful, okay? But I also want more regulation on said banks, not less. And the VC part is like the worst aberration of hyper-capitalist dystopian future. VC culture, Silicon Valley culture, all that shit is on overdrive. It's absolutely awful. Okay? So I don't even have an issue with the federal government stepping in to protect the depositors. In this circumstance, I know a lot of people will say, oh, well, you know, don't put more than $250,000 in your bank account or whatever. And many people actually turn around. Revisionist Azan is back at it again. Wait, what? Anti-revolutionary Azan revisionist? Yes, I do think that, you know, the federal government should protect depositors. I don't think that that's like that. I don't think that's that what? No, I still think the federal government should fucking protect depositors. Yes. It's kind of like it's the fundamentals of the entire thing. Like, I'm not like some fucking weirdo libertarian, you know, who thinks like we don't, this is the same energy as like not needing roads or any kind of other regulation or any kind of other safety measure that the federal government has created, especially because we know what happened without the FDIC. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, you don't have to, you know, you can look at a not so distant past where without any kind of like protection like this, we had bank runs caused by the same exact capitalist system, by the way. I think anytime the FDIC has to step in, anytime the government has to step in, 100%, 100p, you get the bank. It's your bank now. It's the government's bank. Yeah, I work at a credit union, and we have members coming into branches and blowing up our call center because they think we are going to collapse because of SVB. We have NCUA, same as FDIC, but people don't know and panic. You can see how bank runs used to happen. Yeah. So I'm a fan. I'm a fan of the FDIC. I'm a fan of the federal government. I'm a fan of the government doing things. You know what I mean? It's understandable. It was going to happen. I briefly mentioned it over the weekend. I was like, the FDIC is going to step, like the government's going to step in and protect the SVB depositors. Like, it's just, there's no shot that it doesn't happen, especially because, like, let's say you're a Silicon Valley fucking, you know, tech company, right? It's bullshit, but you still need bullshit jobs. And that company is not just like operated and owned by one individual. Usually a lot of those companies have payroll. So all of a sudden, like, if they're operating out of that bank, if they have business accounts at that bank, you're cutting off like literally money to janitors. You're cutting off money to like actual fucking laborers, all because the bank fucked up. You know what I mean? I know that we like to, you know, take this stance where it's like, fuck VCs, like, fuck Silicon Valley, fuck the tech bubble. I agree. Rory V, but thank you for the 10 gift the subs. But the victims in that circumstance are people who have no bounce back, people who have no say in the matter, and people who didn't do anything and will still absolutely get fucked over. The poor get fucked over in this circumstance. What do I always say? In our current capitalist economic system, the gains are privatized, but the losses are socialized. Understand this. So when the stock market is doing poorly, you will feel that. When the stock market's doing well, though, you won't feel that because it's only lining up the pockets of the wealthy. That's how the system works, which is precisely why you do need the federal government to step in and do something about it. Wow, the federal government is again bailing out banks and rich people by effectively repealing the insured deposit threshold. It's not a bailout. Taxpayer money is not being used, which this part is true, which ironic because they did not have this energy, remember, for student loans. Student loans are not dissimilar to this process. Student loans getting pardoned by the federal government is not increasing your taxes, and yet these fucking piece of shit monsters, and I'm not talking about Jeff Stein. I like Jeff Stein, but these fucking monsters, these fucking animals that are at these fucking multi-billion-dollar news media corporations did not even stutter. They lied to you every fucking day. They did that on NPR. They did that on fucking Fox News. They did that on CNN. And they kept talking about how, wait a minute, who's going to pay for these fucking student loans to be relieved? Fuck you. Fuck you and suck my fucking cock. When? Oh, it's not a bailout. We must talk about the semantics of this situation when it's the banks that are getting bailed out or not getting bailed out, when it's the depositors that are getting bailed out. It's fucking bullshit. It's bullshit. And you saw these hyper-capitalist, libertarian, Ayn Randian, fucking, I played Bioshock and misunderstood the message ass dumbos all over Silicon Valley go, please, federal government, please step in, sir. Please, sir, I want some fucking more. All of a sudden, a bunch of fucking welfare queens, huh? What happened? What happened? The Deposit Insurance Fund is backstopped by the Treasury Department and therefore U.S. taxpayers. The difference is over. The DIF has over $100 billion in it, and there is no way SVB and signature payouts will come close to draining it. No number of semantic games will disguise that this country is socialism for the rich and rugged free enterprise capitalism for the poor. It's true. It's true. Ayn Rand died cashing Social Security checks. They've always been hypocrites. I mean, yeah, but like, I don't even fault her for that. You know what I mean? Of course you're going to have to do that. You're going to do that. Why would you fucking take away free money? Of course. Anyway, what the fuck is this? Dog, you're out of your fucking mind if you think I'm going to read this, bro. This is craziness. Yo, Twitter needs to stop. I would rather read an article than that shit, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Before we get into the Wall Street, before we get into all the fucking Oscar shit, I guess we should talk about SVB. So let's do it. Here's how Silicon Valley Bank collapsed in 48 hours.
Romans is here with us. Christine, okay, if you weren't paying attention on Friday afternoon, you were off work or on a trip.
Dude, shut the fuck up. I'm going to talk about the Eden stuff as well. Oh my God, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Nothing triggers me more than people being like, no, you need to get to this story immediately. Do you want me to cover immediately a story of yet another trans person very publicly killing themselves? Is that what you want? You want it right now? You want it right now in this very moment? Shut the fuck up. I'm going to get to it. It's Monday. There's like a million news stories I have to cover. Jesus Christ, dude.
Break down exactly what happened here with SVB.
Yeah, the anatomy of a collapse of a big bank and the anatomy of a rescue from the federal government. Let's look at how we got here. First of all, what is SVB? It is the epicenter of tech startups, venture capital, Silicon Valley Bank. It is the 16th largest bank, or it was, in the United States. And this is really the oxygen for technology. The technology sector really goes through SVB. So a very important bank here. By the end of 2022, it had $175 billion in total deposits. And here is the anatomy of the bank run, right? This is how much money it had at the end of the year. Just on Thursday, there were $42 billion in withdrawals from depositors, right? So something happened here where people wanted to take their money out.
Yeah, something happened here is basically Peter Thiel and others openly stating that this bank no longer had enough. This bank no longer had leverage, and once a couple people pull out and they can't actually pay, then a lot of other people are going to run and try to get their money out. Okay, I don't know what Peter Thiel's own personal interest was. Okay, I don't know why he did that. I don't know why he engineered this bank run. Like, it's very odd. Like, I don't know what he gets out of this. I don't know what he gains out of this, but like he definitely did play a role in this. But put him in jail? Yeah, okay. That's laughable. If you think that someone like Peter Thiel is going to go to jail, you're delusional. He runs this entire system. Like, he is a billionaire. This system is entirely designed for billionaires. The only time a billionaire would ever go to fucking jail, I guess, is if they like somehow fucked over other billionaires that are wealthier than he is in like a very significant way. Like, I can't even. It's like unimaginable, low key. Like, it's unimaginable to think about like how a multi-billionaire would actually ever go to fucking jail without like losing all of their money. You know what I mean? Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein, but like Jeffrey Epstein's billions were like handed to him, I guess, kind of. Like Sam Bankman-Fried, exactly. That's like great example. That's a great example. The only time a billionaire gets punishment is if he fucked over other billionaires. That's my point. Bernie Madoff, Sam Bankman-Fried, these are guys who fucked over other billionaires. Jeffrey Epstein basically ran out of use. You know what I mean? I think he did his like he did his like CIA blackmail operation. And then the government had no use for him, so they disposed of him. Elizabeth Holmes fucked over other shareholders, fucked over other billionaires. Like, these are all great examples of people who were billionaires who fucked over other billionaires. You can't do that. Sam bank run fraud is what you used to call him. Exactly.
Out, and this bank unraveled here. So what happened? Why did they get there? Well, this is a company that for years took deposits in the good times when interest rates were very low, and it grew and grew and grew. And those deposits grew, and it put that money into long-dated treasuries, into treasuries, safe, super safe treasuries, right? So this is how much they had. At the end of 2022, $128 billion worth of treasury. Look, that is amazing how much it gained. But then as things started to go south, when interest rates were rising, those were less valuable, and the company actually was selling those treasuries at a loss. When that word got out, people got nervous. The stock in the bank started to decline. Depositors started to withdraw their money. They were also withdrawing their money because technology, that sector, was in a downturn, right? And so instead of putting money into the bank, depositors were taking money out of the bank, and the bank could not sustain it. Come to the rescue, the United States government. The FDIC is going to insure up to $250,000 in normal times, and now you're going to have this facility so that above that level, everyone will be made whole. Not the bondholders and not the stockholders of the bank, we should be point out, but the people who have their deposits in that bank. Also, Signature Bank.
Because remember, like, people that fucking put their money in that bank, they don't have a, like, they're not going, oh, please, like, invest the cash that you have. Please invest the cash that I gave you into some other shit. Like, they're not saying that. They might be capitalists themselves, but like, remember, we all need banks. Okay? We all need fucking banks. We need banks, no matter what happens. You know what I mean? In the wild, wild west, we still had banks. Okay? So the idea that, like, you could do without a bank is silly. And I say this as a motherfucker who doesn't even have a credit card. Okay? Do you understand? And when you have a bank, yeah, you need to you need to have that insured by the federal government. My parents are saying this and the other banks are going to trigger the next recession. Yeah. That huge tweet you skipped was basically a tech company owner talking about how they heard about this in a huge group chat and participated in the bank run and bought stock while the bank run was happening. Yeah, I mean, the entire process is fraudulent. Is it common practice for depositors to exceed the $250K FDIC limit? I think it is, but maybe I'm wrong. Like, I've thought it was, you know what I mean? Pretty sure it is. And you want to know what the other hilarious part about it is? Yes, most rich people bank with one institution usually because they get benefits from that, right? When you have a lot of money and you put it into one bank, especially if it's like a smaller bank too, that bank uses your money, so they give you benefits. They offer you loans, for example, or mortgages with a very low interest rate, sometimes as low as like literally 0%. Now, I don't know how people are doing that, okay, but you get a personal banker, you get a lot of amenities. Now, if you're banking in an institution that is massive, the amount of number is like, it's always going to be above 250K, first and foremost. But the amount of number goes up for you to be like a high value client and have access to like immediate 24/7 wiring, shit like that, all these like idiotic amenities. You need like around, I think, $10 million for Bank of America. If you have like a couple mil, they still won't fucking do that either. Like they won't. They literally will be like, oh, you're above 250K. It doesn't matter. We're using your money, and you get no amenities, right? But once you get to like, I think the 10 million status, that's when you get like, that's when you get special privileges. Okay? But if you're at a regional bank, you put $1 million into one bank, you bank with one place, and you put a million into that bank, then that's it. Chase private client is way less than 1 million. Really? Bank of America's first level just to be a pro member is a 250K deposit. Yes, but that's not what we're talking about. How are you so familiar with all of this? I am, one, a rich person, and two, on top of that, I read, and also, this is what I do for my job. I don't know if you know this, but I'm, this is what I do as a job. So there is that. Unfortunately, a big chunk of my job revolves around trying to understand banking, trying to understand, the markets, trying to understand finance. I have to have like some level of financial literacy, despite the fact that I absolutely fucking hate it. I feel like the stock guy has a better grasp on this than you, says Fidel Castro. I don't understand how motherfuckers name themselves after revolutionary leaders and then in the chat turn around and say, BTC, we need BTC. We need BTC, BTC, Pog. Tell the viewers that they need to buy assets in the upcoming recession. I don't even think the stock guy is like a fucking crypto nerd like you are. Fiduciary Castro, Fidel Cashflow. Yeah, there's even better names that you could have used. SVB gave you a ton of amenities if you use them. They give you a huge line of credit, offered founders really cheap mortgages, and gave you access to a ton of banking tools. My company needed direct ACH access, and Wells Fargo told us to fuck off, but SVB was like, bank with us and we will do whatever you want. Yeah. Fucking guy bought one stock and thinks he's a day trader. Yeah, no, he's Jordan Belfort, dude. Anyway, have fun with the Ponzi schemes. That's cool because like one of the funniest parts about the story is like when crypto lovers turn around and go, see, you know, regular traditional financial tools also collapse. And I'm like, yeah, you misunderstood the point. Yeah, I say that, not you. You're a crypto guy. I'm supposed to say, look, crypto's fraudulent, but so is the fucking traditional financial markets. Like, you look at the system and you go, oh, well, that's why we need to go to an even more deregulated place. It blows my fucking mind. That's me, man. I'm saying that to you, to warn you, to help you get a better understanding of what's going on in the fucking world, not the opposite. I mean, this story is wonderful in so many ways because it's just like tech bro culture, Silicon Valley, rich people wanting to be fucking coddled, and then the big government stepping in and doing the right thing in this circumstance. It's just so good. It's just so great. It's awesome. It's such an important story.
This is the other shoe to drop this weekend. This is a bank that specializes in services for law firms. It also got into big trouble. The government will also back the depositors there. So a really important weekend of developments. You guys, this could have been a very different morning if we didn't have the Treasury and the Fed working all weekend to try to make sure that folks were made whole. And I'll say it, this is because interest rates rose so dramatically, something was going to break in the economy, right? And this is what broke, guys.
Yeah. And that comes as the Fed chair is only warning that interest rates are going to continue to rise. Christine Romans, we'll wait to see what the markets say when they open. Thank you.
With us now, CNN business correspondent Rahel Solomon and Wall Street Journal senior special writer Justin Baer. Good morning. Just by the way,
I'm trying to find my old video from like around 2018 talking about the Dodd-Frank repeal, like the deregulation that came from the Trump era, because I specifically talked about a potential liquidity crisis within banks that was literally foreseen. It was foreseen. Everyone knew that it was going to happen. Like, literally everyone knew it was going to happen, and then it happened. I have so many videos from back then where I was talking about this shit, getting fucking mad, and how because if I remember it correctly, they did it at such an interesting moment where, like, everyone was hyper-focusing, the media was hyper-focusing on something entirely different. They did it. They did it at a time when, like, I think there was some other shit that Donald Trump was saying, and everyone fucking... everyone was like hyper focusing on that, and then this came in like behind closed doors I remember what I was talking about, where it was like they did this in the same room, basically, like one door down inside of Congress. What the fuck was it? No, this is way before COVID. No.
But we've kept...
No, here. I mean, here. Anyway. It was the canceling of the Kim Jong-un summit? No, I don't think it was that. Was it? Anyway, I can't find it right now. I'm like looking for it on the other on my other page to see if there's like any videos of it, because I don't know if it's like the planned summit with North Korea's Kim Jong-un. I don't know if it was like, I think you're talking about the signing day, not the day where they like actually. No, it wasn't COVID, chat. This was like way before. Stop. Your brain is clouded from COVID. Anyway, I don't remember. It might have been the PP tapes, possibly. I don't know. This is irrelevant. This is like one of the. It's like just silly and stupid. It was in 2018. This part is like not that important in the grand scheme of things. But we'll talk about who foresaw this coming. Who originally said that this was an issue. Why this meltdown in bank stocks? A couple of interesting theories and charts doing the round, so let's take a look. The U.S. regional bank ETF is blowing up today. Oh, my God. Okay. With one of the scary charts showing the large extent of unrealized losses in bonds sitting in books classified as held to maturity at U.S. banks at the end of 2022. What does this mean? Banks enjoy a very favorable accounting regime. Let's see how this works. Post-GFC, commercial banks were asked to keep a liquidity coverage ratio above 100%. This means, this is important, this is where the good shit starts. Okay? This means they always must have enough high-quality liquid assets to meet deposit outflows in a stress scenario. What that means is you can convert to cash, liquidity, right? You need fucking straight stacks, moolah, guapo, dollars, okay? Where you can immediately, in a situation where people go, hey, I want my money back, actually, please. I'm going to take my money and I'm going to take it somewhere else. The bank can go, oh, don't worry. I have it right here. Here you go, sir. Here's your dinero. Okay? That's how that shit's supposed to work. But they dumped a shitload of their funds to long-term held-to-maturity bonds, right? But how were they able to do this? Because I thought in the immediate aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis where the taxpayers were forced to fucking bail out the banks and not necessarily the people who actually were sold predatory loans and got fucked over, killed themselves, that sort of thing. We gave golden parachutes to the bankers, but then we said, hey, we're doing this, but you better not do this again. We're going to give you some rules, right? Well, it turns out Donald Trump allowed some of those rules to be rolled back in 2018. There was a lot of people who criticized this. They said, hey, don't do this. But they were like, well, what about the mom and pop banks? They're not competitive enough. You know what I mean? They're not some of the top banks. Please. Let these mom and pop shops also play around with people's money. They need a competitive edge. Now, why did that happen? Well, it happened because big banks will always benefit from that deregulation that small banks are benefiting from. Okay? This is a very good take. Exactly. One of the largest banks in the United States just collapsed because of the same 2008 risky gambling shit. And without even blinking, well, it wasn't even risky gambling. The risky gambling element of it was how much of the money that they held onto that they put into long-term bonds, right? They didn't have enough liquid cash in a situation. And they should have done that. The government should have had regulation surrounding this. Now, without even blinking, the very same people who were melting down over your $600 unemployment check are now demanding that we bail them out. And this wasn't just Republicans that voted for this, mind you. I believe it was like more than 15, maybe 17 Democrats that also voted for this deregulation. Remember that. It wasn't just the Republicans. Democrats were on board with it too, because they are the same kind of vicious cock-sucking demons that the Republicans are too. Okay? They are blood-sucking psychopaths, all working at the behest of capital. You understand? They are not on your side. They are not on the side of the fucking working class. And yes, they are the same fuckers who did complain about student loan debt relief. What is this? Somebody on Twitter just asked Bing's AI what this SVB collapse in monkey banana terms.
Asked Bing's AI to explain the Silicon Valley Bank collapse in monkey banana terms, and I'm going to read that response to you. Here's the response. Here I go. Me try to explain. Silicon Valley Bank like big tree with many bananas.
This is the link you wanted me to watch? Like, you were like, this is the link you need to watch? Respect to you, just chatting streamer of the year, but I prefer XQC explanation. Okay, stop. Let's do the serious, let's do the meat first, and then we'll get to the funny haha moments. Anyway, this means they always must have enough high quality liquid assets to meet deposit outflows in a stress scenario. This effectively means that banks around the world are forced to keep around 10 to 15% of the assets side of their balance sheet invested in high quality liquid assets. And guess what qualifies for a high quality liquid asset? Reserves at the Fed, and you guessed it, bonds. Effectively, banks were asked to own large amount of liquid assets and were told bonds were the only game in town due to regulation. Oh my God, they're saying this is like the regulation caused this problem. Who sent this link to me? Yeah, they overregulated the banks. The banks should have actually... Okay. Effectively, banks were asked to own a large amount of liquid assets and were told bonds were the only game in town to deregulation. What bonds? Mostly government bonds. But be aware, also corporate bonds and mortgage-backed securities can qualify. When regulators force you to own a ton of bonds, they also force you to swallow a lot of P&L volatility, and banks don't like that. That's why regulators allow bank treasuries to park bonds in two accounting-friendly books, available for sale and held to maturity. In both cases, if treasuries or corporate MBS bonds lose value, like at no point in this circumstance, and maybe I'm misunderstanding this because I don't understand the financial world, but like at no point of the circumstance are we even fucking like looking at the situation and going, how about not using the money? How about not putting all of the money back in? Like, I thought, at a certain point, banks are supposed to hold on to, like, big pockets of cash in their saves. Like, I don't know. That's a thing. But, hey, that's money wasted, right? Like, well, when you put your money into one bank and you are in a checkings account, not even in a savings account, you're wasting your money. The bank is not wasting your money. The bank is using your money to make more money for itself. But I do feel like maybe, I'm just saying, maybe like the bank shouldn't use some of the money. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But permanent growth dictates that the bank actually use all the money. You have to, or as much as you can do, as much as you can get away with using, as much as the regulatory agencies allow you to get away with. When you put money in the bank, they loan out 10x the amount. Your deposit counts as 10% in the reserves that they hold. Yes. Huh. I think you only have to have 10% of every loan the bank makes in savings. That's not how it works because depositors want interest paid in the money they park in a bank. So regulators have to require the banks to hold liquidity. Otherwise, the banks will use all the money. Yeah. I think they should not use all the money. They should have even more of the money parked inside of the bank to give back whenever people need it. Because ultimately, it is your money. Anyway. In both cases, if treasuries and corporate MBS bonds lose value, the bank's P&L does not record the loss immediately. The unrealized gains and loss of securities held in AFS hits the capital position of the bank, not its P&L. But the true banger, Debt and equity securities not classified as either held to maturity securities or trading securities are classified as available for sale securities, report at fair value with unrealized gains and losses excluded from earnings, and reported in a separate component of the shareholders' equity. The true banger is that bonds booked in held to maturity books are reported at amortized costs, or in other words, the unrealized losses basically do not show up in the bank's financial statements. This creates an incentive scheme to park as many bonds in these accounting category as you can, as you earn coupons over time and don't face P&L volatility. The flip side is when you need liquidity, banks can only sell a small portion of the HTM bonds before being tainted as non-compliant from regulators. The large extent of HTM hidden losses is worrying some. To me, there is a more important story going on. Liquidity and funding are becoming tougher for small banks. QT is reducing the balance sheet of the Fed. On the asset side, QT shrinks the amount of bonds the Fed owns. On the liability side, it could be RRP or TGA or reserves. I don't fucking... Okay, now it's confusing me. Banks kind of sound like legalized loan sharks that people trust to hold their money. Is that about right? Yeah, I mean, it is. A lot of what you consider to be legal and good and illegal and bad is just about what the government or regulatory agencies have decided is legal and good. Okay? They like to pretend so hard this shit is not fraudulent and scientific when it's just not. Yeah, I mean, that is another component of this. Like, a lot of the this is like a self-sustaining industry. You know what I mean? It's complicated because it creates more mediators, it creates more middle people, it creates more middle managers. It creates a process where you can continue cycling the money, and every time you cycle upwards, there are more people that can create additional profits, generate additional profits for themselves. Ultimately, I don't think that commercial retail banks should hold on to your money and then use that money and invest that money. But unfortunately, we do not live in that world. Shouts out to Bill Clinton. Shouts out to everyone else, really, but certainly Bill Clinton as well. That allowed that to happen. It didn't used to. There was a point where your retail bank was not allowed to fucking invest your money, but that point does not exist anymore. We completely have normalized that. We feel like it's a thing that can happen, and it happens every day. Ultimately, though, what would be better is if they had... Please read. This might be an unpopular opinion in this community, but I think most American economists are right in this scenario. I think the Fed should step in and provide relief to the banks to help the stockholders. I mean, that's not an unpopular perspective in this community because, I also believe that banks, not the stockholders, but the banks should help the deposit people who fucking deposited their money. I said that already. That is the entire point of the FDIC. It has to happen. Otherwise, you'll have, if people lose confidence in the banking system, then there will be more bank runs. And we know what happens when there are more bank runs. What is this?
Stop! Okay.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I got here. The year is 2019, and I live like a king.
Hey, SVB. Looking good, Randall.
Investors love me. Conditions.
Today's video.
Patrick Boyle describing what happened to Silicon Valley Bank. Dude, this is insane. This dude's video is more blown out than my shit, dude.
Perfect. Hey, I just got $50 million in funding. Could I deposit in your bank? And companies are getting more funding than ever.
What's your startup do?
It's an app where you rate how hot people's daughters are without them asking. I went to Berkeley.
Put it in. Oh, we're making some cash. Hey, let's put $80 million in mortgage-backed securities.
Oh, that sounds a little 2008, don't you think?
Nah, interest rates are down. We'll get a return of 1.5%. I like our odds.
I really don't.
Thank you.
Yep, life was pretty great as the 20th largest bank in the U.S., and nothing was going to ruin that.
Surprise! guys. It's 2022, and you would not believe the price of eggs out there. 1 second.
Okay, people did not like daughter rank. Could we have some money, please?
Hey, let's sell some securities. Hey, what are you doing?
Sir, almost none of our deposits are insured.
If I tell you, you can't freak out.
Okay.
We are having a tiny liquidity crisis.
A what?
So we're just going to do a little bit of capital raising.
A liquidity crisis?
No, a crisis. No, it's not bad.
My stock is down today. Why could that be?
That money was for payroll, motherfucker. Okay, I won't raise any capital. Because we're exploring a sale.
And I mean, that never came. It just did not happen.
Come on.
The Jim Cramer tweet at the end is funny. Okay, listen. I mean, give all depositors their money back except the douchebags on the All In podcast and Peter Thiel. They deserve the L's. I mean, didn't Peter Thiel literally pull out before this happened? I mean, he was committed to a bank run. He was the one who kind of like started this entire fucking saga, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, VC's doing a bank run, then crying and pleading to be bailed out, then encouraging their hundreds of thousands of followers to panic, then jerking each other off for stopping a bank crisis is one of the most embarrassing displays I've ever seen. Yeah, I know I missed a lot of this stuff on Twitter because I was doing other shit this weekend. This is the one weekend where I was not around because I was doing, the streamer awards and shit like that. So I didn't pay too close attention to this. Like on Friday, I kind of looked into it a little bit. I read up on it a little bit, but like it's very obvious that it's always the same fucking issues. Yeah. This is why there were no bank failures in the 1920s era of Jim Crow. Yeah. People that are blaming like woke diverse boards or whatever the fuck is really stupid. Fuck those people. Obviously they're insane. You know what I mean? They're out of their fucking minds. It is just deregulation, and that's just the way to like. It's just, yeah, exactly. Wall Street Journal is one of those people, but before we get to Wall Street Journal running defense for deregulation while simultaneously saying it's the homosexual Marxists that are causing this to happen. Let's further venture into what happened
latest
here.
reporting is headline: How Silicon Valley Turned on Silicon Valley Bank. So good to have both of you on.
Wait, is this the gay one? Please tell me, is this the article? Is that the article that Wall Street Journal wrote and the CNN had the? Stop. No shot.
Reading your notes and what you wrote about this, you have been very strong about this, and tough on what you are calling this a bailout.
Oh, no, this is a different one.
Said there's no other way of putting it. This is a bailout, no matter what terminology you want to use.
Yeah.
Why are you saying that?
Well, it's. I mean, clearly there are some that are getting bailed out, right? The depositors of these particular banks are many of which are companies, right? They need to make payroll. The money was trapped in these institutions, and so the government took extraordinary actions to allow them to access that money, right? Even as those banks were going through receivership and had failed. So whether again the taxpayer money was used to implement those plans, the government said no. But clearly there was a rescue of a particular group of people and businesses.
Mm-hmm. So, Rahul, one of the things that
everybody fucking talks shit about bailouts when it's bankers, but no one cares because at the top of the hour, gifters are bailing out those who do not have the finances to avoid the 3-minute ad break. Oh, all of a sudden, when the top of the hour comes along, you're like, oh, please bail me out. You know what I mean? It's fucked up. Bailouts for everybody. The Raging Hoppa bailing out 10 people from seeing the top of the hour ad break. Glizzy Gobbler with the 5, Bill Vog with the 5, Blasted Say with the 5, an anonymous user with a 10. God damn, that's a good segue. You already know what it is. But the top of the hour ad break is here. MP Sharky with another 5, 8 813 see no bite girl with another 10. God damn it. Bailing out all you motherfuckers. If you, of course, are not lucky enough to be bailed out by a gifted subscriber, all you need to do is subscribe on your own for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Woo! Woo! Bussy Smollett, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. Warson 20 with a 5. Robe on that with another 5. Bailouts for everybody. Big Rat Wizard, thank you for the 10.
That MJ noted that's really important is what the government's doing now, and they're setting up this emergency lending facility. So part of the reason that SVB got into a lot of trouble is that they had to sell these long-term treasuries at a loss. Then they went out to try to capital raise
WR, thank you for
last
20.
Wednesday.
That spooked
Try to get $2 billion, and they saw, and depositors, and investors saw the loss.
Georgie 3375, thank you for the 5.
You're selling these at a loss because interest rates have gone up. Your securities aren't as attractive anymore. Yep. What the government's doing now would prevent against someone else having to do a capital raise like that, right?
Right, that's exactly it. Banking is all about confidence, right? Confidence in the system, confidence that if you or I or anyone here at this table puts their money into a bank, if we need it tomorrow, that money will be there. What happened here with SVB was a lack of confidence. And so you started to see all of these depositors rush to get all of their money out. And that's what led to this
Thank
panic.
you, Sakura
So what
Gore,
the Fed is trying
for the
to do,
10.
what regulators are trying to do here is to prevent that from happening again, right? Sort of insulate the risk here, insulate the contagion so that this doesn't spread beyond an SVB story. And that's why you saw officials.
In layman's terms, this is an old-fashioned, is it an old-fashioned run on the bank is what
Absolutely,
happened?
100%. And I mean, I spoke to a founder who had a lot of her money in this bank last night, and she said that, the tech community is very small. The VC founder community is very small. She said early last week, text messages were starting to go around. It became chatter. And as the days went on, screenshots were going around in terms of, hey, my investor said, pull your money. And so it really did lead to a high-tech problem in terms of tech, but really leading to an old-fashioned bank run.
Yeah, I think Patrick McHenry from North Carolina said it was a Twitter-fueled bank run because these are all very online people who were all talking about those messages. This $250 cap, they're basically waiving it with the steps that we're seeing.
Motherfuckers be like, get a real job and work in VC. Yeah, I know. It's awesome. Yeah, get a real job, dude. In venture capital. What do you mean? Get a real job. Those are the real job producers. Trinrec, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. Your rant earlier. What? Loans getting pardoned by the federal government is not increasing your taxes, but these fucking monsters that are at these fucking multi-billion-dollar news media corporations did not even stutter. They lied to you every fucking day. They did that on NPR. They did that on fucking Fox News. They did that on CNN. And they kept talking about how, wait a minute, who's gonna pay for these fucking student loans to be relieved? Fuck you. Fuck you and suck my fucking cock. Oh, it's not a bailout. We must talk about the semantics of this situation when it's the banks that are getting bailed out or not getting bailed out, when it's the depositors that are getting bailed out. It's fucking bullshit. I should react to this guy sometimes. Yeah, I think he does have he has some good takes on it. Thoughts on bailing out the moms you're fucking? Absolutely not. The way Congress was informed was shady as fuck.
And I just wanted to bring you up to speed on everything that's happened tonight because you're probably seeing a lot of headlines right now. Earlier tonight, there was an emergency Zoom call with several hundred members of Congress. It was convened by the Treasury Department, and we were given about 15 minutes notice. It was literally on regular Zoom. I was sent
Bro, what is this fuckboy TikTok congressperson, dude? What the hell's happening right now? I feel like we've lost control.
Link. I clicked the link, and most of Congress was there. That's not normal, but neither is the situation. The purpose of the meeting was to announce extraordinary steps that will now be taken to secure our financial system. You're going to hear from the president today, along with leaders of both parties, but here's what's happening. 3 days ago, we had the second largest bank failure in American history. It happened because there was a bank in California called Silicon Valley Bank. It lost a lot of money, causing a lot of its customers to get scared and try to withdraw their money, and it caused a run on the bank. So the federal government, through the FDIC, stepped in and closed the bank. Here's the problem. Typically, your deposits in a bank are only protected up to $250,000. But the vast majority of customers at this bank had deposits more than that because this bank specialized in startups and small businesses. And the uncertainty about what would happen to customers with more than $250,000 in deposits started to spread to other banks. A New York bank failed last night. Others have started flashing red. Basically, people with money at smaller banks were getting scared and transferring their money into bigger banks, and we were in the early stages of a domino effect. Which brings us back to the emergency Zoom call. All the depositors at the Silicon Valley Bank will be made whole. Same with the bank in New York. We're going to pay for that with the fund that banks already pay into, not with taxpayer money. And the people being protected are just the depositors. These are mainly business.
It's just funny because, like, yeah, banks pay into that. How do they generate that cash flow? How do they generate that revenue? Well, they generated that revenue with your money to begin with. There's no part of this where, like, you are not actually getting wages, okay, and then taking those wages and putting in a bank because you have to, because there's no other way. Otherwise, you're going to stuff it under a fucking pillow. You know what I mean? And then having those banks take those wages and then getting 10x loans off of those fucking wages and playing around with your money, only to then take some of that money that the government's like, okay, dude, you're playing around with too much money. Like, we need some kind of assurance. We need some kind of insurance, right? And then they'll take that money and put it into the fucking insurance fund, which is what is going to be paying for the depositors in this circumstance. Now, if this happened at a much larger scale, though, we would be fucked.
Businesses that otherwise would have to close and lay off thousands of people because they chose the wrong bank. We're not protecting the management or the people who own stock in the bank. Right now, every step being taken has one purpose: to make sure this domino effect ends now. We caught it early enough so that taxpayers won't have to pay. We can pass the bill on to the banks, as long as this panic stops here. There's going to be a huge political debate now about bank regulation and how much risk.
Yeah, which is insane because Republicans have already hit the line of like, oh no, this is not deregulation, it's homosexuality. Sick. No, fuck it, YOLO. You know what I mean? Fuck it. Bedlam. Cause bedlam, dude. I think that's what we need to keep doing. Senator Bill Cassidy, Republican from Louisiana. Social Security is the Silicon Valley Bank of retirement systems. Oh my God. When I see stuff like this, I want to say things that are so much in violation of the terms of service that it is in violation of the terms of service that was set up by the government, because it would be illegal for me to say the things I want to say right now. It wouldn't just get me banned off of Twitch as a platform. It would get me banned off of public by, the real cancel culture where I go to jail, okay? Holy fuck! Ah! Monstrous shit. Monster. This person is saying things that are like so objectively violent when they say things like this. Specifically things like this. That your grandparents are going to get fucked over. You're going to get fucking fucked over. Holy shit. I'm thinking it. You can't stop me from thinking thoughts. I'll tell you that much.
Social Security is a Silicon Valley Bank of retirement systems. It is going broke. It's just a question of whether we let it bleed to death or whether we do something right now. We need a credible plan. If a politician tells you that he doesn't want to fix social, that there's no problem, they're either too old or too rich to care. Your benefits are going to be cut by 25% if we do nothing when it goes broke in 9 years. Social Security is...
Oh my God. Okay, I'm moving back to this.
We're willing to let them take going forward. Good. Clearly, we have to make some changes. But today is a...
Yeah, good luck. First of all, it's not going to go insolvent. That's bullshit. Okay? But again, what do you think should happen in this situation? Great question. I don't know. Maybe raise the fucking minimum price that you need to, or maximum price that you pay into Social Security. That's one good way to start this process. Because currently it maxes out at like literally just it has a cap that is, what is it, like 175 grand or something? 150 grand? No, it's not 400K. It's even lower than that. Yeah. It's fucking ass cheeks. And I say this as someone who is above that. You know what I mean? Like, raise my fucking taxes! Fuck! How insane is that, dude? That's it. Someone making $10 gorillion a year, someone making $10 million a year, and someone making $127,000 a year is like literally paying the same into Social Security. Are you fucking joking? Jamel Bowie debunked it.
So I saw this tweet last night. Y'all remember in high school when they broke the news to us that we would probably be the first generation that probably wouldn't receive Social Security? LOL. Has a lot of likes, a lot of views, a lot of retweets, a lot of people agreeing with it.
Yeah, it's. I mean, that's bullshit too, by the way, because people are still funding it, but it doesn't matter. That part is very frustrating too. Okay, like it's not going insolvent. It's like what right wingers say, and it's not true, but it doesn't matter if there is a crisis within funding Social Security, then that's because there is a lack of interest in increasing the max cap of who pays into Social Security.
I gotta be honest, it drove me a little insane, so I tweeted about it. But someone asked me to make a TikTok about it too, and so I'll make a TikTok as well. Now, I also heard this when I was in high school. This would have been 2003, 2004, 2005. Specifically, I heard it a ton in 2005 when W was trying to privatize Social Security. And I'm sure you've heard it too, right?
Shut up. You asked me to fucking raise the audio. Now you're fucking throwing way too danks in the chat, okay? Once again, you do not know what is best for you. You do not know what you want, okay? Don't give me this bullshit.
Security is a Ponzi scheme, that it's going to run out, that you're not going to get it, that it's going to be gone when you are ready to retire. None of that is true, and to the extent that it is good faith, it is based off of a misunderstanding of what Social Security is. Now, the language people use to describe Social Security not existing tells you a lot about how they view the program. They say that it's going to run out. And this suggests that Social Security is some kind of fund, and retirement benefits are paid out of that fund. And once the fund is depleted, then it no longer exists. I've even heard people talk about Social Security as if everyone has these individual accounts and that you pay into your account over the course of your life, then you draw it out. Now, that's not how Social Security works. There is a Social Security trust fund, and we'll get to that in a minute, but for the most part, Social Security is a straightforward tax and transfer program. Current beneficiaries, people collecting Social Security right now, are paid from the taxes you currently pay to the federal government. When you look at your check or your paycheck, your pay stub, and there's the Social Security or the FICA tax, Social Security tax, that is going towards current beneficiaries right now. Now, in those years when the government takes in more Social Security tax revenue than it owes in benefits, the difference goes into the Social Security Trust Fund. And the trust fund is then invested in securities and bonds, which the government can borrow against. On those years when the government takes in less revenue than it owes in benefits, then the difference is made up from the Social Security Trust Fund. When people talk about unfunded liabilities, what they mean is that at some point in the future, the Social Security Trust Fund will not have enough money to pay out the difference between revenue and what is owed. And so you'll still get benefits, but it'll be a percentage of those benefits, 76, 77%. Now, to an extent, this is all kind of an accounting trick. At the end of the day, the United States federal government is the only entity that produces dollars, and that it legally is obligated to pay Social Security recipients what they owe. And so if there is that gap at some point, you just pay with it through deficit spending. But the larger point is that Social...
Yup. Exactly. And remember, but that's bad deficit spending, not good deficit spending. If you're taking tax dollars and putting it into discretionary spending towards the American military machine, making new ways to fucking blow children in Yemen in school buses from the fucking sky with a new satellite laser, that's good deficit spending. That's actually helping. That's helping the American economy, the American war machine continue churning out new products. It's bad deficit spending, and it's a moral hazard. It's bad. It's all wrong when it actually ends up, God forbid, helping one fucking poor person not die when they retire. That's it. It's like it's reductive. I know I'm like basically covering really broad swaths of the taxing system with one fell sweep. But ultimately, this is something that I've been saying for a very long time. It is always going to be true. It's only a moral hazard because it's helping the poor. If the federal government and its spending in any way, shape, or form touches poor people, it's a moral hazard. They do not know how to fucking spend it wisely. If it's actually helping the rich, then it's out of the question. You have to fucking help the rich. What do you mean? These are the job producers. These are the guys. Shut the fuck up. These are the earners. These are the people that actually are very productive with your money.
Security can't run out. That's just not how government programs work. As long as people are working and paying taxes, benefits will be paid.
Yeah. Friend of the show, Jamel Bowie, is absolutely correct on this. And let's take a look from other friend of the show, David Dan. What David Sachs and these other hype men for special treatment don't get is that the country solved the problem of uninsured deposits for small business unless you happen to be a Silicon Valley Bank customer. They disrupted banking as well as they disrupted everything else. There's something called insured cash sweep. It essentially cuts up your large account if you're a business into insured pieces at $250K each. In the event of a run, those deposits over the limit are safe. VCs are required that all money from its startups be placed at SVB, Silicon Valley Bank. I don't know the reason. I mean, like, yeah, we don't know what the reason is, but we kind of know. David's account got hacked again. It got hacked like a long ass time ago. Fuck you mean? Wait, it got hacked again? What the fuck? Oh my God, you're selling MacBooks again. Bro, David is, oh my God. Jesus Christ. Okay, this stuff is him, but his account got hacked one more time. Holy shit, David. Anyway, we do know the reason. David, as a journalist, is not going to say until he is 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure we can all make that same speculation. We have a fairly decent understanding of what the reason is. Because, you know, they're all in the same club. Anyway, that needs more reporting, but ICS doesn't appear to have been an option, though it seems SVB had the functionality. It either wasn't advertised as much or actively discouraged by VCs. Moreover, venture capitals today are either lying that all uninsured deposits are at risk, in effect lighting a match in a petroleum factory to get a government guarantee, or worse, these masters of finance don't know about how to insure larger deposits. Or they just assume America is so backwards that nobody else but them ever consider that $250K is a low limit for small and medium-sized businesses, and they, the big brain people, must fashion a solution, one that already exists. This is Uber reinventing the bus. So the conclusion is one of three. The whole Silicon Valley has no idea. One, the whole of Silicon Valley either has no idea how to run a competent business, or two, there was some financial chicanery that led to a requirement to a bank at SVB without an ICS backstop, or three, this is all a big lie to engineer a bailout. David Sachs could personally tell us which. One other point. SVB had stable assets that have gone down slightly in value. This hair on fire frenzy is over an amount of money that VCs have and could float if they were so worried about the end of startups. Roku CFO should be told not to come in on Monday. Insured cash sweep is good, up to $150 million. Having $500 million in one bank is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I mean, you can even advocate to I guess up the limit without going to insurance from $150K. I don't know how that works on the banking side. Just incredible to me how little self-proclaimed experts know. This is Geithner's ghostwriter, Michael Grunwald. The third option, beyond Bank of America or mattresses, is a private sector solution that has been around 20 years and works perfectly fine. Any decent risk manager knows it. Michael Grunwald says equity holders should be wiped out. Management should be tossed out, but depositors should keep their deposits. The goal should be to prevent panic from spreading, not to tell businesses with more than $250K to give it to BOFA or keep it under their mattresses. BOFA what? What? BOFA? What's BOFA? Are some libertarian tech bros saying dumb, hypocritical stuff? Yes. Did SVB and other regional banks lobby for loopholes from financial stability rules? Yes. But financial stability is still good, and a run on regional banks would still be very bad, not just for the rich. My friend works at a small startup and used that bank, and they've refused to pay her for the last 2 weeks. That's insane. A lot of people in the chat are saying both of these nuts. I do not appreciate that, kind sirs. That is not nice of you to say. I used to work at Bank of America, and it's so funny that they use BOFA internally. So unserious. Yeah, both of these nuts. I don't understand what you're saying. Please stop saying that. Please stop saying that.
Yesterday, I think over 90% of SVB's funds were uninsured. So are they going to permanently raise it now? Is it just completely ineffective? What is even the point of the $250,000?
I mean, that's the open question, right? Because I think some of the added steps, including that fund that was established, is there to support other banks if they find themselves in a similar situation, right? They can borrow from the government, they can post collateral at par, essentially making it a lot less expensive in order to borrow, and in the event that there is some kind of run. But in this case, they decided to waive plow right through that deposit insurance cap, in allowing these, what are essentially in most cases companies, right, that have a lot of money at these institutions.
Are you surprised that they didn't get acquired over the weekend?
I think that was certainly part of the process, right? So the FDIC had initiated an auction for.
Why bother being responsible if you know the government will always bail you out, brother? That is literally libertarianism seeping through your conversations. Okay, that is exactly the same argument that these motherfuckers push for. You understand that, right? Like, what are you, an Austrian economist? No, of course the government is supposed to bail you out in certain circumstances. But that bailout comes at a price. And that price is supposed to be that these bailouts are supposed to be rare. Okay? How do we ensure that these bailouts are rare? Regulation. Not deregulation. Regulation. Stop talking about the fucking moral hazard like you're a bunch of goddamn Austrian economists, dude. What the fuck is happening? Regulation. That's it. I understand what you're saying. Like when you say, well, these guys are literally utilizing government bailouts as another like tool for risk management. And that part is true. They do that. That's why so many, not just banks, but so many companies can easily engage in stock buybacks. They don't feel the need to keep cash on hand in any meaningful capacity because they know that like, what's going to happen if we are to go bankrupt, if we're like a major industry, if we're a major corporation? What, you think the government's going to let us go bankrupt? You think we're not going to fucking keep making planes? You think we're not going to keep making cars? Of course not. The government will bail us out. If we're, for example, a profoundly important part of like American logistics, let's say we're a, freight carrier train, right? Most people don't even think about trains in that way, except for the past couple of weeks, since that's all we talk about now, which is cool. I like that. But those trains are keeping your water supply drinkable, for example. They ship chlorine, right? It's huge. It's profoundly important, right? So a lot of those companies or airliners, for example, can engage in what didn't used to be legal like it is now. Shouts out to Ronald Reagan for that. engage in risky stock buybacks instead of dumping some of their or reinvesting some of the additional cash they have back into, I don't know, safety measures, hiring more people, which also beefs up safety and security, any of that kind of thing. Why? Because ultimately, if they get into a tricky situation where they have to, use all of the remaining money that they have, one, they've still protected the stock, the shareholders, the people that they have a fiduciary responsibility towards, the people that really matter in this circumstance, right? And the government will protect them.
For SVB, it didn't. Obviously, there was no winning bid for that auction. I think it's possible that we could see other assets that get sold in the coming days. We saw overnight, or rather this morning, HSBC step in and buy the UK arm of Silicon Valley Bank. So there are interesting businesses in both of these banks that could warrant some interest. It could be some more deals that we see.
Yeah, I think they said that J.P. Morgan and PNC among the suitors, so SVB holding company, which would exclude the SVB bank part of it. But I think you raised a very good question about the question about the Feds, whether the Feds will listen to what has been said to stop raising rates because this contributed to it. Everyday folks are concerned about this. This isn't just tech people. This isn't just people who have private equity. This affects all aspects of the economy. So if people are at home, Rahel, and they're sitting there wondering, as they have been all weekend, am I affected by this? What do you say to them?
Look, it's a great question. I mean, I think we are all so connected in terms of banking. I think the big difference here is that this was largely a very sort of insulated bank, right? A big bank nonetheless, but sort of focusing on a specific sector of the economy.
A very important Republic?
Yeah, a very important part of the economy, but a secular sort of insulated part of the economy. I think the reason why the Fed stepped up as quickly as they did is to prevent the risk to people like everyone watching at home, right? To protect other regional banks so that we have confidence in the banking system, and that's why we saw the type of rapid response that we did.
I don't know, Justin. I mean, you point First Republic was down like 30%. That we have images of these long lines of people going to First Republic over the weekend trying to take money out. They're standing, that but Signature is not. And these are not just banks that cater to Silicon Valley. You wrote in your piece about how this exposes some of the vulnerabilities that we still have.
The banking system. Sure. Well, as you said earlier, I mean, this is all based on confidence, right? And the whole financial system, any financial institution is dependent on the ongoing confidence. So once that's lost, or once it becomes lost,
Hassan bought his house 2 months after mine. We'll never see interest rates like that again. Hell yeah, baby. That's called insider trading. Or I control the government. Have you thought about that? For a dumb guy who doesn't really understand financial markets, my lack of interest in participating in the stock market, especially right now, and also purchasing a home right before this shit fucking blows up, pretty good timing, I'd say. Hey, I ain't no big city lawyer, and I'm certainly not someone who understands the financial system, but ultimately did a pretty good job on that, I think. You got seriously lucky? What the fuck do you mean I got seriously lucky? I talked about all of this already. Come on, man. Come on. What do you mean? What do you, that's not luck. It would be luck if I hadn't talked about interest rates inevitably going up over and over again as I was like literally purchasing the house. I did. I literally talked about it. Talked about it all the time. Now, I bought at the highest pricing, technically, right? So there is that. But luckily, the house I bought was legitimately much cheaper for square footage wise than all of the other houses. And it was still incredibly expensive. Do not misunderstand me, of course, because it's in Los Angeles. But the reality is, when you say you bought at the highest point, that implies that there is going to be a lower point. That implies that there's going to be a lower point in the housing market when, like, you basically don't understand how, like, the American government has created a system specifically for the housing market prices to always go up. You understand? Like, absent of, especially because I live in a big city, absent of any other, full-blown financial meltdown, like fucking game-changing, world-ending financial meltdown, like 2008 times 2, okay? The federal government's entire sole reason for existing, and perhaps the most, like, socialized aspect of the gains, revolve around property being like an investment, property being the main wealth generation mechanism for every American. I think that this is bullshit. I think it's at the heart of the issue, right? I think housing is supposed to be personal property and not necessarily capital that you can dump a lot of fucking funds into and sit back and expect it to appreciate. But the federal government does everything it can, and local and state governments do everything they can to ensure that housing prices always go up, which is ironic because, that is the reason why there are so many homeless people. That is the reason why there's so much issues. There's so many issues with the way that people's quality of life has gone down. That's it. These chatters from Iowa don't realize that people want to live in LA and $1 million buys a regular house, not a McMansion where they live. No. I mean, this is like in every respect, a Los Angeles McMansion. Like, let's be real. Anyway, I'm a YouTube frog. One of my first messages. Thanks for getting me out of the right-wing rabbit hole. Was kind of lost, but you definitely helped. Hell yeah. Yeah, I think that commodification of shelter is devastating. That is one thing that Kropotkin was absolutely on the money on. Anyway.
It can lead to what we saw this past week, right? And that can flare up elsewhere very quickly. Which again is why you saw the government go beyond just looking at these two institutions over the weekend, but saying, well, how do we avoid seeing other lenders, particularly those that again, the regulations have changed over the past decade with respect to smaller and medium-sized banks. How can we protect and insulate not only those banks, but more importantly,
is it
their
just
customers?
because they're smaller, medium-sized banks, or is it because they're holders of a lot of mortgages, for example?
I mean, all of the above, right?
Yeah.
So every bank's balance sheet is going to look a little bit differently, right? I mean, everyone has had to deal with the impact of rising interest rates. Some did so, obviously, a lot more prudently than others, right? And so there will be others that will resemble in some ways the way Silicon Valley Bank looked, right? And we see some of the other names get very quickly attached to what happened to them last week. Mm-hmm. But again, we'll
two of the largest bank
confidence.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see what happens as we get closer to the markets and the day the banks start opening up.
And some of them have actually opened up.
Take a look at what CoffeeZilla had to say about it.
Failures in history happened this week. But before we talk about why, I have a question. Why is Jim Cramer so good at being so bad at his job? Just months before they both collapsed, he said this.
These are never, ever talked about. Why? Because it's too boring? I like to make money. Boring is good. Watch out for Signature Bank. That's my fave. SVB Financial, don't you want? This company's a merchant bank with a deposit base that Wall Street has been mistakenly concerned about.
Bro, only in this sector could you be wrong so fucking frequently, and it literally does not matter. Like, you still get to fail upwards. All of these fucking donkeys have done similar things. Like, it's not just Jim Cramer, right? It's not just someone who's, like, constantly doing this. Okay? It's not just him. It's not just him. It's not just him. Not true weather forecasters also. I mean, at a certain point, you have to understand that like weather forecasting is limited by technology, and it's still way more on the money than Jim Cramer. Are you kidding me? Weather forecasters, if they were going around saying like there is not going to be a fucking tornado tomorrow, and then immediately there was a tornado and a fucking earthquake and wildfires happening immediately after you said there's certainly not going to be any of those things, then they would get fucking fired. Because that's what he does.
This morning, we witnessed the second largest bank failure in American history, which naturally created a wave of fear as the day went on. Hence, the Dow ultimately losing 345 points, S&P falling 1.45%, and the Nasdaq tumbling 1.76%.
Now, I have to admit, he has a way with sound effects. Now I understand why they call it Mad Money. But there is one thing Jim Cramer isn't wrong about, which I know is shocking. Fear is in the air, and many are worrying, is my bank safe? So today I thought we'd break it all down, the recent collapses, why the government has announced a special bailout, why some people are happy with it and others are mad, and of course, what's next. Let's start with the facts. 3 major banks in the United States have failed in a short period of time: Silvergate, Signature Bank, and Silicon Valley Bank. Now, Silvergate was the smallest with about $11 billion in assets. Signature was like the mid-sized one, and Silicon Valley Bank was the largest. Now, Silvergate and Signature Bank were well known in the crypto space, while Silicon Valley Bank was massive in the tech startup world. However, despite their differences, these banks failed for similar reasons at a high level, which is this: they all experienced a run on the banks when too many people demand too much money too fast, and the banks don't have cash on hand. Now, I want to make something clear. It would be easy to draw the comparison to the crypto crash in 2022 when several crypto companies like FTX collapsed, but there's an important difference. Companies like FTX were insolvent. When there was a run on their banks, they had no money to give. Whereas the banks we're talking about were illiquid, meaning they had the money, but when they had the bank run, some of it was locked up in long-term assets like bonds. Now, to be clear, these are not the same things at all. But things can get a little fuzzy in the details. For example, when a bank run happens, what can start as a liquidity problem can become an insolvency problem if the bank has to sell what they have for cash. And let me explain. One of the safest investments is considered to be treasury bonds. Your grandparents probably invest in it. Banks invest in them, both for the same reason. They provide a stable rate of return. So say you're Signature Bank, right? You've got billions of dollars in customer assets. Where do you put it? Well, into treasury bonds, which let's say earn you 1% a year. You keep some cash on hand for withdrawals, but you figure, look, if I need to sell these, I can sell my bonds, right? But what happens if interest rates rise really quickly? Well, suddenly you have this 5-year bond you bought a year ago, which gives you 1% a year. But now the government is selling the same 5-year bond and offering 5%. Because of that, now your bond's value on the open market drops. It's no longer even worth what you paid for it because it's giving less interest than other bonds. And so if you try to sell that, well, now you lose money. Now, to be clear, if you held the bond to maturity, well, you would still make that 1% and not lose anything. But when depositors are asking for cash, it's simply not an option to hold on. Now, I know that seems complicated, but the essence of it is this. Banks were forced to sell long-term assets that they didn't want to sell, like bonds, and they took losses because of these bank runs. Because of that, what started as a liquidity crisis became an insolvency crisis, and that's why they got shut down, because they weren't going to be able to service all those withdrawals.
Out of everything from monkeys and bananas to fucking a bunch of random influencers explaining this is perhaps the most succinct and easiest to understand explanation precisely of what happened to SVB. Very good. Brilliant. CoffeeZilla is so good.
So now what, right? Doesn't the government guarantee bank deposits? Why are we even talking about this? Well, they kind of do. The FDIC insures up to $250,000 per account. However, at places like Silicon Valley Bank, they had a lot of accounts with a lot more than that. because as we spoke of, they hosted a lot of venture capital startups that might have had anywhere from $10 to $50 million in there. And suddenly that company, which was healthy yesterday, now can't get access to that money and can't meet payroll because their bank had failed. And this triggered a huge response from many in Silicon Valley to call for depositors to have their money guaranteed, with people like Jason
God, the worst, dude. This is the fucking worst, dude. I can't, like, even if I agree with, like, depositors getting their, federally protected money, I just can't help but feel so much anger in my fucking heart. 250K is too low. It's insane that a small company would say 2.5 million in payables and payroll at the end of the month should be prudent and split their cash across 10 banks in case of a run. The fees and admin would be crazy, but great for banks.
have their money.
This take isn't even incorrect. I hate to, I hate to say that I do agree with Mark Cuban. I think that 250K being like FDIC insured at the max cap is correct. The expectation that insurance is supposed to kick in is yet another additional mediator in this circumstance. In my opinion, I think it's just more money for people to make. But that's not even the whole point. Okay, that's not even the main point here. We're talking about like what the federal government can protect against and shit like that. But
guaranteed.
I do
with people like
I do fucking despise this guy. I'm so mad. He's the worst, dude. Yeah, free markets over free stuff. You should be absolutely terrified right now. That's the proper reaction to a bank run and contagion. Oh God. Oh, POTUS. Adding the POTUS. Crying. He's doing an emergency pod, dude. Fuck. Jason Calacanis and fucking all of the other shitbirds, dude, that fucking chirp all the goddamn time, nonstop about how they fucking despise the nanny state and how venture capital is saving us, about Silicon Valley is the future. Oh, suck me dry, dude. Suck my cock, you fucking bitch. And of course, a month from now, they're going to go back to the same old bullshit, okay? Wouldn't libertarians want the banks to fail? Yes, they would, because no one's a libertarian. No one. There is no such thing as a libertarian when your bank is failing. Okay? There's no such thing as a libertarian when you retire and you want Social Security benefits. Ayn Rand proved that. Okay? There are no libertarians at the moment of insolvency. Okay? There is no such thing. You know how people say like, oh yeah, well, there's no atheism when push comes to shove and you're staring down the barrel of a gun. It's the same principle, basically. Yeah, everyone want to act libertarian until the banks fail. Yeah, no such thing as an atheist in a foxhole. No such thing as a libertarian in a fucking bank run. Okay? No such thing. Didn't Ayn Rand take welfare? Of course she did. Of course she did. My expectation is not the opposite either. Like, what is this? Begging big government, big daddy government to come with its large, juicy, fat cock and just, give him the cummies in the form of a bailout. Ooh, please, big daddy government, please save me. Save me. Please pump your load into my bank, please. Yeah, put out the fire in my loins, Big Daddy Gov. All right, let's continue.
Jason Calacanis saying, you should be absolutely terrified right now. That is the proper reaction to a bank run and contagion. Guarantee all deposits up to $10 million or this will spiral into chaos. And comments like this sparked a huge debate on whether the government should or would get involved. Ultimately, with the answer coming on Sunday when the U.S. Treasury said this, quote, depositors will have access to all of their money. And there you have it. The U.S. government is stepping in to save not only Silicon Valley Bank, but also Signature Bank as well. They did this citing a systemic risk exception, which really boils down to a single idea. Please don't panic, guys. Please don't take out your money. Ultimately, the U.S. government doesn't want you worried about your bank deposits. However, not everyone saw this as a win. Many were quick to point out that, once again, the government only seems to step in to help a certain type of person. Quote, Mark Cuban, bail out Silicon Valley Bank tonight. Feds, approved. Goldman Sachs needs $824 billion. Approved. JP Morgan Chase needs $416 billion. Approved. Average Joe, my wife has cancer. Can we get Medicare? We're broke. Now, I do have to tell you that those in favor of the Fed's actions will tell you that this is an unfair characterization, that it's not the super rich getting bailed out. They'll point out that this isn't a traditional bailout at all because it only applies to the depositors and that executives and shareholders will get nothing. And that sounds good, except for the fact that some executives and shareholders in Silicon Valley Bank had already cashed out, with Greg Becker, the CEO, selling $3.6 million worth of his shares right before their collapse. And this gets even worse when you consider that Greg Becker was one of the people who lobbied to deregulate his own bank. According to Heather Landy of Quartz, quote, the ability of these banks to fly under the radar in the U.S. was no accident. Greg Becker, SVB's CEO, lobbied U.S. officials several years ago to raise the asset threshold at which banks would be considered systemically important. So let's get this straight. They faced less regulatory scrutiny because they weren't systemically important, according to...
Interesting that the very same people that, told Big Daddy government, once again, told Big Daddy government that, they were being too mean. They were being too much of a nanny state to all these little mom and pop banks. Please. Now when push comes to shove and that deregulation has caused systemic collapse, all of a sudden they're like, come on, Big Daddy government, please come save me, please. Now, of course, you ask me, there are governments out there that are doing, a better job at dealing with this kind of thing. But yeah, what do I fucking know, right? I mean... Anytime you bail out a fucking bank, it's your bank now, okay? It's our bank. It's the people's bank. Anytime you have to bail out a corporation, it's our corporation now. Thank you. We just nationalized it. There is no other circumstance in which you can just, offer a fucking loan unconditionally and never expect a return on that investment. Doesn't happen in capitalism, but when the government's doing it, that's expected. Not only that, but also in order to fucking pay the government... I would asset strip every fucking executive down to their shoelaces, okay? Your yacht, our yacht, comrade. Your fucking major multi-million-dollar real estate investments, that's ours now. That's actually going to now go towards the people in that area who can have affordable housing. We've just turned them into these beautiful city blocks, public housing. I'm just saying. It's a good idea, I think. All right, let's continue.
To them, but when everything goes wrong, they're systemically risky and must be bailed out. It's a classic case of wanting it both ways. Now, again, this isn't the same as the full bailouts we saw in 2008. And regardless of whether you land on whether there should have been or should not have been a bailout, the idea that systemically risky banks should get special treatment and regular banks, I guess, don't, sends a pretty clear signal. If you're rich, you should move your money into banks that are too big to fail. Otherwise, you run a systemic risk of ending up on Jim Cramer, feeling like this.
Her Janet got me yelling. I need you to read this. Okay. Good one. Look what they did to the owner of Evergrande. Stop! The chairman of Evergrande has pledged his luxury properties in Hong Kong and is selling art and calligraphy to pay the company debts. Before this happened, they literally tried to cut people's pay and get the workers to pay the fucking debt of the company. That's when China stepped in. Obviously, it's a bit more complicated than that, but like, you know, I like the energy. It's a good starting point. I'm invested. I'm interested. Okay? Who must go? Bank collapses in the last 48 hours, 0. Bank collapses in the last 48 hours, 3. But a steady diet of Western media and YouTube economists will tell you that China is the one who will imminently collapse. Yeah, I mean, they say that all the fucking time. Wait, was I in that? Was I on a thumbo? No, I wasn't. I don't know why I thought I was Xi Jinping. For a second, I saw this and like briefly looked at it and I thought it was like U.S. economy is leveraged to shit while household debt hits its record highs. Meanwhile, China continues to grow its manufacturing power despite Western attacks, and its citizens have record high levels of savings. Not to say that China's economy doesn't have its own problems, but the difference is a country with social institutions and governance has more tools at its disposal to mitigate and fix these issues. I mean, yeah, like this isn't even socialism. It's not. It's just like literally the government doing things, right? It's not. It unironically is the government does stuff, right? But we don't even have a government that does stuff. We only have a government that does stuff that helps the rich. That's it. The only time the government does stuff is at the behest of the wealthy. To be clear, I'm in favor of folks making their own decision and paid unpaid internships, freedom of choice. We pay our interns. Regarding student debt forgiveness, I think folks shouldn't get a bailout. Banks, airlines, or students as bailouts remove accountability for actions. Yeah. Is it surprising? Is it surprising for those who... Oh, thank you, Majority Report, for the raid. Is it surprising that those very same people that were fucking literally losing their shit about the student loan bailouts, or not even bailouts, the debt forgiveness, are now fucking begging the government, dude? Pretty sure the rich made the government and they just manipulate it. Yeah, I mean, that is what it is. Yes.
This is an ABC News special report.
Good morning. I am Diane Macedo. We're coming on the air because President Biden is about to address the nation over growing concerns about America's economy and the banking industry after the failure of 2 U.S. banks in 3 days. The Biden administration is deploying emergency measures after regulators seized Silicon Valley Bank on Friday, the largest bank failure since 2008. Regulators also closed Signature Bank yesterday. Now the president is trying to calm fears, releasing a statement over the weekend saying customers at both banks will be protected and will have full access to their accounts today. President Biden is also vowing to hold accountable those responsible for what he calls this mess. And Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says the banks are not being bailed out. Stock futures were up overnight, signaling confidence in the federal plan. All of this was set in motion on Wednesday when SVB ran low on capital, triggering a run on the bank.
People either look at this and go, don't call it a bailout. It's not a bailout. It's something different. Or they say, it is a bailout and it's bad. I say, it is a bailout and it's good. Okay? However, it should be conditional. Do you understand? That's my take. I do think it's a bailout. I mean, it technically is insurance. Oh my God, banks are paying into it, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter, okay? It's the federal government stepping in. However, ultimately, it is a good thing that the government is doing, that you have to do that to make sure that people maintain confidence in the federal government, okay, in their banking institutions, because, you know, you still need fucking banks, okay? So they have to do that. But what they should also do is ensure that this doesn't happen again.
The bank was popular with technology workers and startup companies, some names that you would recognize. And by the end of Thursday, customers had withdrawn $42 billion worth of deposits. No word yet on what caused the collapse of Signature Bank. And now we're going to hear from President Biden. Let's listen.
For California, I want to briefly speak about what's happening in Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank. Today, thanks to the quick action of my administration over the past few days, Americans can have confidence that the banking system is safe. Your deposits will be there when you need them. Small businesses across the country, the deposit accounts at these banks can breathe easier knowing they'll be able to pay their workers and pay their bills. And their hardworking employees can breathe easier as well. Last week, when we learned of the problems of the banks and the impact they could have on jobs of small businesses and banking system overall, I instructed my team to act quickly to protect these interests. They've done that. They've done that. On Friday, the government regulator in charge, the FDIC, took control of Silicon Valley Bank's assets. And over the weekend, it took control of Signature Bank's assets. Treasury Secretary Yellen and a team of banking regulators have taken action, immediate action. And here are the highlights. First, all customers who had deposits in these banks can rest assured, rest assured they'll be protected and they'll have access to their money as of today. That includes small businesses across the country that bank there and need to make payroll, pay their bills, and stay open for business. No losses will be, and this is an important point, no losses will be borne by the taxpayers. Let me repeat that. No losses will be borne by the taxpayers. Instead,
Why won't he say this about the student loan debt relief? No, he's not wrong, but like, why won't he say this about the student loan debt relief, dude? Because everything he said so far, he could say about the student loan debt relief, because it's literally kind of the same. He could say this instead of advocating to cut Social Security spending, which he had in the past many times over and almost got his wish under the Obama administration. Now he doesn't, luckily. Because it's like identical, an identical process. Notice there's a common thread here. It's only when the ultra wealthy need the big daddy government to come and help. It's only then do they actually deliberately explain the process to you. Okay? How will this not affect taxpayers? Where will the money come from? Oh my God, every fucking left-wing guy turns into, again, literally the right-wing guys that are saying the exact same shit when it comes to student loan debt relief. It's coming from a big pool of funds that banks are paying into. Now, how do they generate those funds? Well, with your money. Okay, technically with your money. But it's insurance. You understand? But you're not paying the tax. It's kind of, I guess, it's kind of like a tax if you want to think about it, with the, but not really. It's not the federal government taking money directly from you to be like, we're going to fucking protect the banks. We need more money from you. Does anyone have the G word video? And no, I'm not talking about Gusano, but the G word video that covers the FDIC. I think it's very important for people to develop a better understanding of what the FDIC is and what it does. It's on Netflix, but I think Adam Conover did a really good fucking job with this. Specifically this segment.
when I put
Here.
You know, I take for granted that when I put my money in the bank, it'll stay there. But why? Why do I trust?
I found the video of you mentioning the rollbacks, but you aren't going to want the link, Lamau. Wait, why? Is it a Facebook link? Or is it like, is it, because I think it's, because it's on Facebook Watch. Yeah, just send it to me. Just send it to me. That's the only way we can find links like that. I'll figure out a way to play it. Just send it. You found me criticizing the rollbacks. From back in 2018.
A faceless corporation with my life savings. I mean, they don't even trust me with their pens. Well, up until a century ago, most Americans didn't. See, back then it was common for banks to, fail. And when that happened, your money would be gone.
Howdy, handsome. The cupboard's are bare and the kids are crying. I need to dip into the kitty or my goose is cooked.
Sorry, lady. This depression's got our balance sheet redder than W.C. Field's nose. Your cash has flown the coop.
Americans could become so afraid of losing their savings that any sign of instability would cause a panic.
Hey, gang! These phony four-flushers won't make good on our Mazuma! Where's my...
Depositors would bum rush the banks, trying to withdraw all of their money simultaneously. This was called a bank run, and it could push even healthy banks into bankruptcy.
Yeah. Just like a top-of-the-hour ad break can run even the healthiest of streams into a stranglehold, a stun lock. Of course, in order to avoid that, in order to avoid the top-of-the-hour runs, all you need to do is subscribe to have a healthy pool of subscribers to ensure that nobody sees the fucking ad at the top of the hour. You know what I'm saying? But a 3-minute ad break comes regardless. Green, TJJ, Speed Razor, and many others are gifting subs, allowing people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. It's a bit like a personal bridge loan. But instead of any kind of return on that loan, you're getting it for free. $3.99. Kizzy Wizzy, thank you for the 5 gift subs. A total of 20 people have gotten the top of the hour ad break avoidance subscription. June Mermaids, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Resulting in a calamitous cascade of closures. During the Great Depression, over 9,000 banks failed. Americans lost billions in savings, the economy ground to a halt, and public outcry forced President Franklin Delano Roosevelt to act.
One at a time, one at a time.
I lost my life savings. I lost the proceeds from my moonshinery.
I thought we were all wearing barrels to this. Or did plans change?
All right, how about this? To restore trust in the banking system, we will create the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. Your deposits henceforth will be guaranteed by the full faith and credit of the United States government.
What if the bank burns down?
You'll get your money back.
What if Bonnie and Clyde get in there and mess up the joint?
You'll get your money back.
What if you got a telegram saying everyone would be wearing barrels to the speech, but no one did it?
It's guaranteed, okay?
I mean, this part is like the lamest one, up to 250K, but like not really. Okay, people say up to 250K, but like not really, because the reality is that like, barring any sort of like genuine, complete financial meltdown, one, there's insurance, there's additional insurance, and two, like the entire purpose of the FDIC is to create a system of stability and confidence. Because banks are a necessity, right? Because banks are a necessity, the federal government has to ensure that bank runs don't happen and that the banking system doesn't completely collapse. Okay? But that is precisely the point. The main point, the major point of this is to ensure that there is still confidence so that people don't fucking rush to their banks and try to take out all their money and then have all of these banks collapse. Okay? Yeah, I saw the link. I have it up here. People saying up to $250K when the median bank account has like $5K in it. Yes, of course. More than, 40% of Americans don't have $500 or $400 in emergency spending. Okay? 90% of the banks, 90% of the banks are completely covered under the FDIC. But 10% of Americans is a lot of fucking Americans. Okay? Think about that. That's 30 million minimum. That's insane. You understand? Like that's Canada. As the entire nation of Canada has more than 250K in their banks. And when we're talking about more than 250K, we're talking about corporate accounts. We're talking about literally payroll, okay? We're not talking about individuals. Do you get it? That's the issue. Do you understand? I want to watch the actual full clip, though, because it's so good. Not just the small part, but the entire clip. So let me see if I can find it. Because it's very, very, very informative.
Government is practically a series in which dive in was that there are a lot of foodborne.
No, I don't want this. I want the actual fucking. 42% of Americans have less than $1,000 in savings as of 2022. The average American saving account balance is $4,500. Yes. I'm sure it's on YouTube somewhere. Adam Conover. Come on now. I'm looking up Adam Conover, G-word, FDIC, and the only videos that are coming up are videos of me having a conversation with him, reacting to like fucking cringe or whatever the fuck. It's like, come on, man, just show me the goddamn video. Anyway, well, we'll get back to that. But I do think that it's very good and very informative on how the FDIC works. I guess it's been scrubbed clean because it's a Netflix product, so. Found it? No, it's when mom finds the poop sock. You found that. You also found a week off. So congratulations, chatter, on taking a week off from the Hasanabi broadcast, at least from the perspective of chatting. You are not going to be able to chat for an entire week. So congratulations. I almost don't want to watch this. Because, like, I think the video is so cringe and liberal. And it's like just a random. Where is it? Here, let me see.
If you want to think about difficult, it's the factory worker who's been laid off. Difficult is, the mother who's lost a child to opioid abuse.
Okay. I'm going to ignore the shameless pandering and take you on your word, Ivanka. So please tell me, please explain to me, if you care about the mother who's lost a child to opioid abuse, why does your father's Obamacare repeal and replacement plan make the lives of addicts seeking treatment significantly worse? Medicaid is the single largest source of funding for mental health and substance abuse treatment in the United States, and Obamacare dramatically improved low-income adults' access to affordable care treatment. Or tell me, Ivanka, if you truly cared about the laid-off factory worker, why do you think it's okay for him or her to lose the right to affordable insurance coverage? Because the trumpets are using this healthcare bill that restructures 1/6 of the U.S. economy as an opportunity to give tax cuts to the wealthy while simultaneously lying about pre-existing coverage for people with pre-existing conditions and draconian cuts to Medicaid. Because let's be honest, For a lot of those trumpets, the poor have enjoyed far too much for far too long in this country. How dare they expect not to be bankrupted by medical debts? Also, this is your daily reminder that House Republicans are fucking assholes and they quietly voted to roll back Dodd-Frank regulations while everyone's attention was focused on the Comey testimony. So now, the amount of bailout capital banks will have to hold on to so that taxpayers won't be on the hook when the next financial crisis hits has been greatly reduced, and predatory lenders will be once again free to target the poor and the elderly. But I have a message for you, Ivanka. Remember all those people?
Yeah, I mean, this was back in like fucking, this was when it was happening in like 2018. No, my voice was fucked up. It's not that clip. It's a Netflix episode, an entire episode. But I don't want to watch the full episode right now. Fuck it. I thought maybe we could find it. I wasn't looking at the screen and I didn't think that was you. Anyway. Yeah, you guys are now giving me like really fucking shady links. I don't want to touch that. But yeah, if we are to go back to the deregulation point of the conversation, because that is absolutely the main problem here. Here is what Donald Trump said in May of 2018.
We've done. But we've kept yet another promise as I signed the Economic Growth, Regulatory Relief, and Consumer Protection Act into law. It's a big deal. It's a big deal for our country. This is truly a great day for America and a great day for American workers and small businesses all throughout the nation. The legislation I'm signing today rolls back the crippling Dodd-Frank regulations that are crushing community banks and credit unions nationwide. They were in such trouble. One size fits all. Those rules just don't work. And community banks and credit unions should be regulated the same way, and you have to really look at this. They should be regulated the same way with proviso for safety as in the past when they were vibrant and strong, but they shouldn't be regulated the same way as the large, complex financial institutions. And that's what happened, and they were being put out of business one by one. And they weren't lending. Since its passage in 2010, Dodd-Frank has dealt a huge blow to community banking. As a candidate, I pledged that we would rescue these community banks from Dodd-Frank, the disaster of Dodd-Frank. And now we are keeping that commitment, and all of the people with me are keeping that commitment.
Why can't we ever look at hot Republicans? You're literally looking at the hottest, dude. Anyway, who said that? Here's Bernie Sanders speaking out against it back then, just like I was as well.
Are our memories so short that we have learned nothing from the 2008 Wall Street crash? 15 million families as a result of that financial crisis lost their homes to foreclosure as more and more people could not afford to pay their mortgages. As a result of the illegal behavior of Wall Street, American households lost over $13 trillion in savings. That is what Wall Street did 10 years ago. And against my strong opposition then, Congress and the Federal Reserve provided the largest taxpayer bailout in the history of the world to these huge banks because they were too big to fail. But now, 10 years later, hoping that we forget all about that, these large financial institutions are back again. How pathetic is that? Just yesterday, the Congressional Budget Office told us that the legislation we are debating today will, and I quote, increase the likelihood that a large financial firm with assets of between $100 billion and $250 billion would fail. End of quote.
Thank God. Silicon Valley's own banks, lobbyists, Silicon Valley Bank's own lobbyists fought a proposal requiring financial institutions to increase payments into the Deposit Insurance Fund, the DIF, that protects depositors from bank failures, claiming it would harm financial institutions' bottom lines. That's right. I don't know why I'm on my fucking Richard Wolff shit today. I don't know why I sound a little bit like him, but that is true. This is something that happened. That's crazy. How the fuck could this have happened? There's always every single point of failure under a capitalist organization of the economy always has a fucking deliberate effort in undermining regulatory agencies led by the very same institution that is currently failing and demanding the federal government help them. It's bullshit, as he would say. Forgive me for telling you, but it's actually bullshit. Here is Fox News also calling for a bank run.
David Sachs, who's well-respected general partner of Kraft Ventures, he's on a podcast, and he's saying he thinks the more banks could go down this road. And then Wall Street Journal writes, saying in their editorial, that he is a panic spreader. Yeah. So to take it easy today and don't let this ripple through the economy. There's other fear is if you get rid of the regional banks, if all the regional banks say, okay, if they fail, I fail, and if we could become a country run by 4 major banks, we all lose.
I understand not ensuing.
How about one major bank, the government?
Panic, but I think it's time to be honest with the American people at the same time.
We need to go to our banks and take our money out.
Well, I mean, I think if you're above that $250,000 mark,
that's not insured.
That's not insured. I think there should be some caution right there. And I think for the people that are saying, okay, these are just the big tech companies. What about the little small business owners like Etsy, like this one lady that Nina was talking about? Look, I'm a mom and pop store. I'm just selling my merchandise on there. True indeed, this is in Etsy, but it's a marketplace of other small business owners. I think that's the real problem.
It shows you how it trickles down. Even if she doesn't bank with this bank, how
That's
it's
exactly
affecting
right.
her.
They were heavily into equity and all these pride days around the world. Where is your focus on regulation and risk? And I think that there's an imbalance there. And it seems like a lot of these venture capital companies were all concentrated.
Well, when it was
in
good,
these startups in these tech centers.
That's exactly right, Brian.
But let's get to the real problem. Now that we have developed a better understanding of what happened, now that Brandon has given us the assurances, now that we understand a little bit better exactly why this failure happened, deregulation, once again, deregulation pushed for by the very same banks that are now demanding the federal government step in and help them out, which they did. They got that help. Let's talk about what the real issue is. Because the real issue isn't deregulation. That is bullshit. That's bullshit. Why would it be deregulation? Wait, I think maybe I have another video this time from 2019 on this. Wall Street executives making 3x minimum wage. We got your one. We're at the gates. We're at your door. Thank you. We got your one. Dude, I used to get artistic with it back in the day. God damn. I had so much more creativity back in the day when I was making videos. Like, literally, just so much more creativity.
Last year, those working on Wall Street made 3 times more in bonuses than everyone in the US making federal minimum wage combined. Meaning, people working on Wall Street made on average $153,700 in bonuses, not their salary, bonuses, while minimum wage workers made $15,080, which is totally great. I mean, after all, it's not like they caused a complete financial meltdown in almost a decade. They deserve that money. Now, of course, thinking that these bonuses would be distributed evenly amongst the 181,300 security industry positions would be silly. I mean, what is this, communism? Jamie Dimon still gets $31 million in bonuses, while a first-year analyst is excited to see $2,000 that they'll, burn on rent or something. But income inequality is so pervasive, so severe in this country that even these average bonuses demonstrate the disparity between the upper crust and minimum wage workers. Perhaps this will help you understand how Warren Buffett, Bill Gates, and Jeff definitely has a Gundam Bezos have more wealth than half the population of the US. 3 people versus half the population. Now, if you ask very smart Republicans, they'll mention that the stock market's doing well, which means the economy must also be doing well. So can someone please explain to me why the average Wall Street bonus increased 1,000% since 1985, while the federal minimum wage only increased 116%? Because if the federal minimum wage increased at the same rate as Wall Street bonuses, minimum wage workers would currently be making $33 an hour. Meanwhile, we're still fighting for $15 an hour. It almost seems like since the 60s, the only thing that went up is CEO pay. Back in 1965, a CEO made 24 times more than the company's lowest paid worker. In 2009, thanks to tremendous productivity increases, the hardworking CEO now makes 185 times more than the worker. Except productivity and compensation were both rising at a fairly equitable rate until the 70s, but wages took a major dip as productivity increased after that. It almost seems like only our bosses are getting rewarded handsomely now, under the condition that they ensure that we, the workers, don't get paid fairly. Oh, also, the claim that the stock market is the economy is incredible because it always fails to mention that 84% of stocks are owned by the top 10% of wealth. So when the market's doing well, the rich get richer, but when the market crashes, everyone suffers. Well, everyone except the rich who get bailouts. So I want to leave you off with this one thought. Always remember that the last time these vultures absolutely up, we put in place pay restrictions under Dodd-Frank that they laughed off, avoided jail time, and then they continue to give bountiful sums to those much deserving of their third yacht while millions of Americans suffered. So next time you wonder why the minimum wage hasn't risen to $15 an hour, remember, concentration of wealth and power is much more important than motivating politicians to act on behalf of your best interest. And unfortunately for a lot of Americans, you don't have any money and therefore you don't have any power. Now this will continue as long as you remain unaware. As wealth concentration and income inequality gets back to the roaring 20s levels, we mustn't ever do anything to examine how the system is set up and instead just continue to cut taxes. Just remember, when you get cancer and you can't pay for the treatment, or when a hurricane obliterates your neighborhood and you can't get the necessary aid, don't you dare take a critical look at the economic system that brought you this mess in the first place and just keep thinking that it's your fault for not working hard enough or not working smart enough.
Bro, in so many instances, like, dude, problems in America have never changed. Yeah, the song is The Guillotine by The Coup. In the beginning. It is very, it's wild that now that you got a haircut, you look exactly the same. Start saying you're 27, no one will know. It doesn't matter. I do find it very sad, I guess, that I can just carbon copy and copy paste basically the same exact videos that I did in 2018, in 2019, in 2015, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. Doesn't fucking matter. I could take that exact same video and basically fucking copy and paste it to now, and I'm saying the same exact shit, and the problems are exactly the same. Anyway, I did a thing. We're gonna break up from the from the SVB stuff for a brief moment and give you a quick update. I did a thing, says sadly, due to the headshot and subsequent concussion I received while sparring, I've decided to drop out of the Creator Clash. Thanks again to my opponent, Good Guy Fitz, for agreeing to fight me, and also Anissa the Greasy and iDubbbz for having me in the event. Boxing is a fun and crazy sport, which is definitely addictive, and it's sad that I won't be able to participate anymore. If anyone knows any other events that don't involve real punches like Dancing with the Stars or WWE or a combination of both, let me know. Boy says, we finally got him. And I'm telling them to come to the U.S. anyway again, regardless. Boy was the one who got a concussion and wasn't able to fight in the chess boxing event last time because Alex, I did a thing, concussed Alexa, Boy. I don't know if if I did a thing, got concussed by Alexa in return. That'd be pretty funny. But anyway, that was the brief, that was a little moment there. Let's get back to it. I have been postponing this for far too long. Folks, it's time to talk about the real villains of this story. Okay? It's not Democrats voting to deregulate banks got 3x more money from the banks. It's not the 17 Democrats that voted for deregulating institutions like SVB. It's not any of that. It's not Dodd-Frank being unrolled. It's the fact that these banks are gay. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the real problem. When you think about a financial institution, you never really think about how gay the financial institution is, okay? And that's the real problem, okay? Because like Ryan Grimm also correctly pointed out, in the 1920s this happened. And you might have wondered why there was a bank run. Homosexuality. That's right. That's exactly what was going on in the 1920s in the Jim Crow South, where miscegenation was illegal, where segregation was very firmly held on to. There was too much wokeness going on, and that's why the bank runs happened back then. And that's precisely the same reason why banking is falling apart in America right now, because Femboy Friday. Femboy Friday, trans people are, out and about. I mean, dare I say more, black people and brown people are allowed to be in corporate executive boards. I mean, how dare you? Women are in the workplace? That's it.
They were a woke bank. If you look at their director of risk management, she brags about their diversified ESG portfolio. And the problem is that a lot of this is fantasy land. It's like the Green New Deal. It doesn't work. It doesn't pencil out. And if you're a bank being insured by the federal government, which is the FDIC, your responsibility is to grant loans to people who can actually pay them back, not just to people who check a box on a liberal wish list. And I think that's part of the problem. I think part of their investment portfolio, they made loans to very risky ventures based more on their liberal wokeness than on the.
Wait, that has literally nothing to do with what happened to this bank. I mean, that's like incredibly funny, but it's just like, just not what? Yeah, there is nothing more woke than buying government bonds. Okay? There is nothing more woke, because you know why? Because the government's woke. That's what the bank did. Do not tell me it's because they had a liquidity problem, because they were playing around with a lot more funds than they were supposed to be, but we deregulated them. That's not the reason. It's because they were investing in the government, and the government's woke and gay. Critical bond theory. Liberal wish list: have sex before marriage, be trans, have an abortion every week, drink vaccines for breakfast. Yeah, that's right, brother. That's what all liberals want to do, is have a vaccination room in their homes. Right next to the gay sex room. Everybody knows how this works.
Actual ability for that borrower to pay the loans back, in addition to being too heavily invested in treasuries.
It looks
they were a woke bank. If you look at their director of risk management,
Yeah, he's right. The banks were woke. Yeah. I like that he adds in the treasuries thing, like right there.
borrower to pay the loans back, in addition to being too heavily invested in treasuries.
Like that implies that he knows the truth, right? Anyway, it's time to read the Wall Street Journal article, Who Killed the Silicon Valley Bank? Okay.
That was Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell testifying on Cammy.
Well, I think that what's going
Okay, fuck this. Does anyone have this does anyone have the article? Because I want to.
Who killed Silicon Valley Bank? Apparently no one at the firm perceived any risk from the Fed raising interest rates. By Andy Kessler. March 12, 2023, 3:04 p.m. Eastern Time. That giant slurping sound on Friday was Silicon Valley Bank imploding. America's 16th largest bank had some $175 billion in deposits and disappeared by breakfast. It wouldn't have happened if not for management mistakes. This was a 21st century bank run. Customers tried to withdraw about $42 billion, a quarter of all deposits. But what triggered the collapse? Let's go back. In January 2020, SVB had $55 billion in customer deposits on its balance sheet. By the end of 2022, that number exploded to $186 billion. Yes, SVB was a victim of its own success. These deposits were often from initial public offerings and SPAC deals. SVB banked almost half of all IPO proceeds in the last 2 years. Most startups had relationships with the bank. That's a lot of money to put to work. Some was lent out, but with soaring stock prices and near zero interest rates, no one needed to take on excessive debt. There was no way SVB was going to initiate $131 billion in new loans. So the bank put some of this new capital into higher-yielding long-term government bonds and $80 billion into 10-year mortgage-backed securities paying 1.5% instead of short-term treasuries paying 0.25%. This was mistake number one. SVB reached for yield, just as Bear Stearns and Lehman Brothers did in the 2000s. With few loans, these investments were the bank's profit center. SVB got caught with its pants down as interest rates went up. Everyone except SVB management, it seems, knew interest rates were heading up. Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell has been shouting this from the
Wait, you want to know why? I wonder why SVB management didn't know interest rates were going to go up. You want because women be shopping. That's why. Because they were too busy. They were too busy shopping and having gay sex. That's the reason. For those of you who don't know why, you're like, oh, I don't understand. That's it. That's the reason.
Mountaintops. Yet SVB froze and kept business as usual, borrowing short-term from depositors and lending long-term without any interest rate hedging. To hear the full story, subscribe or sign in.
Oh, God damn it. They didn't even show you the actual thing. The bear market started in January 2022, 14 months ago. Surely it shouldn't have taken more than a year for management at SVB to figure out that credit would tighten and the IPO market would dry up, or that companies would need to spend money on salaries and cloud services. Nope, and that was mistake number two. Number two, SVB misread its customers' cash needs. Risk management seemed to be an afterthought. It's like, dude, this is every bank. That's why we need regulation. Because if left to their own devices, banks are always going to engage in risky trades. I hate this. I hate this fucking notion that, like, oh man, they're a victim of their own success. Like, who could have foreseen this? Like, they should have seen this. It's like, you're so stupid. Risk management is about how much the federal government will allow them to get away with. That's it. The bank didn't even have a chief risk officer for 8 months last year. CEO Greg Becker sat on the risk committee. As customers asked for their money, SVB had to sell $21 billion in underwater longer-term assets with an average interest rate around 1.8%. The bank lost $1.8 billion on the sale and tried to raise more than $2 billion to fill the hole. The loss flagged that something was wrong. Venture capitalists, including Peter Thiel, suggest that companies that have a portfolio should withdraw their money and put it somewhere safer. On Thursday, the dam broke, and there was no way to cover the billions in withdrawal requests. Peter Thiel saw that this bank was engaging in, or Peter Thiel saw that this bank was about to have a liquidity crisis and fucking went for a bank run. I don't know why. I don't know why the guy I give blood to decided to do this, because I am a blood boy for Peter Thiel. For those of you who don't know, M Skates board, you're correct. That is what I do. I don't know why my blood daddy decided to do a bank run. Or push for a bank run. Anyway. For you to say he hates Californian elites is silly because he is a Californian elite. He himself is quite literally, this Wall Street Journal article is like, yeah, homosexuals caused this to happen. I think he just means Peter Thiel, who is a gay man. That's what this article actually comes back to just be like, one gay man did this in the interest of woke culture. It's also wild because like Peter Thiel is, Palantir. He is a, gay CEO, founder, libertarian who owns multiple tech companies from PayPal all the way to Palantir, which is America's privatized national security surveillance apparatus. It's a global corporation. There's literally, fun fact, in Japan, when I was walking around, I saw a building in between Harajuku and I think it was Shinjuku maybe, where there was literally a Palantir building right next to the Mini Cooper, right next to, I guess, the fucking Mini Cooper car, like auto dealership, or literally on top of it actually. And the building also housed BuzzFeed. Anyway. Palantir is literally Arasaka? Yes. Before they could, private equity firm General Atlantic apparently made an offer to buy $500 million of the bank's common stock Friday morning. I'd offered $3 billion for half the company. Where was Warren Buffett or JP Morgan? Before they could get a deal together, the Federal Deposit Insurance Corps, FDIC, took over to protect up to $250,000 of each depositor. Larger uninsured deposits are frozen. Since the bank took a 9% haircut on the $21 billion in bond sales, that could mean uninsured depositors might get 90 cents on the dollar. But it could take months or years. So venture capitalists are getting emergency funding requests. Why do so many startups start with SVB in the first place? Here's a hint. Apparently, more than half of SVB's loans went to venture and private equity firms backed by the borrower's limited partner commitments, a legal but slippery way to goose venture funds' all-important internal rate of return metric, IRR, by investing 3 to 6 months before calling investors for cash. VCs are very persuasive with startups. Here's an important lesson for companies in trouble. On Thursday, Mr. Becker told everyone to stay calm. That never works. Was there regulatory failure? Perhaps. Oh, come on. Brother, you are... Wall Street Journal is a fraudulent institution that basically very openly does what every other media outlet does, but like their entire purpose of existence is to literally do this, which is regulatory failure, maybe. Maybe there was some deregulation. SVB was regulated like a bank, but looked more like a money market fund. Then there's this. In its proxy statement, SVB notes that besides 91% of their board being independent and 45% women, they also have 1 black, 1 LGBTQ, and 2 veterans. I'm not saying 12 white men would have avoided this mess, but the company may have been distracted by diversity demands. Management screwed up interest rates. Bro, what the fuck do you mean, dude? So, like, that's it? One black guy, one gay guy, and two veterans fucked over the company? If like, I don't know, 6 white men are not able to get the job done, what, is it only when it's 12 white men? Is that what happens? Management screwed up interest rates, underestimated customer withdrawals, hired the wrong people, and failed to sell equity. You're really only allowed one mistake. More proved fatal. Was management hubristic, delusional, or incompetent? Sometimes there's no difference. I love that, like, hiring a veteran is woke now, by the way. Yeah, I remember bank runs, like I said, originally in the 20s that were, of course, happening because there was black people in executive office back then as well. So thank you to the Wall Street Journal for identifying what the truth of the matter is. He arrived at the real truth. It is that, there's one gay guy or one LGBTQ person, 2 women on the board of executives, and that's what happens when you do that. You hire one LGBTQ plus and boom, bank failure, bank run. Fuck, man. 45% women, yeah. The veterans were hired from the they-them army. That's right, Rick. My sources in the Valley have confirmed SVP was doing pronouns and le wokisme. Yeah. So, also, yeah, 45% women means it's still men. Like, the board has more men than women. I don't even know how do you get, like, what does that mean? Yeah, it's 55% men, so it's still majority men, but, that's not even enough. Oh, is it, they hired one too many gay men and all the chases got distracted? Duh, yeah. Photo board of SVB. Okay, dude, you got me. You fucking got me. Dude, what the fuck happened to my eye, by the way? Did you guys see this? What does this mean? Like, what is happening here? The mask is slipping? Yeah. No, my eye didn't have this. It's just like filled in for some reason. I don't know why. I don't understand it. What? Oh, shit. Oh, nice. Scared me. I know. Still scared me, though. I'm bouldering in. You made an appearance on the podcast, by the way. And you also came bouldering in while we were recording. Anyway. All right, let's get back to this.
The money will come from the fees that banks pay into the deposit insurance fund. Because of the actions that our regulators have already taken, every American should feel confident that their deposits will be there if and when they need them. Second, the management of these banks will be fired. If the bank is taken over by FDIC, the people running the bank should not work there anymore. Third, investors in the banks will not be protected. They knowingly took a risk, and when the risk didn't pay off, investors lose their money. That's how capitalism works. And fourth, there are important questions of how these banks got into the circumstance in the first place. We must get the full accounting of what happened and why those responsible can be held accountable. In my administration, no one is above the law. And finally, we must reduce the risk of this happening again. During the Obama-Biden administration, we put in place tough requirements on banks like Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank, including the Dodd-Frank law to make sure that...
He's not wrong. Like, for all of his faults and all of his failures, this part of what he's saying is literally true. Don't say bullshit. No. I mean, maybe the part where he says they're like tough requirements, I don't think they're tough. I think he's just saying that the posture... But yeah, they did. They did do that. That is objectively true. And the Trump administration immediately rolled them back. We just covered it. The requirements that they put in were not tough by any metric, in my opinion. They were bare minimum and were understandable.
The crisis we saw in 2008 would not happen again. Unfortunately, the last administration rolled back some of these requirements. I'm going to ask Congress and the banking regulators to strengthen the rules for banks to make it less likely this kind of bank failure would happen again, and to protect American jobs and small businesses. Look, the bottom line is this. Americans can rest assured that our banking system is safe. Your deposits are safe. Let me also assure you we will not stop at this. We'll do whatever is needed. On top of all this, let's also take a look at a moment to put the situation in a broader context. We've made strong economic progress in the past 2 years. We've created more than 12 million new jobs, more jobs in 2 years than any president has ever created.
A good question to ask Biden would be, why now? Why didn't we do the regulations? Why didn't we immediately push for the regulations when you maintained control over the House and Senate? Why was that not a thing that was even discussed, brought up? Because when Republicans take over the government, they immediately push for shit like what they did in 2018 when they rolled back Dodd-Frank. Why won't the Democrats put those rollbacks? Why won't they re-roll the rollbacks? Okay, I don't know how else to describe it. Like, why won't they immediately implement regulation one more time as soon as they're in power? This is a fundamental part of what people call the ratchet effect. Every single time Republicans come into a position of power, they undermine civil liberties, they deregulate the economy, they deregulate sectors, they cut tax for the wealthy, and then the Democrats never turn around and re-roll and implement the original changes that were taken away. They never do that. And slowly but surely, we keep going further and further into this right-wing shithole. You know? And it's basically because they're right-wing too. That's why 17 Democrats played a role in the 2018 rollback. Yeah. That's the real reason. The 2018 rollback was introduced in November by the Senate Banking Committee Chairman Mike Crapo, a Republican from Idaho, and a group of moderate Democrats on the panel, including Senators Heidi Heitkamp, John Tester, Joe Donnelly, and Mark Warner. 17 Democrats voted for the rollback.
I'm signing today rolls back the crippling Dodd-Frank regulations that are crushing community banks and credit.
If you're wondering why Joe Biden didn't do anything, it's once again, the real reason why Joe Biden didn't do anything is because Democrats don't want to do anything within the party. After all, these regulations were put in place largely due to the financial collapse that occurred after the motherfucking Bill Clinton administration allowed banks to, or legalized commercial retail banks and investment banks to merge and utilize your money that you're putting in the bank in the stock market to make risky bets. That's the reason why Dodd-Frank needed to exist to begin with, to a certain degree. How crazy. Oh, I hate it. I hate it a lot. This is why I shit on the Democratic Party as well as the Republican Party, folks. This is why. Because they deserve the smoke too.
Credit union.
Anyway, we're just going to ignore that the rollback of Dodd-Frank was notably bipartisan act that passed 258 to 159 in the House and 67 to 31 in the Senate. And also, the Glass-Steagall Act effectively separated commercial banking from the investment banking and created the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, among other things, in 1933. It was one of the most widely debated legislative initiatives before being signed into law by FDR, which was repealed in 1999. Although some parts of it remain, including the FDIC, which guarantees bank depositors against losses, at the time, the overzealous involvement of commercial banks in the stock market was seen as the main culprit of the financial crash. And Glass-Steagall was repealed by Bill Clinton. So I hope everyone understands that Democrats have played a tremendously important role in deregulating the financial sector. Yes, on the one hand, they have played a role in, I guess, maybe piecing the puzzle back together. But they were the ones that fucked it up at the behest of the far-right, psychotic Republicans who benefited tremendously from the process as well. They love deregulation, but the Democrats love it too.
In a single 4-year term, unemployment is below 4% for 14 straight months. Take-home pay for workers is going up, especially for lower and middle-income workers. And we've seen record numbers of people apply to start new businesses, more than 10 million of them. More than 10 million applications over the last 2 years starting businesses. Now we need to keep this progress going. That's what swift action that my administration over the past few years is all about. Protecting depositors, protecting the banking system, protecting the economic gains we've made together for the American people. Thank you, God bless you, and may God protect our troops. See you in California.
Mr. President, what do you know right now about why this happened? And can you assure Americans that there won't be a ripple effect?
Do you expect other banks to fail, Mr. President?
I love when he
Should
just
all
walks
depositors
away.
be protected at all banks?
That was President Biden assuring the American public that, in his words, our banking system is safe after the collapse of 2 banks in 3 days. The president says that depositors at those banks, Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank, will be able to access their money and will be made whole. I want to bring in ABC's chief business correspondent, Rebecca Jarvis, and senior White House correspondent Mary Bruce for more on this. Mary, the president is insisting that this isn't a bailout. So walk us through this. How is this working?
Yeah, the president there is trying first and foremost to assure Americans that the situation is under control. And as you said, he wants to make sure that Americans understand and feel confident that they can trust the American banking system and that they can trust that their deposits are there, that their money will be there when they need it. And he is underscoring this point that he says this is not a bailout, that this is not a repeat of 2008. You heard him say there clearly that the banks are paying for this, that this is not coming out of American taxpayers' money. And he's underscoring this point that those who are responsible will be held accountable, that they will face consequences for this. But the depositors, those who kept their money with these financial institutions, shouldn't be the ones who are bearing the consequences of this. But again, the president just trying to assure Americans that they can feel safe in the banking system and trying.
I feel like you have only a brief understanding of everything that you're talking about, and you simply use your charismatic abilities to either dumb down people / talk yourself into a situation where you can be sure about one thing and focus on that. Glad it works for you, but if the person watching has more than 70 IQ, the magic trick will not be successful. My friend, if you personally think you have more than 70 IQ, but you're like writing this kind of fucking thing in the chat, I'm afraid the only difference between you and I is that I understand that I'm a fucking dumbass. You, on the other hand, think you're like an anime antagonist when you are just as dumb as I am, perhaps maybe a little bit dumber than me because you also think that you're right. Like, this is just a long and convoluted way to try to make it seem like you're actually an intelligent person by literally thinking that you are infinitely more intelligent than you actually are. It's what dumb people do. It's called Dunning-Kruger, right? Like, this is the subredditor's, like, biggest fear. Anyway, thank you, though. Why are you wearing a dog collar? Wallah. Anyway. Immediately, one of the greatest indications that the person that you're talking to, your interlocutor, is a fucking idiot, is when they bring IQ up in a conversation like this. Okay? There is no better indication. Because no one who is actually truly intelligent is ever fucking talking about how high their fucking IQ is. It's like, as the saying goes, if you got it, you don't say it. If you say it, you don't got it. Okay? All the people endlessly pontificating on how alpha they are, how alpha dog they are. One, misunderstand the concept in and of itself. It's just basically confidence. And two, are certainly not alpha by the metrics that they understand. Because if someone is truly alpha, they're not going to fucking turn around and tell you how alpha they are. Because most people would understand what that is. But thank you for the good copy pasta. Meanwhile, if you were genuinely fucking smart, if you had a high IQ, you'd know the top of the hour ad break is here. And the only way to avoid the top of the hour ads are by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. But you were too busy writing essays about how intelligent you are and how stupid I am to fail to recognize that that is the way to avoid the 3-minute ad break. You can also get gifted a sub if you are lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Anyway, JFK Rowling, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. It is very funny because, like, I regularly dumb down concepts, and sometimes in order to dumb down a concept, you have to have a profound understanding of it. Sometimes the dumbing down of concepts comes because I myself am dumb and maybe even don't have a really good grasp on what I'm talking about, which I openly admit to you when that is the case. Okay. Wait, what the fuck? But there are plenty of people who try to say that they're intelligent, try to say that they're smart, try to act like they're intelligent, and they dupe people like you into thinking you're intelligent because you agree with them. They're just very skilled orators. I, on the other hand, am not a very skilled orator. I get passionate, I get emotional, I yell, and that, that is literally why a lot of people who find themselves to be super smart, when they're not actually super smart, will then turn around and think, well, another streamer or another YouTuber was able to successfully dupe me into believing that he's smart, said you're dumb. And that guy speaks very fast. You know? So he speaks very fast, and he doesn't seem like he's passionate about the subject matter. He's only arriving at the truth through spirited debate. So I think I'm going to go with that guy. I think that guy is definitely smart. No, I'm not talking about XQC. Mostly just like people who like to debate. Anyway, SVB's meltdown. I mean, it's Ben Shapiro. That's a great example, as a matter of fact. SVB's meltdown is indicative of a larger problem with the central bank policy now acting as a prime mover for markets. The Federal Reserve and government blew out spending in 2020 and 2021 in an unprecedented degree. This means a lot of speculative investment in tech ventures who then stored their cash with SVB. SVB had no idea what to do with the cash, so they invested in bonds, trusting the government, of course, and knowing that if things went belly up, there was a good shot at a bailout. Perverse incentives never fail. The moral hazard will continue because the urgent always outweighs the necessary until the time comes when the government is removed as the central economic policymaker. Wow. What are you doing? My man literally said that we need to deregulate further when, like, deregulation unironically has caused every single financial collapse that has happened thus far. It's so awesome because, like, there is such a thing as bad regulation, but in most instances, the bad regulation isn't necessarily the regulation itself that's bad. It might still be written with, like, decent ideological reasons, but more often than not, it is the undermining of said deregulation. It is the undermining of said regulation, that causes these kinds of issues, as we covered. Okay? It's just, like, very fucking stupid. All matter of regulation written under a capitalist government is also done at the behest of what capital owners will allow. They write it. In most circumstances, they are the ones who are writing it. It's not necessarily about what the best regulation in the circumstance would be. It's more so about like what they can get the government to write that makes it seem like they're doing something when in fact they're not. Actually, if you did your research, you'd understand the collapse is because we don't have a fully free market yet. Once deregulation happens, the market will inevitably balance itself with just checks and balances. We need more deregulation to incentivize capital owners to vitalism our economy. It's just, I love this because it just like sounds like an AI bot that's not as clever as ChatGPT. Right? I mean, I know that a person is joking, right? But it sounds like an AI bot. Congrats on the award. Check this audit. The audit will make your blood boil. Anyway. But also at the same time, it's like, clearly, you sound a lot like every other fucking person that is... Actually, not many have tried to defend this so far.
Trying to prevent any sense of panic here and assure Americans that there won't be a ripple effect throughout other financial institutions. Diane.
Now, Rebecca, while the president is promising to hold those responsible accountable, he's also saying they need to look into this a little further to figure out how this all happened. What do we know so far?
Well, Diane, what we know is really what happened over the last decade, and that is that a number of companies got 0% interest rates, expanded, especially in the tech space, especially in the crypto space, and those are the banks that we have now recently seen fail. Those companies failed, and many of those companies had issues. That led to these banks, at least over the last decade, getting very big, much bigger than they were. And as a result of what's happened with interest rates now going up, that's made business much harder on these banks. They've had to sell assets as a result of that, and in turn, customers have gotten very concerned about their financial position and gone in and done a run on the bank, which is what we saw with SVB over last week, where customers pulled out $42 billion. The question going forward is what new
I think capitalism enjoyers are in their entitlement phase now. They're not going to defend anything. They're just going to throw tantrums at anyone who talks shit. Yeah. It's cool. It's just I haven't really seen anyone really defending it. I've only seen people basically stating that like it's the women and gay people that are the reason why this happened. I've seen people fucking beg the government for a bailout immediately, beg the government to help immediately. I forgot to do the local TV Lieutenant Governor Randy McNally Femboy Friday special, because a lot of people came to the broadcast that day. But we are going to talk about it. XQC calling you old? I am old. He's right. I left the party instantly. We went to a motherfucking party. We all went to the motherfucking after party, and I left 10 minutes in. I was like, nope, it's too much. I had 2 burgers and a cookie. If you watched the Fear and podcast, you would have heard it. Wait, let me hear what XQC had to say about SVB.
On what this means for the tech world.
Chat, this is the same thing as like crypto or whatever, where like banks, you give them your money, right? But then they don't have the money anymore because they will like buy shit, invest shit, and they're just using all the money to do shit. So if you went to, and you went like, yo, dude, money now, and they're like, well, we don't have it. Sorry. Even though they should have it. That's kind of stupid.
I mean, he's right. Wait, what the fuck?
That's how it is.
Here comes the pump.
No, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. Wait, hold up. He's not wrong. That's literally it, though. That's so funny.
Easy.
On what this means.
No, he got it right. That's true. That is literally what happened. Yeah, you go to the bank and you say, money, please. And then they're like, sorry, we don't have your money. That is. Yeah, if you're like a 12-year-old and you watch, you have the perfect understanding of like XQC's Pepegan, okay? Because that is the one requirement, okay? Which I do. I understand when he speaks like this. This is the truth. He's spitting. Another good XQC take.
This guy, man, brother, how old is he? Is he 60 or 65? What the fuck? Brother, man, every time it's like 10:30, 11, Hassan, stop it, okay? Every time, 10:30, oh man, I gotta be up in the morning. Oh boy.
Because usually I wake up early in the morning to work out. I wake up at, every day, normally I wake up at like around 6:30, 7, okay? I make my coffee, I take my morning poop, and I read. I read the news. I need to like, tap in. I need to get into the fucking mainframe, right? I do this every day, whether it's the weekend, whether it's the actual week. Unfortunately, I can't do that. I can't like go out until 2 a.m. and then wake up at 6 and be able to have the mental clarity that demands. Why don't you read some bitches, bro? Yeah. I mean, it is because I'm old. Let's be real. And you're laying this out to be the old man allegations? No, I'm not. I am. I am 31 years old. And I have realized that, like, I need to fucking go to bed early. Maybe if you adjusted your caffeine intake, yeah, but I don't want to drink more caffeine.
Boys, guy, I'm going home. Stop it. Okay, it was not late. It was just getting started. The party was just getting started. It's 11, yo.
It's funny because he was genuinely disappointed. Like, I saw real disappointment in his face. What do you read? Apple News and Twitter. Twitter is dog shit, but it's still much better than anything else as a news aggregator. My Apple News Plus or whatever the fuck subscription allows me to read a bunch of articles. Wolf is a good example. You don't have to be old, Mr. Curmudgeon like you. Brother, Will used to work out with Myth every morning at 10 a.m., okay, which is later, which is like an hour later than when I work out with my trainers. He doesn't show up anymore to training. Do you want to know why? Because it doesn't fit his sleeping schedule. Like, I don't know why you would compare me to someone like Will who has a different kind of schedule. Okay, so work out later. Okay, this parasocial shit will not stand. Okay, all jokes aside, I already joked around with it, but some of you motherfuckers are so stupid. Okay, I'm sorry. The only reason why I have to go to sleep early and wake up early is so that I can maintain a healthy diet and lifestyle while simultaneously giving you 10 fucking hours of uninterrupted content. Okay? That's it. So whenever you say just wake up later, idiot, go and work out later, idiot, you're just, that is what happened today. That's why my starting time was 12:20 instead of the regular 11 a.m. You get it? Why are people writing 1? Don't tell him. 1 in chat if you're stupid. Oh. Yeah, there you go. Now it's going to get even worse. But yeah, it's just, that is the reason. That is the reason why I go to bed early and wake up early. It is so that I can, give you guys the same level of content that I offer you while also simultaneously have a relatively healthy lifestyle where I have a good diet and I have decent workouts. You know what I mean? These are things that are important for me, usually important for everyone, We're gonna skip this stuff. We're gonna get back to the Oscars because I want to see what the fuck happened on the Oscars. But before we do that, let's talk about Eden, who, from what I understand, is a trans person who was on Twitter. Trigger warning: suicide. This is, I don't know how else to describe it. It's just like trigger warning, trans suicide and human trafficking. Basically, from what I understand, Eden Knight was a trans woman from Saudi Arabia living in America. This is from the Google Doc that they wrote, or like her friends wrote. She was tricked by financial support from fixers, allegedly hired by her parents, into moving back to Saudi Arabia and detransitioning. Eden was funny, sharp, well-read, and concerned with making the world a better place. She stood up for marginalized people and regularly critiqued the conservative, suffocating culture she left back home. On the morning of March 12th, 2023, Eden posted her suicide note on Twitter. In it, Eden laid out how she was manipulated into depending on people hired by her powerful parents to pose as friends, but whose actual goal was to force her to detransition and move back to Saudi Arabia. They succeeded. This morning of Monday, March 13th, 2023, Eden's family confirmed both her passing in Saudi Arabia and their identity. We are greatly disturbed by how she was treated. We believe that what happened to her was an unspeakable violation and there must be consequences. Justice must be served. Most likely not going to happen. In this document, we have laid out some of the pieces of evidence that we believe tell Eden's story and expose the way she was failed and violated by her parents, by powerful American citizens willing to do anything for money, by a Saudi government official who poses a friend, and by the U.S. justice and immigration systems that should have been there for her asylum, to offer her asylum and safety. She deserved better in life, and she deserves better in death. Eden was also known as Celeria or Cyber Angel Fairy. Here's the tweet. The thing is, like, you know, the trans community online is a very, I mean, it's like, yeah, there's a lot of people that duke it out nonstop, but ultimately it's like one of the remaining spaces that people can utilize to talk to one another. So that's precisely what, you know, what people do. So a lot of people knew of her from Twitter. Eden started her journey on Twitter, still living in the closet and hanging out with progressives and people who want to build a brighter, better world. Eden lived in the U.S. while she was attending school. During the global COVID pandemic, she came out as trans. Since then, she has been a light in the trans community. Everyone who speaks about her mentions her humor and her kindness. She possessed an inner strength that we admire and know deserves recognition. The note opens, again, trigger warning, suicide. Hi, if you're reading this, I've already killed myself. I have given life every opportunity. I've given myself every chance to get better, but I couldn't do it. I wasn't strong enough. I don't know if I should read all this. But there's an important part here, here. Sometime in the summer, I was contacted by Michael Pacalico, a cybersecurity guy, through an IRL friend who claimed he was a fixer and wanted to fix the issue that was between me and my parents. I thought this was impossible. I'm trans, and they are strict conservative Muslims, but I decided I would give it a shot because it can't hurt. Right? Lamau. You don't have to. We just want people to know who they are. Yeah, okay. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to read the important parts of this. At a certain point, I realized I was entirely dependent on Bader for food and shelter, and that if I ran away, he could have easily found my location, and since I was illegal, I would have just been deported to Saudi. I subconsciously gave up. I was too tired. I did everything he wanted. I cut my hair. I stopped taking estrogen. I changed my wardrobe. I met my dad. I wanted to be a leader for people like me, but that wasn't written to happen. I hope the world gets better for us. I hope our people get old. I hope we get to see our kids grow up to fight for us. I hope for trans rights worldwide. Name of the fixers mentioned were Michael Pacalico, the cybersecurity guy, his associate Ellen Bader, who was a Saudi lawyer. There was another twit longer from Bailey, former roommate of Eden, where Bailey writes of Michael Pacalico and Ellen Cole. She got in contact with Pacalico and Cole through a real-life friend claiming that they could help her with the situation and possibly even achieve immigration status. One thing that I find a little bit strange, however, was how repeatedly I asked Eden to ask them if I could also be in contact with them so that we were all on the same page as far as the plans went moving forward. This was very important to me, as I wanted to be sure that we clearly had a timeline of events and how things were going to work out, what the options really were, how we could achieve them, and if there was anything for my family I could also be doing to help. Although she didn't ask for my involvement, they outright refused to allow me to be involved. To clarify, Bader is a separate Saudi lawyer. Ellen is an associate at whatever firm with Michael Pacalico. Fahad al-Shatri, her father background. We had a long description here, but about the evidence that we wouldn't publish publicly, but would share with journalists, that Dr. Fahad al-Shatri, deputy governor for the supervision of the Saudi Central Bank, was her father. However, that's no longer necessary, as her family announced online today about her passing and a service to honor her. It dead names and misgenders her, something we believe to be a callous continued violation. Anyway, background on Michael Pacalico, who is the fixer, is an American man who worked through an IRL friend of Eden's to make contact with her, offering her help, saying he worked as a fixer and could make her situation with her disapproving parents better. Eden believed him and opened a line of communication with him. Michael convinced her to leave the trans-affirming home she was staying at and move back to the state he lived in and she previously had gone to school in. Through Michael, she met his associate Ellen and a Saudi lawyer named Bader. Michael has run as a Republican political candidate before. He has sat on the boards of pharmaceutical companies. He's tied to the investment banking and equity firms, JP Morgan, as well as the Heritage Foundation. Today, he is the CEO of a company called Special Investigations Limited, a business that claims they do cybersecurity investigations and have global reach. I mean, he is a fixer that they hired to basically kidnap, detransition, and then kidnap this, this trans woman and take her back to Saudi Arabia. That's the ultimate goal. I'm going to skip all of this stuff. Ellen Cole is the other one who's an associate of Michael Pocalinko's. She met with Eden and Michael in Virginia. Ellen currently is the managing director and partner at a Spec Inv with Michael, and she previously worked as an office administrator and assistant to Michael in Monticello Capital, a boutique investment bank in Chantilly, Virginia, where she's the managing director. And Badr Bader Alomer is a Saudi national who met Eden at the train station in Virginia along with Michael and Ellen. He told Eden he was a lawyer and got her an apartment in Washington, D.C. He began to take care of her financially, and over time she realized he was grooming her into detransitioning plus living in the closet. And she was now an illegal immigrant who was financially dependent on him. Feeling she had no choice, she was acquiesced into his demands and changed her physical appearance along with discontinuing her hormone therapy. Thank you, AB Star Killer, for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. We are currently talking about some acquiesced. Sorry. Right. We're talking about a trans woman's suicide note. So this is some really complicated stuff. Okay. So yeah, trigger warning for you. At this point, Michael and Ellen had ceased all communication with her. She had an emotional breakdown and repented as she was asked to. Bader then booked her a flight back to Saudi Arabia. There was little information provided on Bader past his actions, but we have managed to find a man whose name and activities match this Bader's, also living and working in D.C., a point of contact man working for the Saudi embassy who was in charge of flights, transportation, and living arrangements. I don't know if I should show this part of it because this seems like, this isn't as super credible. I don't know if this is the same person, so I don't want to go too far into the details of that part. No disrespect to Merrick and others who put this together. I think it's this part is mostly for journalists to, as she's posting this. We included that for journalists to look into. Yes. Journalists should probably do a deeper dive into this and investigate it. But I don't want to talk about it like it's 100% confirmed. But basically, 3 people were involved in this process, and the family seems to have hired these 3 people to, forcibly or groom Eden into detransitioning. That led to her ultimately, committing suicide. Are you not, lol? I mean, 1, no, of course I'm not an investigative reporter. Are you new here? And 2, do you think investigative reporters do investigative reporting in front of 32,000 people? Like in front of a fucking auditorium? Can they be charged? No. I don't think that they will be charged, not only because this is a powerful Saudi family that we're talking about, an important ally to the United States, which routinely does stuff like this, not just for, trans individuals, but for cis individuals as well, men, women, and the like, with basically supervision and maybe even in some instances assistance from tech companies, the American State Department, and the like. when you are a Saudi national, you are under the direct supervision of the Saudi government, considering that the United States is a very important ally to Saudi. They kind of get away with a lot of stuff. If you recall, I mean, they're currently actively doing war crimes in Yemen, a genocide in Yemen with United States weapons. They have, they literally killed a legal permanent resident by the name of Jamal Khashoggi very publicly in an Istanbul embassy and pretty much got away with it. 9/11 was a whole other thing. So, they already have an awesome amount of power. So there's that. But also on top of that, this is a trans person, which, that makes it additionally less likely that there would be any kind of help. I mean, they don't even help cis people. You know what I mean? But the reason why this story is important, I think, is because ultimately gender affirmation is profoundly important in cutting the very high suicide rate within the trans community. There are so many studies that prove to this reality. I mean, that point to this reality, that prove what trans people say all the time. And this kind of like grooming and creating like financial dependence for someone, forcibly trying to or coercing them into detransitioning, is murder. The longer way to do it, but that is what it is. What Eli Ehrlich says. This is human trafficking. Conservative business fixers trafficked a young trans woman and she ended up dead. Eden's story should remind us of how horrific the landscape of anti-trans fundamentalism reaches across borders, religions, and ideologies. Eden deserves so much more. Yeah. So, yeah. But if you would like to see the document for yourself, here it is. Here's the preview link. In any other circumstance, if you were to force someone to do something that led to their suicide, that if you coerce someone into committing suicide, that would be considered, murder, manslaughter. So, but when it's a trans person, people don't feel like that's the case. So, yeah. There it is. How the fuck do you justify this? Like, do you sleep at night knowing you did this? Conservatives are crazy, but I can't just imagine a single way they could mental gymnastics this one. Yes, dude, they don't give a shit. What do you mean? What? No. Trans people have been dehumanized so effectively through mainstream media that, like, people don't think about it. It's like asking, how the fuck do slavers enslave black people? No, they don't give a fuck. It's just like, it's not a human, okay? There's literally not a human being in their mind, because if they, for a brief moment, stepped back and thought about it on such terms, then their conscience would kick in. That's why dehumanization, and that's why, dude, this guy goes, how about the Arab slave trade? Yeah, sure, that too, okay? Jesus Christ, you fucking petulant little white child, immediately. Oh, my Lord. Sure, all slavery. Okay, you got it, Papa Fury? Are you happy? Like, I can't bring up a single goddamn point without these motherfuckers being like, what about this? Gotcha. Like, you don't even know what my perspective is, okay? Ha ha ha, peace, Hassan. You will never find peace in your life because you have so much hatred in your heart that you have to literally spread it to every single person. If you want true peace, then stop behaving like this fucking psychopath, okay? You're not Patrick Bateman. You might find yourself to be this like sociopathic, sexy, confident, charismatic murderer because you misunderstood the main point that was in American Psycho. But you are not him, okay? You are not the one. You are not that guy. You are a pathetic, neck-bearded man baby who is really sad because he's very, very fucking lonely. You know what I mean? And you can change your life. You can change your life, but the first step is to basically leave the communities that reinforces you into this cycle of hate where you think that, this is a brief moment of solace in otherwise a painful existence. Do you get it? Like, you did not defeat your interlocutors. You are not winning debates. You are just a sad person who's just trying to fucking, spread sadness that you feel every single fucking day. I love how the Western colonial rule through economic imperialism is the reason the Saudi government is even alive. Yeah. This goes for a lot of the hate watchers. I know a lot of you motherfuckers are in here. Okay? I know. I know you're going to get mad at me, but when queer people in your chat shit on religion, this is why. In any other situation, you can apply their blowing off steam logic. Why not here? What? You see, in the United States of America, one of the more secular nations on the fucking planet, anti-trans legislation passing through every facet of existence. You see an otherwise secular liberal media deny trans people of their fucking humanity. And you turn around and you point to Saudi Arabian Wahhabist fundamentalism, which was planted by the British and the American government, and say, this is how religion exists. This is the reason why it's religion. Religion is just a justification for the cruelty. Religion is just another way to fucking extend the same oppressive constructs. It's just a more recognizable way to just sedate the masses, you fucking dumbass. The fuck are you talking about? What do you mean they're just blowing off steam logic? Is the United Kingdom's behavior towards trans people because they are so fundamentalist Christian? Is that why you think Turf Island is like that? Or do you think they use trans people as a cudgel, as a way to deflect away from the real problems that they experience under a capitalist organization of the economy? And they have been made out to be the most effective villains because they are the most marginalized. We're not even looking for strong villains any longer. We're looking for weak ones because we ourselves are weak. You said secular USA, though? Holy shit, I'm cackling. Because religion is not the main reason why people go through with this. Please don't be duped into this dumb shit. Okay? Come on. You're supposed to be fucking leftist, dude. Where is this coming from? It's so dumb. You are mistaking conservatism for one ideological justification. Come on, you're purposely misunderstanding. I'm not talking about that specifically. I agree. I'm saying that applies for all oppression. What? They're just blowing off steam logic? Wait, what are you saying? You're saying when you just want queer people to have a carte blanche fuck religion approach, and you're failing to misunderstand where I'm coming from when I say that there are still fundamentally more oppressive people within those countries that you would consider to be backwards and barbaric, utilizing orientalizing tropes, utilizing dehumanizing language against those you have declared your enemy just for the simple act of believing in something that's different than what you believe in, okay? If you come in here and say in the moment of a trans person being executed, okay, basically, by Americans at the behest of her Saudi family, and go, why can't we just like fight fire with fire by just shitting on an entire fucking religion? It's so stupid. No, man, I'm saying it's understandable to have a reflexive anger towards religion being Christianity or anything else. No, I get it. But like, you know, it still doesn't change the reality that like that is the very same justification as to how people get away with, you know, century of imperialism, colonialism, and continued destabilization of Muslim nations. So no, I'm not going to fucking sit here and justify that. It's so stupid. Come on, man. Let's just say a little bit of Islamophobia when this story has pretty much nothing to do with fucking Islam in general and everything to do with fundamentalist conservatism. Okay? Yeah, her family did this to her because they are conservative, not because they're Muslim. Can y'all stop, please? Exactly. You are so hyper-focusing on a certain aspect of this story that you're literally trying to find justifications for Islamophobia in this situation and others like that, where you are doing the bidding of oppressors without even realizing it because they don't want you to think that this is for some other reason, okay? They want you to think this is because it's Islam. And if I wanted to, you know, be the fashionable, fun, popular commentator, I'd let you get away with that. Or if I wanted to be the fashionable, fun commentator, I wouldn't even talk about this issue at all. I would stay away from it because nobody gives a fuck about trans people, and trans people have no protections in mainstream media even, and certainly no protections in the American state legislature apparatus, as we have seen time and time again. But, you know, it's the very same principle behind why I won't let you get away with saying some dumb shit like that. Conservatism is conservatism across the board. You can have religious conservatism, you can have fundamentalism, but ultimately it's still conservatism. Why do Twitch streamers have so much drama? People actually spend time supporting and donating these people. Some of the most immature people I've ever had the displeasure of watching. Well, there's a lot of good that comes out of this community as well. And it's entertainment. But it's like super parasocial entertainment. So that's how it works. Anyway, we're going to move on from this story to, I guess, like a little bit of a more fun story, as you know, this is literally 8 hours of commentary nonstop. I'm going to segue into not the Oscars, but instead Lieutenant Governor Randy McNally. Well, it's more fun because of the controversy itself, but it's still not very fun when you think about the implications. Okay. Obviously, you know, you guys know that Tennessee is one of the worst states, if not the very worst state for LGBT laws in this country. But it turns out being anti-LGBT and pushing for oppressive anti-gay, anti-trans bills will not stop you from appreciating what many have called Femboy Friday. Now, this interview in and of itself is a treasured moment for me. Okay? It's treasured because I've seen only bits and pieces. I'm going to watch it for the first time ever today in front of all of you. Okay? Femboy is a politically correct term? Yes, it is. Anyway. The reason why I'm saying that is because here you have a truly relentless, unrepentant, anti-LGBT government official, Lieutenant Governor Randy McNally, basically saying some incredibly unhinged shit about why he kept liking and commenting under a gay twink Tennessean's Instagram posts. And even a trans performer, as a matter of fact. Let's take a look.
What do you hope comes out of this?
Well, I think I'll be a lot more careful about using social media.
Amid a sudden uproar over his provocative social media interactions, Tennessee Lieutenant Governor Randy McNally sits down this afternoon to answer Phil Williams' questions about the controversy. Good evening, everyone. I'm Rory Johnston. Carrie's off tonight. Now, those social media interactions with a young gay model brought accusations of hypocrisy against the East Tennessee Republican and countercharges that he's become the victim of a left-wing attack. Well, our chief investigative reporter Phil Williams has covered McNally for more than 30 years, and he has the exclusive details with the man who says his posts reflect his evolving views on the LGBTQ community.
Okay, Austin, you have to get in here right now. This is actually huge for you. You and Lieutenant Governor of Tennessee Randy McNally have a lot of similar interests.
Oh, is he like Twinks?
Austin asked, does he like Twinks? The answer is abso-fucking-lutely, baby. Yeah, you can pee.
I have a new zit on my forehead, and I'm freaking.
I can't even see it. Well, you can't see it. No one can see your zit.
Everybody can see it. It's over. Life is devastated.
Let me.
Do you have a place I can spit on?
Yeah, throw it in this. You fucking asshole. He said, do we have a place where I can spit out my gum? Wish you asked that while the podcast was going on because you disposed of your fucking gum by literally just leaving it. Who does that? You're such a freak, dude.
Okay, but hold on.
You stop here.
Oh, fuck. I gotta pee.
Okay, well, fucking go pee then. Oh, dude, you're gonna be unbearable with this microphone. I can tell already.
Okay. First of all, let me defend myself. During the podcast, I did place my gum on top of a box that I thought looked like trash, but it wasn't trash. It was a beautiful side table or something like that.
It wasn't a side table. It was just fucking. It was
a box,
it was a box with one of my PCs.
My defense was he should have a garbage can that's a little bit more accessible than what it was. I do need.
That's the worst defense I've ever heard in my entire fucking life, dude. Incredible. Keep the wrappers, Austin, or use a napkin, Jesus. Yeah, no, it's so crazy. It's so crazy that he did that. Anyway, let's get back to the story. We're lost in peas and
Can I take over for a second and get some of that nicotine gum of yours?
Yeah. Here you go. Take this one.
How much is in these?
4 milligrams.
Okay, I'll take 2.
No. Take 1.
1?
Yeah, no. 4 is the max.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Hassan.
No problem, Lord Kirk. I thought that was Austin for a second. I was shook he was bald. Yeah, it is Austin. He actually wears a hair cap. He wears a rug on his head. He's actually bald IRL in real life. That's true. No, I don't have a zit patch, man. Just get in here. No one can see the fucking zit.
Okay. So I've heard about McNally.
Randy McNally, Lieutenant.
Because him and I liked the same photo. So I was like, holy shit, what are you doing here, Lieutenant? You know what I mean? So, and turns out I'm curious what his defense is because
his original defense was that like he
likes to support everybody.
He likes it and he likes it, you know, that kind of thing. He was like, I see something I like and then I like it.
Okay, I'll be honest. I hooked up with Lieutenant Governor McNally. I
thought he would have said you're not his type. I thought you would have said he's not your type.
Well, he paid me a lot of money, so what am I going to say?
Okay,
to that?
all right.
You know
I mean? Initially, I was not very kind to that community. As I learned some things and met some people in that community, I realized that they're still individuals and they still have value.
In a legislative session dominated by
they're
bills
still
outlawing
human
drag shows in public places and targeting gender care for the trans community, Tennessee Lieutenant Governor Randy McNally finds himself facing accusations of hypocrisy after a progressive site unearthed his social media interactions with a 20-year-old gay model.
Oh, Kirk's here, by the way.
Wait, what is the question?
Yeah,
Did this guy get busted for something?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I think I saw this on Twitter.
Yeah.
He was like liking somebody's thing on accident.
Yeah, no, not on accident. No, very brazenly and very openly. He liked this femboy's post about like how he likes to suck dick for weed and how he's not a whore but a hoe, that sort of thing.
Okay.
And he would write underneath posts like all thirst traps. He would write underneath like multiple, like you go, using his stage name, implying that he knew that because he was like a gay performer too. Yeah. He even went so far as to like and show support for a trans performer who was, I believe, doing burlesque.
Yeah.
So that kind of thing. Let's continue. Yeah.
Among them, provocative posts that were liked by the 79-year-old Republican, including one where the young man doesn't appear to be wearing clothes.
When people see these posts, what should they take away from them?
Well, I don't know that they should.
Bro, he is so red. It's like heart disease has become him. He has become heart disease. Like, it's absolutely insane what he looks like. Like, he is so red. He's melting. That shirt is like 8 sizes too small. Notice how there's a rise in gay Republicans after Mother George Santos joined Congress. I mean, I think this guy was gay way before George Santos, but yeah, maybe he found a way to be true to himself now.
That is
What?
His blood pressure's through the roof.
Yeah.
He looks like he's got a suntan.
In an exclusive interview, McNally described how he befriended the young man first on Facebook, then on Instagram. Among the posts, this close-up of the young man's backside, McNally responded with 3 red hearts and 3 on-fire emojis.
Said, Finn, you can turn a rainy day into rainbows and sunshine.
Into rainbows and sunshine.
Which is like the gayest thing you can write underneath an account like this. Like, dude, just... It's in some respects gayer than just being like, I want to suck your dick hoe.
Yeah, I mean,
I want to suck the skin off your dick.
I mean, he's simping in the comment section. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like he's not even playing it cool. Like he's too available. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
exactly.
he's way too
He's
available.
like you. He's like
Are you
too
kidding
horny.
me? I'm not that
do
horny.
you play it cool?
I play it totally cool. I may play it horny online, like right here, but like, yo, I'm playing it cool. I'm a selfish top, okay? You know, which I learned is working to my advantage.
Okay, after this is said and done, I want you to come up with numerous ways for Randy McNally to improve his riz in
gay riz.
Yeah, gay riz. Just think about that right
Okay.
now. Write
All
it down in your
right.
mind,
Okay.
and then I'm going to ask you.
Well, I
okay?
need okay, I got it. I'm thinking.
All right. If you send me the anti-gay Nazi story one more fucking time while I'm covering like literally like just a little bit of funniness in this world of cruelty, I'm going to put you on a fucking spaceship to Gay Island, okay? And it's going to be population you on the gay planet. It's unsustainable for anyone else. Shut the fuck up, Apollo Noir. I know you're an Ohio chatter. It's like every time there's an Ohio mention, you got to be like, please look at the Nazis in Ohio that are protesting the gay pride, or not the gay pride, the fucking the drag power hour. Stop.
Knock it off. You hear me? Austin's
Enough.
here. Uncle Austin is here. It's enough. Okay. You
God
listen
damn.
to Daddy, okay?
Okay, let's continue. Look at this. Anti-gay open Nazis in Ohio is another not-so-funny side of this conversation and why I'm okay with shaming these malicious people out of existing. Yeah, I know. I'm familiar with the story, okay? Calm down. You've been spamming the link nonstop.
You know, I try to encourage people with posts and try to, help them if I can.
Were you trying to help this young man in some sort of way?
Just basically.
Yeah, he wanted to help him.
He's either crying or sweating. What is it?
He looks like he wants to help him, dude. He's both. He's crying tears of joy thinking about how much he's helped this gay man with his
what's his take? Is he trying to say that he's like trying to help a gay man, a gay twink?
I think like his PR team which is non-existent. Like, this is a PR team run by nephews. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
Like, because, what the fuck do they know about PR in Tennessee? He just like hired a bunch of his nephews and they're like, yeah, just say that like, I don't fucking know that you were trying to help this guy.
I think it was something along the lines of we Governor McNally doesn't see like sexuality or whatever, and he loves all people, but then simultaneously passing anti-gay laws, right? Is that
Yeah,
what's
I
going
think
on?
like at
Is
first
that
he
the
was
issue
just
here?
horny, and he like very openly said, literally the first PR thing that they sent out literally said, "I will never stop my social media activity." Like he just
said he's going to continue on his. That's why he needs advice from me.
Yeah.
To improve his riz.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's laying it on a little too thick. Nobody wants a pick-me girl. Nobody wants someone who's like so available.
Is he got money? He's going to need it. I'm going to tell you that much.
Yeah. So we're gonna continue with this. Just keep
That's part of. That's a little teaser.
Looking to pick up his twink riz?
Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
Basically trying to encourage him.
There was also this post where the man said he was, quote, not a whore, but a hoe. One is a slut, the other is a prostitute, adding, I'm the one that gets free weed for giving, then a reference to a sexual act. And it was liked by Lieutenant Governor McNally.
Yeah. I don't know that, a lot of times on people's posts, you see the name and you see what they've written and you just press the button that says like.
So you didn't read that post?
I don't recall reading the part about the weed. I know that.
Oh, that was...
Wait, that's the part? That's the part he had an issue with? That's the part he had issue with.
Oh, yes. Oh, my God. This is awesome. This is so
awesome.
fucking awesome.
That is awesome. I love that shit.
He's going to have to improve that. Twinks love weed, right?
Not the marijuana.
No, it's just like that's the. I love that. That's the only part of the issue. Like, oh, it's weed, not the sexual acts for favor. I mean, I would like him. I wish he wasn't asking for weed, but instead asking for a nice cup of Joe for sexual favors. In which case, I would give him a cup of Joe. You know. This man looks like he is full of metabolized homophobia. Yeah.
Well, what about the prostitute?
I might have read that.
In that
might have read that.
Oh!
Wow, he's admitting it.
Why? He didn't have to admit any part of this.
He could have just said I didn't. He could have
Bro,
pulled the Trump.
He could have just said I was
Trump
hacked.
would have denied everything.
He could have said I have great grandchildren. I don't know what the fuck any of this shit is.
No,
I'm old.
He could have put it on somebody else. He could have put it on. He could have hired somebody he could have made up a gay intern that he had that was in control of his account, liking the posts. That's what I would have done if I were homophobic and 79 years old.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy.
I would have lied out my ass. You're 79. You're on your way out. You've had a good streak of being homophobic. Why stop now? You know
I gotta
what I mean?
run
You're
this
on your
back.
way.
I gotta run this back. I love him just not even fucking flinching on that. Yeah, I saw the prostitution thing. It was literally the weed that he had an issue with.
But what about the prostitute?
I might have read that.
In that case, was it appropriate to like the comment?
Probably not. Probably not.
Then we came to a moment in our interview that could not be avoided. I need to ask the question that people are suggesting.
Are you gay? That's the question.
I don't.
It's got to be the question.
No, like look,
they're gonna
listen,
ask him.
They can't. I mean, he can't say yes, right? I haven't seen this interview yet, but like as far as avoidance goes, the top of the hour comes to mind. And I'm gonna put a 3-minute ad break here, and if you want to know what Randy McNally's answer is, sorry, you're gonna have to subscribe for $5 or for free, or be from one of the territories where Twitch doesn't serve you fucking ads. You know what I mean? Because at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. And that way you will get to see this part and all other parts, as a matter of fact, in an uninterrupted capacity. Gauge against the machine. Thank you for the 5 get the subs. Spreading the love, allowing people to no longer see the ads.
I have your jewelry, by the way. I'm returning.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for returning my jewelry.
Oh, and
I have your ring, too, by the way.
Yeah, thank you. No, I see. I see that.
You are, sir.
Thank you for bringing my jewelry back. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Naruto AMV from 2007. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Akabidi. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Vias, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. And Big Boy Gamerman, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I already ran the ad break.
Respond to it. Have you ever had any personal relationship with this young man?
No.
You've never met him in person?
No. Never have.
In fact,
he's just, I'm an admirer. Oh my God, what a photo. I'm an admirer from afar. I don't know why they
You found other LGBTQ-related posts liked by Tennessee's lieutenant governor, who says he's gotten to know members of that community, including some from his own family, and that he's tried to be more affirming of their.
This is literally a trans drag performer, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's like a trans performer. And this photo sequence that he liked, as a matter of fact, and commented under, saying he was like, "You are so beautiful," something like that. Literally features her, features like a video of like someone doing burlesque. I remember seeing it. Top of the hour bot gave that an 8.04. Let's go.
Identities. He also notes that he has spoken out against some legislation pushed by his Republican colleagues. Does this affect your ability to lead?
I hope not. And
is this like a
I've
Tennessee
had some of my
news
colleagues
station?
Yeah.
Say that they're supportive.
God damn.
Of Republican.
Reminds me of the Key and Peele skit.
Bro, this guy literally went from he is like one femboy at a time. He has like changed his entire attitude. It seems like it's like at the age of like 79 or however old he is, he's like turning into a convert who will defend fucking LGBT rights.
Democrat. And
I mean, put your pen to paper, McNally.
Does this affect your ability to lead?
I hope not. And I've had some of my colleagues say that they're supportive, both Republican and Democrat, and I'm really, really sorry if I've
sorry for what?
Embarrassed my family, embarrassed my friends, embarrassed any of the members of the legislature with the post. It was not my intent to, and not my intent to hurt.
Why are
them.
you apologizing to your family? Apologize for the.
In the end, the Tennessee Senate
apologize to your
chooses the
homophobic
lieutenant
governor.
governor,
How about that?
A title that senators
That's you
can
apologize.
also take.
You know what I mean? Like, why is he apologizing to his family for like, you know what I mean? For doing something, you know, that he's clearly got something.
Apologize to the gay community.
Exactly. The LGBTQ.
Apologize to Austin.
You apologize to
not
me.
not because you're homophobic, but because you've been stealing all the Tennessee
That's
femboys away from him.
Literally, I have not. He has taken over the entire state of Tennessee, and I have not had any. There's been zero twinks from Tennessee, and now I know why. Governor Randy McNally has been using his leverage as a
famous politician in the state of Tennessee.
In the state of Tennessee.
To go after all the twinks. He's locked down all the twinks.
I mean,
in
he's
the
got
state.
look, I've got Austin Show, whatever, and he's got the Koch brothers. How am I supposed to fucking compete with that? You know what I mean? I can't compete. He's got lobbyists. I can't compete with that shit.
Go win. Have you thought about resigning?
I think that's really up to the members of the Senate. I would serve at their pleasure, and it would be up there, my boss.
Phil Williams, News Channel 5 investigates.
Bill Liggums?
There is no doubt that Lieutenant Governor McNally is extremely active on social media, often offering positive comments about people's families, latest achievements, as well as birthdays and anniversaries. He tells Phil if there's any lesson for him, he needs to be a lot more careful with what he posts and how those posts might be perceived.
Okay. Austin.
Liggums to me.
We saw some of my man's takes as he was being horny on the timeline. And if you know anything, I mean, this is universal. You can't be too horny on the timeline if you want to secure a femboy, okay? A twink or a femboy. You can't be horny on main. You are horny on main, but then again, you're in a target-rich environment as a social media guy.
There's a difference. There's being horny on main.
You kind of go with the prezzo thing where it's just like, I'm gay, by the way. You know, like you just like that's a punchline always.
But here's the thing.
I'm saying you're a one-trick pony.
Oh, you think I'm a one-trick pony?
Yeah.
All right. Well.
Okay, but anyway,
that one-trick pony, you keep asking this one-trick pony to come back. So
that's true.
That trick works.
Well, it's because I'm homophobic. Because I'm homophobic, and it's a good demonstration to bring you up.
Yeah, one trick pony. Hey, you know what? That's just me. Whatever. That one trick pony.
Okay.
Nobody loves me.
What? Oh, you
Yes, I'm
gotta
just
stop. This
nothing.
is like new
Just
shit
nothing.
that you're
Nobody
doing.
likes me anyway.
This is.
still
I don't
have
like
Kirk.
this new thing that you're
Kirk
doing.
does this. He does. I'll get pissed at me. He'll be like, "Yeah, nobody fucking loves me anyway." I guess
I'm
I'm
just
just.
stupid and ugly and dumb.
Yeah.
You gotta move the microphone to Kirk if
Okay.
you want him to be heard when he says stuff.
Okay, cool.
Oh,
So, what was I saying? Oh yeah, okay. There's different. Being horny on Maine is different than like being sexual on Maine. Two different things. Horny on Maine is you're like replying to everybody, doing the McNally thing, and then there's sexual on Maine where you're just like blasting pictures of your abs and blasting general tweets out about how you like certain things. Right? I think that you won't. You don't see me. Actually, you do. You know what? Maybe I need to have an intervention. Maybe I'm too horny. You know.
I mean,
You're-
hey,
you're
if it works,
absolutely
it
right.
works. But
I could give him some tips. I do think that twinks or anybody in general, I think generally speaking, making yourself very available is not a turn on, especially on social media when they have a million comments like that.
So what could he do? What could Randy McNally do to improve his metrics? What could he do to get access to some of these twinks?
I am going to be honest and very rude, unfortunately.
Okay.
Mr. Senator is 80 years old. With all due respect, sir, you're going to have to pay a lot of money.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, sir, you're going to hell.
No.
No.
Dude, I was gonna say, you should just come out to the community and say, "This is what I support," and then you'll get more of the votes, right?
No, he won't.
No, he's in Tennessee, bro.
He's in Tennessee. Yeah, you live in Tennessee.
Yeah,
you know
I
that's not
but
gonna fucking
I
work.
stand, so you know.
Yeah, I know, but it's just not gonna work. It's not gonna work in Tennessee. He should.
Okay, I'm going to show you.
Some
I'm going to show
hateful.
you some of the photos, and then I want you to what would you say under what would you say under this photo?
No, but here's the
this
thing
is one
Hassan.
photo. This is a photo from
Right.
Franklin Superstar. The caption is, "Really, I don't care." He wrote heart, 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 fire, 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 and then he said Finn, which is his stage name, by the way. You can turn a rainy day into rainbows and sunshine. 298 likes.
I'll be honest. I think the first comment wasn't as bad. He should have removed the hearts and just added a fire emoji. Left it at that. The other one is where he crossed the line. Finn, you can turn a rainy day into rainbows and sunshine. It's not 1945 anymore, okay?
Okay.
Those sorts of pickup lines don't fucking work. They make you seem 80, okay? He needs to reel it in. Heart, no hearts, just a fire emoji maximum, okay? Hearts is too aggressive.
Okay, so he went a little too far.
For sure.
Here's a response from the femboy, or not femboy, from the twink, to everything that's
He's
going
just
on.
the twink now.
Yeah.
Franklin McClure. You know, who doesn't want attention? It feels so good to be known. McClure, who goes by Franklin Superstar on Instagram, says the lieutenant governor started communicating with him 3 years ago.
Here it is. Here's another Franklin Superstar post. I FaceTimed the guy I love today. Everyone hate on him in the comments so that he knows he sucks. Now, this is he's expressing emotional vulnerability here. This is like an opportunity for someone like Lieutenant Governor McNally to strike. He says, he is not a good-for-nothing man. He is very talented and a very empathetic person. Wait.
Now, here's the deal.
Wait, who is he talking about?
I think FaceTime, he must be replying to another comment. He sucks for real. That's what he's replying to. He's replying to that. He's
No,
not
I don't
a
think
good
so.
No, that's what he's replying to.
No, it would show up as a reply then.
Well,
also, he's 17 here, by the way. This is illegal now.
Oh, boy. Well, then the answer here is just don't comment on the post.
Yeah.
When he was 17 years old. McClure was clear that it was nothing more than an occasional compliment.
I
on a
mean, bro,
photo
you write
or
the
a
laws,
direct message.
dude. Come on. How do you fuck that one up?
I mean, first of all,
you know this is the law. Like, come on, what are you doing?
No, the unique part about this process is the fact that he's publicly commenting on a hot young twink, not in this circumstance. I'm saying in general. Because he's
wait, is the Tennessee law different?
No. The unique part is not.
I mean, it is Tennessee. I didn't know.
The fact that he is the fact that he's replying to a 17-year-old is
cup.
Yeah, that's fire.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
The uniqueness is not that he is trying to rizz up a 17-year-old, is what I was going to say. That's like very normal for Tennessee, for most people, I think, in general. But like that is the meta.
That is no shot.
Okay, Zoe, I don't know what you want for me to do in this particular situation. Please. I don't know what you want for me to do in this situation. Like,
Zoe's
please,
just exciting. Now,
please,
come on, let's not
no,
look at
it's not. No, this is about something entirely different. This is about the previous story that we were covering. I don't know what you want.
They're just on mobile. It takes like...
No, they have been spamming nonstop. Please stop spamming in the chat, please.
All right.
Chat, don't make fun of the person, okay? They lost a friend. Calm down. But Zoe, I don't know what you want from me in this particular instance, okay? I'm sorry about your loss. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about your friend. Please. I didn't want to like quietly ban you or anything and get you upset, so I'm responding to you personally, okay? All right.
So, okay, so this one is just like, I don't even know what you would say here because I don't think you would respond.
All right. So, yeah, he said he's not a good-for-nothing man. I'm a little confused, getting back to this story. I'm a little confused because, like, I FaceTimed the guy I love today. He says he's not a good-for-nothing man. He's a very talented and empathetic person. Who's, like, does Lieutenant Governor McNally know the man? Is Lieutenant Governor McNally the man that he's talking about? Like, what's going on here?
If you can be kind to a 20-year-old guy posting his butt, he can be kind enough to not help pass a bill that hurts anyone like me.
I'm not against.
Oh my God. Oh, man, that was awesome.
Yeah.
That was so great. Wow. I'm gonna go follow him after that. That was
those individuals, and I just try to encourage and support individuals that I know.
Yeah. This photo, he said, super look, Finn, and then clapping emoji.
In a separate comment.
It seems like Finn might be a Grey Wolf, by the way, Turkish Ultra Nationalist Party of Grey Wolves. He's throwing up the wolf hand signal. That's interesting. Maybe he's a Chapo fan. Who knows? But anyway, he says, super look, Finn, and then clapping emoji in December 13th, 2022. What would you say to this?
I would say, first of all, super look. He's not wearing any clothes, Lieutenant. Like that, like he's wearing like.
What would you say?
What would I say?
What would you say in this? Would you even write a comment?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't write a comment on most of these photos. I don't comment on photos. The true thing here is you don't comment on the photos. You like the photos. Okay, you like the photos. You don't comment on the photos. You like the photos. That's what you do. That's how you show.
Just a little way to say I'm here.
I'm here. I appreciate it. Sometimes you could throw a heart emoji in a response to a nice photo in a story, right? If you're really interested. Sometimes you just hit it with a heart, say I'm here, you know what I mean, on the story, you know what I mean, story react. But I really don't think you should even comment on hot pictures if your intention is news channel. You know what I mean? That's
okay. Bussy Angel says, I saw Austin comment, mashallah, on a thirst trap before.
Yeah, I did. What's wrong with that?
What? So you do actually?
Every once in a while I do.
Uh-huh. Whose thirst trap was it?
I forget. They're going to find it.
Also, Bussy Angel monitors your social media like the fucking federal government.
I know.
Holy shit.
They're going to find the tweet that I said mashallah to, and it's going to be embarrassing, and that's okay.
Okay. All right. Well, so you're saying it's okay when I do it, but when Lieutenant Governor of Tennessee Randy McNally does it, then it's unacceptable.
Yeah, he's 80.
Okay, got it. So you're
a problematic age gap. Okay.
So, I mean, yeah, it's literally illegal, I think.
Oh, is this guy 17 at the time?
He was maybe not 17 here, but
McClure says the support didn't stop.
Find it? What did
compliments
I
on
respond
Instagram.
To? It was probably from one of my straight friends. Hold on, let me look. It's probably in Hoscord. Where is it? Come on.
Is it? Let's see.
Oh, God. What did I do? Hold on. Is it? No, there's no embeds. Look, there's nothing wrong with fucking following twinks on OnlyFans, all right? Embeds are off. That's the problem.
Okay, so where is it? Someone link it in here.
One sec. Hold on.
Oh, it was Foolish Gamers.
Oh, that's... Yeah, come on. That's not even the same fucking thing.
Foolish Gamers is a twink
That's
as well.
not fucking any... That's... Come on.
You saw this and you said, mashallah.
Yeah,
okay.
what's wrong with that? That's different. That's completely different.
And then he literally said, I don't know how to respond to this.
Yeah, I look, okay.
Foolish Gamers got you so horned up.
No,
you started
I
speaking
just said
Arabic.
Mashallah. I mean, mashallah is a great way to describe something that only was invented. Look, quit putting me in the fucking same category as Lieutenant McNally. Okay,
You are not as homophobic openly. You should hear the things that he says behind closed doors.
Yeah.
But you are in the same age group.
As fucking McNally?
I mean, what do you mean?
Brother,
you're
come
a gay,
on now.
You're a gay man who's, how old are you now? 31?
No, I'm 28.
Oh my, okay.
You're fucking 35.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay?
But I am not chasing twinks on the timeline.
Yeah, I know. You're just fucking chasing fucking models, okay?
Twinks are chasing me.
Yeah, twinks are chasing you.
That's
and
the difference.
Me, by the way. Okay, don't flatter yourself.
And I'll just say it like this: 28 in gay years. I mean,
okay, look, Hassan, you can't even talk shit. I will get a fucking alert on my fucking Twitter said Hassan liked, and it's some fucking model on like a beach in Mexico with her boobies and everything out.
Yeah. The difference is I'm not being horny.
No,
I'm supporting
look,
friends.
Mashallah is me supporting Foolish.
Oh, okay.
Everybody knows Foolish isn't my type. Okay, everybody knows that. Even Foolish knows.
Oh, if Foolish isn't your type. Who is your type if Foolish is not your type?
Look, Foolish is a great-looking guy. We had this discussion, and look, it's not going to happen. He really wants it, but he does not. He really wants it, but I can't let it happen.
What about Blau?
Oh, now that I can let happen.
Okay. All right, let's see.
It was
That
a
needs to
cool
happen,
opportunity that I had that the lieutenant governor was commenting on my stuff. So I was just asking if
I like that he just is almost always naked, by the way.
Yeah,
like
I
he's
know,
doing an interview with Action 5 News, and he just like straight posted up with the most amount of jewelry, which took a lot more effort than putting a fucking shirt on. I really respect that. Like how hot is Tennessee right now, chat? This is just happening this week. Is it that hot? Isn't it like fucking 40
It's been pretty cold in Tennessee.
Yeah, I was going to say it's like 40 to 50 degrees, no?
I mean, this is great promotion for whatever he's got going on.
It's 50 in Nashville. That's wild that it's 50 degrees in Nashville and he's just like, you know, straight up posted in the same like underwear and that's it.
if there was like any open positions to help him in the office of any kind.
A job in Tennessee state government that McClure says he knew he wasn't qualified for, but one McNally seemed excited about.
He was very willing to help me out, which, you know, that was a nice, I was like, okay, thank you.
We reached out to Lieutenant
He's great. He's funny as fuck.
Governor McNally's office for a comment,
We
and they
need to
didn't
invite
immediately
that
get back
guy
to
on the
us.
Hasanabi
In
podcast.
Memphis, I'm Walter Murphy, Action News 5.
Now, McNally's office did respond to Walter when he initially reached out last night, saying of McNally's comments, quote, does he always use the proper emoji at the proper time? Maybe not. But he enjoys interacting with constituents and Tennesseans of all religions, backgrounds, and orientations on social media. He has no intention of stopping.
That's my favorite part. He's like, oh, you'll never stop me.
He's like, Lieutenant Governor McNally loves to frequently interact on a lot of the applications like Twitter, Instagram, and Grindr.
Yeah, he said,
He likes to get to know his constituents, even those that may not display their head and just the bottom part of their torso.
I love that he stood by. He's a principled man. He's
He really is. I do appreciate that.
I won't stop the anti-LGBT legislation, but I also won't stop horny posting. It's so good. Yeah, he loves getting to know his constituents in and out. Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, grassroots support's more like ass roots supports.
Absolutely.
All right. He's not going to stop because neither is the posting.
That's right.
All
Okay,
right.
I gotta go to a lunch.
Oh wow. Okay.
Or actually, it's dinner time.
Well, it is. Well,
But that was a good segue. Right?
You are a geriatric man who eats dinner at 5. Yes.
No, wait, hold on. Wait, what time are you?
That's like early bird special.
Would you quit? It's a cultural thing.
Are you hitting the early bird special?
No, it's a cultural thing. We're going to a pre-drink. We're going to drink. I'm going to the Abbey. I'm going to get fucked up. Okay?
Wait, really?
No, I'm
You
not.
have a
doing that.
problem, bro.
No, I'm not. I'm not going to the
You're
Abbey.
like Lieutenant Governor
promise.
Randy McNally.
Yeah. McNally and I are going to the Abbey.
He's gonna go hit on some twinks, folks. Let me tell you. Gotta stop it, folks.
Yeah, unstoppable.
All
right.
All right. I'll see you soon.
Thank you,
for
Lord.
having us, Hassan.
Thank you, Lord Kurt,
Hi,
for coming
everybody.
on. Thank you, Austin.
Much love, Hassan stream.
All right.
Sir, for having us.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for bringing back my jewelry.
Sir. And see you soon on the next podcast.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hell yeah. All right. Well, next week is when we're filming the next episode, so we film weekly, Austin. Check this out. I like to get to know my constituents inside and out. I know, I already read that in the chat when someone else made that joke. This is another interview he conducted, it turns, a newer one that he conducted about his interest.
News Channel 5 Network. This is Inside Politics.
I got to pee first.
Hello, everyone. I'm News Channel 5's political analyst Pat Nolan. Welcome to Inside Politics. As the 113th Tennessee General Assembly charges deeper into March, the activity level continues to grow on Capitol Hill. Of course, that also means the debate and controversy over a number of bills also continues to grow. The person who presides over one of the legislative chambers is Tennessee State Senate Lieutenant Governor Randy McNally. Every year, we are honored to have him join us on Inside Politics to share his insights and wisdom on what's going on in the legislature and what's lies ahead in the rest of the session. Mr. Speaker, welcome back to the program.
Thank you, Pat. Appreciate it.
You were scheduled to be here a couple of weeks ago, but on the day you were going to be here, you suffered some heart irregularities and didn't feel well and wound up being hospitalized. You had a heart pacemaker installed.
Right.
Thank God you look so well now. But how concerned were you when you first started having these symptoms?
Well, the only symptoms I actually had were I felt tired, lethargic, and I did get a warning on my watch. It was an Apple Watch, and it said low heart rate, and I didn't pay any attention to it the first time or the second time. And when I did it the third time, I had Speaker Hale come up and preside, and I went with Dr. Briggs across the hall, and he checked my pulse and my
Nice to have a doctor
hands.
in the Senate.
Yeah, it was a curbside consult. He said I needed to get to a hospital right away and get a EKG. So I did that, and everything turned out fine. I feel good now, and feel a lot better. The tiredness is kind of gone.
Especially this time of year, you have a very stressful job. Are you having to make any other changes in your schedule or your lifestyle to stay in good health?
No, they actually did a stress EKG, and from that they said, my arteries and that go to the heart and feed the muscle.
By the way, I'm not even kidding. He did have a heart issue. I nailed it. But that's like, I mean, that I guess is not really surprising because, he is in the age group and he is an American and he is a conservative. So it's like, all beef, baby. Yeah, he had a heart issue, a raging heart on. Got him.
Muscle of the heart, we're in good shape.
One thing that may be giving you a little bit more stress in the last 48 hours is there's a growing controversy over some of the comments and emojis you put up on some rather racy photos. I think mostly on Instagram, maybe some on Facebook as well. Someone posted, someone posted on Instagram, friend of yours, all these others were friends of yours as well. There are people who now think, in light of your support for votes for several new laws that seem to be targeted, they think, to hurt the LGBTQ community, that your online comments and emojis are rather hypocritical because you've been such a strong supporter of those two bills.
Well, I'm not anti-gay, and I have supported some bills, and I have opposed some.
I love LGQ is like no bi visibility.
Bill.
So you're not a hypocrite. That's what they think. They think you're being hypocritical.
No, there's certain things and certain parameters, I think, that the state needs to look at and enforce. But as far as people, I enjoy, talking.
Maybe he's also of the Hasanabi mindset where he believes that the B is for bald, and he's engaging in bald erasure, which also makes sense because look at this man's hairline. For like, honestly, for all intents and purposes, everything going on, it's just like it does seem like he has a good hairline,
Talking to people and meeting people and try to encourage people and support people.
Your office has issued a statement that indicates that they said in this statement, all this controversy seems to be in the mind of left-wing operatives who are pushing this story. Your statement says there's nothing sinister or inappropriate about your social media activities. You are a great-grandfather and a prolific social media commentator, and you have no intention of stopping to do that. But the statement also indicated that sometimes you might not always use the proper emoji. Are you going to change that? What are the changes are you going to make about your online behavior?
I think I will. I thought the emojis were, when you click on some of them, that they mean that, you like something. You like the person and not necessarily what they're doing in the picture. And I'll probably not use them. And I was clicking on a lot of things real fast without paying a lot of attention to what was. I just knew who it was from, and would hit the button.
One other question in this area: there may be some people that have been longtime supporters, even voters of yours, who have straight sexual preferences. What do you say to those folks who've now seen or heard about this controversy, who may now have some doubts in their mind as to exactly what kind of lifestyle you have?
Well, first of all, my lifestyle hasn't changed. I'm married, happily married, and have 2 children and 3 grandchildren, and I've enjoyed that type of lifestyle. But I do have friends that are gay. I do have friends that are, and relatives that are gay, and I respect them as people, and you can, if you keep your mind open, you can learn from different.
Dude, it's crazy. Like, he is literally, oh God, it's so interesting to think that, like, whenever I say like American politics is a sea of contradictions, you know what I mean? Like, this is one of those instances where you do have yet another fucking guy who's like understanding, open-minded, you know what I mean? And yet simultaneously, still very much turning a blind eye to an infinite amount of anti-gay legislation that is like harming the very same people that's like, oh yeah, well, the gay people are good, but also I don't want them to have all rights, don't be crazy now.
From people, and you can understand a little bit about their why they are why they do what they do.
This controversy came into spotlight in the wake of the passage of the House of 2 bills. One that basically bans gender-affirming surgery or health care for anyone under 18. Another bill that had a lot to do with banning, in some circumstances, drag shows, particularly those that are held in public or those held in, also held for those under 18 years old. at least in terms of the gender affirming legislation, that seems to impact so few people. And this, by the way, the ban is even with parental consent. Why does the legislature feel it's so important to pass this as almost the first major piece of legislation that's been sent to the governor for his signature, and he has signed it?
He has. And the one bill about surgery, I was not there. That was the day I had to leave. And was not there for the vote on it.
Is there a chance you might not have signed? You might not have voted for it?
I would have looked at it, have paid a little bit more attention to it. And the second one, I had some concerns, but the way it was actually amended, the way it came through the Senate, it only affected the drag person, I guess you'd call them, or a person in drag, when there were minors present and they were appealing to the pure interests of individuals, and that's the way we have it set.
Lol, I'm only 85% anti-gay.
Set up.
Is he R-worded? Yes, he is. He's a Republican. That's what you're referencing, right? Like Republican worded? Yeah.
Clubs and other things.
This new drag bill legislation, now law, it will take effect on April 1st. That's about the time that the gay pride parades and other activities like that begin during the spring. Is that one of the reasons this is being done, to either stop or curtail a lot of these gay pride activities?
I don't know if it was done in conjunction for that. I know that there were some activities in which there was some touching going on, and that was by minors, and I think that's what spurred the...
Dude, all of this literally happens in the minds of conservatives. I know that, like, it's a bit of a meme, but it literally is, like, it's just crazy that, like, conservatives are the only people that just, like, straight up fantasize about, like, trans people doing stuff all the fucking time because they got trans on the mind nonstop, okay? They're literally constantly thinking about what trans people are doing and what they're not even doing. You know what I mean? Half the time it's just shit that they are not even doing. And then they're writing, like, legislation. They're writing legislation surrounding things that trans people aren't even doing, with real life implications about what trans people could do, like exist in public. Because the anti-drag bans, where you can't be, like, doing drag around a minor, is not about, like, actual drag performance. He said there was an incident where there was touching between a minor and a trans person. There's no fantasy that we're making up. What are you talking about? Brother, if a trans person touched a minor, that is illegal, not because the person is trans. That's just illegal. I know you're probably a conservative and have a hard time recognizing this, but, like, there are age of consent laws, and that's where, if you are talking about it in the way that, like, a trans person, let's say, like, sexually assaulted a minor or something, that's illegal, not because they're trans, you fucking idiot. I don't know why Republicans literally are more upset about the trans part than the statutory part. You know? It's so weird. Specifically when you think about this guy literally writing horny posting underneath a minor's, like, Instagram posts. Like, he himself was horny posting under a 17-year-old twink's, like, Instagram post. The fuck do you mean? No, the person wasn't 20 at the time. It was 3 years ago. They were 17 when he first started writing comments underneath his profile. Stop saying 20. He was 17 when he first started reaching out and, like, liking the dude's posts. Oh, Now, city restricts borough pride org from hosting future events on public property. The type of drag shows is not acceptable on property where kids are present. I saw the videos and couldn't believe people would have kids at a show like what was conducted. The group is welcome to have it wherever they want. They conduct on private property, but parks and recreation property was not designed for these types of uses. It's not about a group or organization, but about what's acceptable. This is yet another one of these like fucking right-wing psychotic freaks. Cuban-American Robbie Starbuck, who apparently follows me, posted about it.
All right, if it's something you're going to want to see.
Something you're going to want to see, dude. You're going to want to see this shit. I'm saying it's an occurrence that actually happened, not that that's why it's wrong. You have no train of thought. I was responding to you saying they're imagining that happening, not that that is why this law should be passed. Brother, there are literally an entire arena full of people here. You are a gray name, and the first thing you ever wrote in the chat unironically sounds exactly like what a lot of people who defend anti-trans legislation would write. You came in hot, contentious, and expected me to like understand the background of what you had to say. How can I be charitable to you when you have not demonstrated an ounce of charitability in this circumstance, or even utilized everything you could have used in this situation? You could have literally written out exactly what you wanted to say, okay? But instead, you wanted to go for the fucking stupid thing and just basically come across identical to anti-trans weirdos. And now you're upset that you got fucking called out. Write better. You have every opportunity to take the time out and say exactly what you fucking mean, okay? So dumb. You have no train of thought. No, I just don't care about you. Like, I don't know anything about you. I'm sorry if that comes across as insensitive. There are plenty of chatters who I at least understand the background on, and when they're derailing the conversation, I yell at them too. But like, you're a random gray name who just came in, and the first thing you wanted to do was try and like quote unquote own me in a way that is like identical to how like a Matt Walsh fan would. So of course I'm gonna fucking respond kindly. I'm gonna give you back exactly the energy that you put in. Thinking that like I know anything about you, your background, and all the information that you're working with or context is so silly when you're fucking writing something in the chat in front of 31,000 other people. You know? Please. The expectation is kind of silly. A gray name is a newbie in the chat. Usually, Chatterino automatically assigns like gray as a color when someone is new in the chat. So that's where that comes from. That's why we say gray names. It just means you haven't chosen a Twitch color. Because you are often biased in what sources you use, to be honest. Watch the USA response to Saudi-Iran deal. This guy's been spamming this all day. You are often biased in what sources you use, to be honest. Yeah, I do, actually. I am incredibly biased in the sources I use because I often use right-wing sources. Like, I don't know if you're new here. I don't know if you're unfamiliar, but like the overwhelming majority of sources that I actually use is right-wing news sources. So, yeah, they are very biased. I mean, there is no such thing as an unbiased news source anyway. So, yeah, I do mention the biases behind CNN, as a matter of fact, when I cover CNN. You responded to one gray name and now they're all coming out? Yes, because here's the reality. It's not necessarily about having a good faith conversation. It's not about someone who is like genuinely confused or interested in learning or changing their mind about something. It's mostly just about this desperation that people feel in their hearts. They want to be recognized. They like this as a they want to use the democratic process that we have here for chatting They want to use the democratic process we have for chatting, which I have, an open line of communication. They want to use it for their own narcissistic desires. That's it. Not everyone does this. A lot of people utilize it for good. They fucking shoot the shit. They come up with like funny links or anything like that, or you know, clever jokes, things of that nature. But then some people don't want to do that. They want to fucking come in with a just curious ass take just to fucking derail the conversation and have everyone have themselves be the center of attention. And that also comes along with like some fucking baggage too. And then they get really mad. They're like, oh, everyone's yelling at me, which I don't like when people do that either. But you know, you're begging for that attention. So don't get so mad when you get it.
They're being like, oh, well, I want a virgin. Why? Like, why do you want to?
Because men are attracted to sexual purity.
Isn't that kind of like sickening if you think about it?
How is that sickening?
Because it's romanticizing pedophilia.
What?
But they're not kids. They're not kids. They're not children.
We're talking about adult women. You can be sexually pure, and that can mean either not being promiscuous or
when
it could be
you think of like the most pure thing is you think of children, innocence.
We're talking about adult relationships.
So this is one of those very unique instances where like the whatever guy is not like entirely and objectively wrong, because in most circumstances he is, right? He always is wrong. The whatever, this is the name of the show. In most circumstances, like that guy is like absolutely in the wrong, okay? And the girls that he carefully picks are also like being silly billies, so he can like look better to his audience, even though he's still always in the wrong. But the lady in this circumstance is also not entirely incorrect. The purity concept does come from like someone who is untarnished. Okay, untarnished, untouched. But no, I don't think that like I don't think that a woman being a virgin in her adult age makes them a childlike. Okay, I'm sorry. I think that the liberal radlib discourse on this, fucking makes me so mad. And this is one community that like genuinely people get super fucking annoying on, especially because like every time this conversation comes up, it's like, are small women actually children? Like that's what this Discord deviates towards, and it's very stupid. Now, these guys take 100% take an 18-year-old virgin and a 30-year-old virgin. Don't be silly. Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's you can make that assertion. But as long as the conversation revolves around like simply just the boundaries of virginity, then it's kind of weird. Especially weird that we have motherfucking people in this chat who are full-ass adult virgins. Okay? I would have to see what is going on here. I would need to see more context in this circumstance. But arguments like this very easily belittle any kind of like intellectual authority you may have had.
Yes, but it's still very common for men who are in adult relationships to look for stuff that remind them of pedophilia.
That's
like,
absurd.
It's not absurd.
That is
it's just
absurd.
Very hidden within like our culture and things.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's not going to be, listen, that's not going to, there's no way this is going to be a healthy conversation or debate. It's not about adults being virgins, it's about fetishizing virginity. Yeah. We exist. It's about control. Yeah, well, almost every pedophilia argument is never about actual children or defending them. It's about painting the other person as a bad guy, whether they have pedophilic tendencies or not. I mean, but when these types of dudes talk about purity, they mean young women. I think so, but you can't jump to that assertion. She's not wrong. Schoolgirl outfits. Again, we have moved away, just as is the case with every fucking conversation. We move away from the boundaries of the particular conversation to whatever it means to us. Okay? Whatever that individually and personally means to us. This is a tendency that liberals have. It's a tendency that right-wingers have. Okay? It's just like it's so weird. It's weird. I think that specifically looking for someone who is inexperienced is weird. Okay? It's weird. You're like, oh man, I'm an experienced adult and I'm specifically looking for someone who is a virgin. It's weird. It's odd. Okay? It's odd. And it comes from a place of insecurity, as I talked about with Andrew Tate regularly. Okay? That idea comes from insecurity. You are not confident in your own sexual prowess, and you personally are worried that the person that you have, the person that you are talking to, okay, might have more experience and therefore know that, like, you ain't shit. Okay? That insecurity is the main reason. Immediately hitting the pedo button on that is odd, because this is a very strong take, and this is coming from someone who does not give a shit about the sexual status of an individual. You guys know this already. I have dated sex workers. I have dated people that have not a lot of sexual experience. It literally does not matter. Okay. It's more insecurity in being alpha and dominant. Exactly. Well, a lot of those people who are like, I'm alpha, are literally not fucking alpha. So that's the other point. Alpha is about being confident no matter what they say. That's it. It's about confidence. But again, we will never be able to have this conversation in this medium specifically, because anytime this conversation gets brought up, it deviates into 700,000 different ways. And nobody has the actual conversation within the boundaries of the argument itself, and everyone has the conversation on what the fuck they think it entails, and then they go to, like, oftentimes very personal instances of trauma or coercion that they've experienced, something like that, and it's not productive at all. Dr. Spooky 1424. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. This is just a different version of the age gap discourse. Please, no, exactly. Interpersonal relationships, like, see, and then, of course, you have literally schizophrenic takes. Oh, I thought you were saying I have porn categories or something. Hassan, porn is filled with 18-year-old categories and schoolgirl roleplay, and so many virgin videos is definitely pedophilic to some degree. I thought you were saying I do that or something. It feels very weird to only seek virgins as adults. As males, it definitely feels creepy. Catholic schoolgirl is in every other porn vid in 18-year-old category. She's not wrong, Hassan. Yes, that is because I think people are reliving their sexual experiences that they wanted to most likely have when they were at that age group. That's probably where it comes from. I can't think about it any further than that. I think you have a huge blind spot around misogyny, dude. If women might have a little bit more insight than you, we get catcalled the most when we're at 11 to 15 years old. This is something I talk about all the fucking time, as a matter of fact. Sexualization of female minors is a regular occurrence and a gigantic issue. This is not something that I avoid talking about. I talk about it regularly. But what you have failed to recognize in that circumstance is 11 to 15-year-olds are getting catcalled. That is entirely different than adults. You're, again, having a conversation about exactly what I said. Personal experiences and personal trauma that you withstood, that you experienced, that has nothing to do with the conversation at hand. Okay? Again. It's not an entirely different topic, man. It is the topic. Okay. How is it completely different? What is the point you are making? Men are creepy. Men are perverted. Men can be pedophiles. Okay? That is a very, and the 11 to 15-year-old thing that you're talking about is absolutely a commonplace thing. Okay? But if you're going to have a conversation about like, like kink, especially like someone dressing up like as a schoolgirl or some shit, while it's not for me in particular, if it's conducted by consenting adults, you are losing the plot. You're comparing men predating children to someone trying to like reimagine their own personal experience from their own personal lived experience in a different way. It is safe to assume that this person is most likely still absolutely operating on the creepy boundaries. Okay? This person's interest might be creepy in general as it pertains to like, I want a virgin. Most circumstances, anyone that says, I want a virgin, unless they themselves are also virgins and have no fucking experience, in most circumstances, they themselves are doing this because they're fucking creepy, okay? They're creepy, and in most circumstances, they are sexually inexperienced and creepy and also insecure, okay? So they want a level of control. It is weird. I agree. But ultimately, any moment that this conversation draws up like the age-old, Zoomer discourse on TikTok and on Twitter, it creates a weird space where it doesn't turn into, it just like moves away from productive discourse. I do think that openly saying that you are looking for a virgin is odd. It's weird. It's weird, and it ranges from weird to possibly illegal. Okay? That's it. And it stems from the same place. But having that conversation by hitting the pedophilia line, in my opinion, also reinforces the exact same purity spiral that was created by puritanical, misogynistic, patriarchal constructs. Okay? Someone's sexual experience should not immediately, in your minds at the very least, a woman's sexual experience should not immediately imply mileage. Okay? He's thinking about it like that, but you should not allow that construct to continue. Okay? This is why I don't talk about it. Because then people will refuse to understand what I'm saying and jump to, why are you dying on this hill? Because you're not hearing me out. You're only fucking hearing what you want to hear, and it is associated with most likely some trauma that you might have experienced. Okay? And in this circumstance, it's probably warranted because he is a fucking creepy weirdo. But considering the delicate nature of this subject matter, because of how important this assertion is, it's just like, in my opinion, hitting it with a black and white, like, and being like, oh, you're just you're a pedophile like this. And I'm just creating so many opportunities for people to clip chimp here and like misunderstand the point I'm making. It's a case by case circumstance. This podcast looks way too much like a parody. It's not hard to just copy Fresh and Fit, and you get talked about by people on the internet by pointing how crazy your takes are. Isn't she saying that the concept of mileage itself is one that systematically shapes a social dynamic that is pedophilic? Unless she takes a left turn, there's no disagreement. I hear you, and you have good points, but please stop pulling it's the chatter's trauma card. It can be and is on case by case, but please don't strawman it. I mean, that's not. I said that, and everyone immediately went to their own personal experiences, so that happens for every single circumstance, every single issue, especially one that pertains to interpersonal dynamics. You know, cishet relationships between men and women. It literally is the only way that we can analyze relationships through the relationships that we've had, and of course, because that experience is clouded with a sea of patriarchal constructs, some of which does definitely place a lot of value, associate a lot of value unjustifiably upon, you know, women's value in any field towards like how sexually desirable they are, and also simultaneously how little experience they have, like how youthful they are. Like fertility is associated with youth. You know, VS, thank you for the 25. Get the subs. Yeah. But ultimately, it's just so dumb to have this conversation over and over again. It's unproductive, and people probably clip chimp and use this as an opportunity to do whatever the fuck they want with this discourse. Okay. It is too nuanced for live streaming. All right, we're gonna move to like one element of personal discourse here before I get to what I think a significant chunk of men would be pedophiles, as in they'd have sex with a 14 and 15-year-old if the law allowed it, and men need to start admitting a lot of their peers are fucked up. What the fuck? Bro, that's an insane thing to say. Like, that's crazy that is your worldview. I'm sorry. And I know so many people believe that. It's like, fuck. Can we not have this conversation, please? Let's just move on. It's not one that makes you look good, I promise. That's insane. And I knew that this is where it was inevitably going to go to, and now it went there. It's like saying people would kill each other if murder was legal. Yeah, exactly. Okay, now all the fucking psychotic pedophiles are in the chat going, what if someone is 15 but look way older? Oh my God, I hate this. They're abolish Reddit. Okay. It's just every debate lord loves that tendency. They have it in them. They have it in their heart. They have to have this. Two conversations that every debate lord has to have at all times is, why can't white people say the N-word? Or the newer version of that, which is, cracker needs to be designated as an anti-white slur akin to the N-word. Or age of consent debates. It's so fucking freaky. It's so weird. I don't like having this conversation. Y'all are fucking gross. Okay? Y'all are fucking gross as shit. Grow the fuck up. Buy a subscription at the top of the hour so you don't have to fucking see the 3-minute ad breaks any longer. Okay? Anyway. Minx tweeted out, that was 100% the worst seizure I've had since I was 15. I still am struggling with regaining memory from even yesterday. I hope you're still okay, but you still get drunk after you promised people you wouldn't, and that could have helped. Mink says, I assume getting drunk at the after party will be fine. Clearly it was not. Cutie said, go fuck yourself. Cutie talked about this extensively on the podcast, the Fear and podcast, if you guys are unfamiliar, where she talked about the after party that she had set up and like how much money she put down for the after party that she had set up, and basically gave a recap. Okay. Here it is. Basically gave a recap of everything that happened, what her low light highlights were. And then we just basically talked about, Kaide's response and what happened to Kaide. Fear End is trending for gaming. It doesn't show on my end, but that's cool. Okay. Why is it? Is it showing? I'm not. Oh, it is number 31 on trending for gaming. That's crazy. Anyway, where the fuck was I? What was I gonna say? Oh wait, I forgot that. I said I was gonna run the ad break, and then I forgot to run it. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. The power of LSF clip chimpers, is that where that came from? Anyway, so basically what ended up happening is, I'll just give you the short and sweet of it. Cutie, Minx gets to the after party drunk already. Gets progressively more drunk at the after party after she promised Cutie that she wouldn't get drunk. Starts trying to throw the heaters and also some people into the pool. Minx is becoming such a problem in the after party that security tries to escort her out. She then tries to go limp to make herself, harder to carry out. And then she's laying outside. It becomes a commotion, a scene. There were plenty of other problems with the house too. Ultimately, first responders are called onto the scene. For people who don't know, by the way, for people who don't understand, if you don't know the personal involvement, or if you don't know the personal experiences that people have gone through with this particular individual and how they behave, I wouldn't comment on the situation. Okay? Because the notion that Cutie hasn't tried to help Minx is you're wrong. Okay? You're absolutely wrong. For the record. It's an ongoing issue. It's a never-ending problem. It's there's not much. There's a certain point where you have to stop, or you can't really do anything about it.
Everything, and anyway, she reaches out to me out of the blue.
Yeah, I mean, I get you, guys. I think Cutie, when she talks, I think she's the opposite of Pokey. I think you're listen, Chad, guys, this is my genuine take, okay? Okay, people hate on Cutie a bunch, okay? And I get why, but a lot of times she'll speak and she'll say some true shit, some actual true shit.
Yeah, sure. He's gonna say Cutie doesn't hold back at all when she speaks, and doesn't do any doesn't think about how what she is saying is going to come across. And he just she doesn't filter it at all, and it's true. But deep down inside, or not even deep down inside, but in her personal, in her personal experience, in the real world, the way that she operates with people is actually she's real. She's very real, and she's a decent human being who's always trying to do what's right.
And people are gonna get mauled. Okay. You say she's being an asshole. Okay. This is my perspective, and I said this a little bit. Okay. out of everybody that pretend that they care, that they'll go around and then they'll be like, oh yeah, I care about this. Okay, she's in a very small pool of people. I guess one of three that genuinely cared and tried for minks. Okay, I will fucking listen. I will go on a limb if I say it. Okay, and if
to do everything.
Yeah, like she I know that she's not like she's not PRing it up. No filter is better than no decency, but worse than just good filter in my opinion. Cutie's obviously great and trying hard. Yeah. I think people just like simply don't understand that. And they basically hyper focus on like the way she comes across. So that's it. But yeah, these two people have been friends for a very long time, and I know that like Cutie has done a lot. The idea that like people have zero empathy for addicts, I'm not even gonna pull up that fucking community member with the QRT, but like it's not as easy to understand as like, oh, people have zero empathy for addicts. Like, come on, what the fuck? Like, come on. There is a point of no return, or there is a point where like someone is like, okay, I can't take on this responsibility for the rest of my life, especially if you're not going to hit rock bottom and then decide to like truly want to do what's best for yourself. Okay? You know what I mean? I know XCC called me old. He's right. Anyway. Yeah, allowing empathy for addicts does not mean allowing yourself to be continuously taken advantage of by someone close to you. Yeah, exactly. For a lot of problems, a huge part of the only kinds of therapy is what a lot of people would think sounds very mean. It's being called out on your bullshit, and it's called tough love for layman's terms. I mean, that's like the concept of an intervention, right? Is when you're a support system coming together and like shocking you and telling you that, you know, what you've done is unacceptable. Like there needs to be some accountability in this circumstance. All right. Yeah, especially with like Cutie having her own set of struggles as well that she's very open about. But she said, oh, go fuck yourself. And then said, you were drunk before the after party. I almost had you thrown out of the show because you were yelling and making everybody uncomfortable completely. I've tried everything with you, rehab, everything. I hope this is your rock bottom. Get help. I already bought front row tickets the day you announced that I won't drink. I will just sit and applaud your streamer awards 2 years running. My girl in a man's world. You can come sit on the floor if you promise me you won't drink. You are nonstop at the top, and I mean promise, pinky swear, nothing completely sober. But I bought my tickets. You could raffle them off if you let me sit on the floor. She says, send me an invoice for the after party. I'm sorry. And like people don't really know. And by the way, addiction and recovery is a journey that is like very unique and left up to the individual. So everyone is going to do the same thing that I was talking about before, where they basically rush to their own personal experiences, whether they have people who have recovered from addictions in their lives or their own personal experiences with recovery. Okay, so again, it's very, very difficult to discern from the outside. You will not understand. You have no clue. You don't know how long it's taken, what it's taken out of the person. It's a lifelong journey in general. Okay. Regardless. not up to every individual to shoulder that burden all the fucking time. Okay? It's a long fight, and it's a very it's a very difficult one. And it's a lifelong struggle. That is the one universal factor. Actually, even that's not universal, but usually it's a lifelong struggle, okay? But it works in the end, usually. This video is also blowing up. What is this? Oh, I covered this earlier today when we were doing the fashion thing. But Ray suggested that she would just do nails. I'm the one who suggested the fashion rating thing. And the reason why she didn't want to offer any ratings was because, she's one of the hosts of the event and she's good friends with all the people involved. So that's why she was doing 10/10s overall for every single person. And on top of that, I mean, I think that was the right thing to do regardless. I'm such a fucking brain-broken content lord that I just don't really think about. I don't really personally think about like, oh, well, what if someone like takes it seriously and gets very upset? And I feel bad. I mean, I wasn't being mean. Every single person I said looked incredible, amazing. Sometimes I would criticize dresses to a certain degree. Like the lowest I went was like a 7, I think. But even then, I do understand why someone would be upset about that. Because, no one wants to. Nobody would take anything you said poorly. That's what you think, brother. People will take it poorly. And I think they did. But yeah. Hannah, heard you call her a grandma lol. No, that's not what I said. I said that it's my own personal experience, but like floral prints oftentimes remind me of like, grandma coded. And that I still said that, she still looks great. It's not like I wasn't like ripping into people. I would definitely rip into people if I didn't know them though. Like for example, didn't you react badly to XC ranking you? Oh my God, dude. We still got motherfuckers in my community with 33 months in the fucking docket running with like, what are you for 33 months you've been in here, but you like only understood this from TikTok? Is that what you saw? One, I'm already stating that like, feelings can get hurt in like rankings and shit like that. But two, that wasn't about fucking XC's ranking. I had talked about this a week or even a month prior about like how much XC was letting Hassan style fucking anti-Hassan sentiment fly in his chat without checking it in any meaningful way. And you've been in here for 33 months. You should have fucking recognized that at that point. Better than other people, I expect. And, that shit still continues. Oscar's party looks. Oh, yeah, we'll do that. Hunter Schafer, 1010, the GOAT, incredible. I don't even know how to describe it. Like, just holy fuck. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. It's unacceptable. Okay? Anyway. It's too much. It's too much. That's not allowed. That shouldn't be allowed. You want to see? Here you go. I've never seen anything like this. Okay? I've never... Dude, listen to me. Listen to me. I don't know where to begin. I don't know where to end. I don't know how to have this conversation. Some of the dresses in that thread are TOS, nipples are shown. Listen, I need y'all to understand something. Okay? This is like impossible to pull off. There's like 8 people on the planet that are capable of pulling this off, and like Emily Ratajkowski is one of them. You know what I mean? And it turns out Hunter Schafer is another one. Someone said she's wearing a COVID mask. Yeah. It's bananas. I mean, this is a circumstance where, like, you're wearing this dress, right? Like, you put in 24/7 work, okay? 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to be able to rock this. That's what's incredibly impressive about this. It's like, instead of wearing art, you yourself have become art to be able to amplify art. Bananas. I don't care about showing skin, go nude for all I care, but this outfit is just ugly. I disagree. Oh yeah, but anyway, getting back to this video has 318,000 views. There's too much real estate here that could have made it.
So what do you rate my fit? Because I didn't have jewelry on. Because
Mr. Booba Lover, most women with nice boobs and curves would look good in this. You idiot, Lamau, implying Hassan knows anything about fashion. Lamau, yeah. Guys, going forward, this is the Mr. Booba Lover broadcast. I've decided Mr. Booba Lover is the actual knowledgeable party here. I want to apologize for the direction that I took when I tried to have an opinion about fashion. Mr. Booba Lover is actually the foremost authority on fashion. And surprisingly, all things Booba, actually. Or I guess maybe unsurprisingly. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Booba Lover. It was crazy when Kid Super actually also brought up Mr. Booba Lover as the foremost authority on fashion in Paris Fashion Week. It was wild. It was like Stavros and then Mr. Booba Lover. There is no authority on fashion, though. It's all subjective, Haas. I mean, it's the same as art, because fashion is a form of that, right? Anyway.
forgot.
10
And
out of 10.
also, I had a lot of real estate.
10 out of 10.
No.
10 out of 10.
Let's take a look at my fit.
10 out of 10.
Hassan, pull up my
Stop
fit.
asking that question.
Pull up my fit.
10 out of 10 is easy. All right, Trisha is a birdie. No,
I feel like if you have like a really long, like poofy dress like this with a ton of pattern, you don't need. Yeah. Okay. Oh my God, Cutie and I don't have jewelry on. Damn.
10 out of 10. What? 10 out of 10? What do you mean? 10. 11 out of 10. What?
Hassan, I don't know. I think you need to really evaluate this. We were just talking about honesty here on the broadcast, and I think you need to look inside and be honest.
12 out of 10?
Oh wait, this is Cutie's fit.
Yeah.
I'm sure mine's in here somewhere. We will come back to that.
Yeah. I think both of you guys were rocking it, like straight up.
Do you think I needed jewelry?
Yes. Yeah, I do. You already admitted to it.
So you're saying I'm a 9 out of 10.
No, you're still a 12 out of 10. It's crazy. But if you had a jewelry, it'd be a 20 out of 10.
Fair.
That's how you do it. I was Neo in the Matrix, baby, dodging bullets left and right. You kidding me? Okay. Minx ruined the Streamer Wars after party by getting drunk and smashing up the house. More information in the comments. Miss gives message to new juicers and Miss kids. What is this?
A lot of juicers don't even know, and maybe a lot of my viewers don't even know too. We go way back. Like me and XQC go back 5 years almost. We go way back. And I think a lot of people think that, like, oh, me and him never were friends. We don't like each other. We never do it. It's just completely false. He used to live right next to me. We used to hang out. In my opinion, we had one of the best IRL streams ever, which is when he was stuck downtown and me and Poke went and saved him. You know? We had good times, man. We had good.
The one element of this that is true is that, like, streamers behind closed doors at the height of this drama, XC would have killed for you taking this. At the height of this drama, XC would have killed you for taking this picture with Miz. Yeah, I know. Because yeah, streamers are performing. Streamers are performing. Streamers are performing. Streamers are always doing a performance, okay? And oftentimes, I think it's careless because people take it very seriously. Oftentimes, people take it super seriously, and it takes on an additional role. As far as, like, in most circumstances, obviously there's, like, exceptions to this, but in most circumstances, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, nobody actually fucking despises one another. You know what I mean? That's it. Which is why it's always crazy when parasocial feelings are brought up in chats and people hate one another aggressively. It's something that what do you mean, here we go? No. I talked about this yesterday as well. I literally said the exact same thing. Communities take shit and fandoms take shit seriously and literally hold on to it. As a matter of fact, talked about this on the podcast too. I don't know if XQC watched that part of the podcast, but I talked about that as well on the podcast, where I said there are a lot of people, like back in the day, I think I enjoyed a larger audience of like Twitch watchers. A larger audience of like Twitch watchers that would come in here to hear my takes on, you know, Charlie or even Ludwig style commentary that did not directly pertain to news. Okay? They don't do that anymore. This community has grown. This community is very big, but most people that's in like the Twitch ecosystem already have made up their minds about me. Most of the times they have made up their minds about me through clips out of context and through what their Twitch streamer is saying about me on any given moment, or allowing whatever kind of like sentiment to be expressed in spam in their chats. Okay? And that's it. The comment section on TikTok is about you is wild. Yes. It's always going to be that way. It's never going to change. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about that. Okay? Unfortunately, there is nothing I can do about that. It already happened. It's never going to change. It's just going to keep happening forever. Okay? Is that why you make Ludwig right-wing? Nobody in my community thinks Ludwig is right-wing. Ludwig is a good friend of mine who I have on the stream all the fucking time. We're talking about like genuine disagreements that get elevated into, a completely different degree. Okay? The relationship that I have with XCC is a great example. By the way, your comment about you getting a lot of hate online, way more than Charlie and Lud, is valid. I saw the 100 Thieves post about Timmy getting interviewed by you and Lud, and there were a lot of hate posts under the comments about you. Yeah. 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 There are a lot of people who like don't realize that. There are a lot of people who don't realize, for example, that they might even be fans of Ludwig but hate me. They might be fans of Charlie but hate me. Even if we have the exact same identical perspective, because unfortunately at a certain point, it's like impossible for me to make everyone's minds up and gain charitability, that's gone already. It's happened already. It's happened for far too long. It's been happening every single day since 2020 by people with actual fucking massive audiences and fan bases that specifically have weaponized it towards every minor infraction that they've turned into a genuine massive point of contention. That's how it works. At this point, I think you're just a stand-in for anything left of the haters. They can never hide it for long when you engage them. Yeah. I genuinely believe if you ask those people what they hate about you, they wouldn't know what to say. No, they have takes. Of course they have takes. I'll tell you what it is. They say he bought a house. He doesn't live his values. He's a socialist but a hypocrite. They'll say he bought a fucking car. He always flexes his wealth. Or they'll say he always LARPs as a poor person that's living on that's living within his means in the same way that he's living like a rugged Spartan lifestyle. Both of those at the same time. Socialism is when poor, and also I'm both flexing my wealth, but also simultaneously LARPing as a poor person. They say I never do charity, or when I do charity, I'm actually doing charity for clout. They say that all matter of charity I engage in is clout or even fraudulent, while also simultaneously maintaining the position that I actually never do charity ever. Mr. Beast does all the charity. Hassan does none of the charity. They say I hate Mr. Beast, which I don't. Which is also a really funny one, especially because I know him personally. What else? They'll say I am a bro. I'm too much of a bro. It sucks so much that literally all communities I like except this one despise Hassan and Hasanabi heads. Yeah. They say I don't react hard enough, or I react too much with too much pausing and extending the clips. But also another very common one is that I don't react at all. I play a video and I move away. I move away and just like play the fucking video clip through and through. I do it deliberately to steal from small content creators who absolutely despise it, even though that is not the case at all. I only react to, for the most part, friends who love that shit. Who love that I react to them. Every single content creator pretty much that I've ever reacted to has said how much they appreciate it. What else? Yeah, every large streamer sells merch, but when you do, we have dumbasses in the chat going, where are the profits from your merch going? Exactly, that too. When I do merchandise, even if it's like ethically sourced, that to the best of my ability, that is considered to be unacceptable. People think I run the most amount of ads, even though I run, out of all the top content creators, the least amount of ads. The reality is that things I do, if any other person did, they would never get hate for it. There's no world in which people will be like, oh, another like rich influencer bought like a car. You know what I mean? But not everyone has to like you. No, I understand that. And by the way, Hassan, always Hassan. And Twitter turf shit on me for going to a brothel one time 10 years ago who got raided for tax evasion, and then they lie and say that brothel was raided for like sex trafficking or even child sex trafficking, which immediately gives the game away that they do not care about these serious matters. People will always, depending on where they're coming from, they'll always say, I deny the Armenian genocide. I have never denied the Armenian genocide. I traveled to fucking Japan with my friends, and they said I did it as a sex pest, which, insane. Brother, you will be critiqued regardless because motherfuckers are stupid. None of these are actually valid critiques. You understand that, right? There's just slander. There's nothing else I can do other than that. The brothel, by the way, that I attended was still in operation, was not only cleared of tax evasion and the fraud that they suspected, but the brothel also successfully sued the state of Berlin for, I believe, $100,000. And that lawsuit just came down, I think, like a couple months ago, and yet TERF still use that. Swerve still use that. People say I'm transphobic. That's another one. When I have probably the largest community of trans folks online, you know, I don't mind people not liking me. I mean, I don't like it. I wish people were, you know, more charitable to what I have to say, because it really does undercut a lot of what I try to do, which demands charitability. I'm explaining the world from a perspective that a lot of people are unfamiliar with. So of course I need some level of charitability, but of course that charitability has been erased from the minds of many people who have only heard about me through these clips. So unfortunately, that is really, really hard. It's not going to happen. And that's why I'm upset about it. But you know, people not liking me is not necessarily my main problem. I'm human. I wish everyone would like me. Obviously, that's a very human thing, I think. But the real problem is when people just lie. Another thing that people lie about is that I am pro-Russia, have always been pro-Russia, even a Russian agent. In a lot of instances, they bring this up. They say that I was like advocating for the invasion of Ukraine or some crazy shit, even though, once again, not only did I immediately apologize and acknowledge that I was wrong, my analysis was sound, and also simultaneously raised a lot of money for Ukrainian relief, but they will never say that. They will never admit that part. But that comes along with being popular. That is the unfortunate circumstance of just being popular in general. Anyone who is like very popular is going to have a lot of people that are engaging in like bad faith criticisms. People will say I'm racist. That's another one. They'll say I'm anti-black, which I think is brain dead and really stupid. But you know, it doesn't matter, because you said the largest community of transphobes instead of trans people? Wait, I said I have the largest community of transphobes? No, I have the largest community of trans people. Oops. It's the Alex Jones shuffle. If he says globalists will attack, and they do, he was right. If they don't, and he and his audience stop them for the moment, but if the fight goes on, it's always something. Yeah. I'm very charitable towards others, especially those in my community. Another thing, that's another one where if I'm charitable to a content creator because I think that they have done something that's not personally indefensible, and I think people are going out of control, I will defend them, and then people will say I'm clout chasing. If I criticize someone for their actions, usually it's very sound and reasonable criticism. It's very balanced criticism with a level of understanding of why someone in their position would behave this way. Then I'm actually doing that because I am a clout chaser, and I'm defending all my friends because I love the clout. Notice how there is one pattern here. And that pattern is that people attack me from both sides of the argument. I'm both simultaneously transphobic or too pro-trans in the same way that I'm like morally degenerate or whatever. And that's it, because I think ultimately I rub people the wrong way because I'm talking about a lot of emotionally charged issues that pertain to everyday existence. And when people are, instead of coming at it in a charitable way to try to understand my perspective, especially if it's heated and I yell at them and I say some very cutting things about them, especially if I'm in a bad mood too, and then ban them, they become a lifelong hater. So, you know, it is what it is, and that is an unfortunate byproduct. I have created a lot of villains in this chat. I should probably, conduct myself a little bit less mean-spirited, even when I'm defending marginalized communities. But it is, yes, as Magic's Wizard posted correctly, Dude, I listen to these motherfuckers all the time in other discords when they learn I'm a Hasanabi head. With personal experience with most people, it's just cognitive dissonance to hate on someone they just don't like. Exactly. Ultimately, it is just, I don't like this person, but I need to moralize my content consumption. I can't just say I don't like this person and move on. It's that I have to have a valid reason for it, which is why he's bad. He is ontologically evil. He's not just bad. That's it. I understand them for being angry. It is at the heart of my commentary. You are trying to intellectualize your vibes. Ultimately, you are trying to do everything you can to basically, create a place where like you are right for hating on me, and it's not just like I don't like his vibes. I met a German watcher that doesn't like you for absolutely no reason. Yeah, that's always shocking to me because like German and my politics are very similar. I think one of the worst things I could have ever done. In my entire career was ever openly state that I am anti-capitalist. If I had said I'm a capitalist, but like slowly but subtly always talked about anti-capitalist concepts, no matter what, I think that I would have had a significantly better time. Because the reality is there are a lot of people who are even, who even say capitalism is great, but then routinely say a lot of base shit, right? About how there's a lot of corruption within capitalism, things like that. Those people get celebrated by the very same people that turn around and criticize me for similar boundaries. The greatest example I can point to is Markiplier. Markiplier seems like a very good guy. People routinely, when I had longer hair, would say, leftists on Twitter would routinely say that I am evil Markiplier. Markiplier is me if I had good politics. And it was really interesting because like, as far as, Markiplier has never talked about politics, and he doesn't cover any of that stuff. He just plays video games, and he has a wonderful voice, right? But people were saying that he is, a nice person because he's done like a lot of charity and stuff. And that is that's it. Like if I had never talked about what my personal politics are and just covered it from the perspective of, covered politics from the perspective of like someone who's like, yeah, I exist in capitalism, I like it, all that kind of thing, while simultaneously telling you that like it's still kind of fucked up and corrupt and bad, you would go, oh, maybe he's based. If I created the notion of being apolitical, if I was in the business of doing that, then people would like it more. It's like content creators doing a face reveal. Before they do a face reveal, they can create this mysterious persona, and you associate whatever you want. In your mind, you're always going to be able to find something that is always going to be better than what the reality is, right? You're going to make up thousands of different things up in your mind. It's the same as that. You give too much attention to the haters and gray names. That's why they keep doing this. Every time you have this discussion, you talk about it for 20 to 60 minutes straight. It just fuels fire for these psycho haters. I agree. But sometimes it's important, for me at least, to like correct the record a little bit and have people understand. Every now and then I'm going to do that. Yeah, this is it. This is at the heart of everything. When the random e-celeb you dislike for being dumb and annoying and unfunny is finally added for a legitimate reason to dislike them, but if you can't come up with a legitimate reason, you have to make up legitimate reasons. And like we talked about yesterday, if you're constantly around fires, you're either an arsonist or a firefighter, right? And a lot of people have chosen to say that I'm the arsonist. And, where there's smoke, there's fire. They constantly see me around the vicinity of fire, and they say, that guy, that's a bad guy. He's doing the fire. He's the one who's responsible. I see him around all the time. That's why I always say a lot of people say like, oh, he's such a drama farmer. He's such a drama farmer, which I find really interesting because like These are the same people who, love Moist Critical. They love Ludwig. They love all these other commentary people. They love XQC. We all cover the same exact stories. Oftentimes, we cover the same exact stories from a rather similar perspective, as a matter of fact. But the only reason why I draw ire from a lot of people when others are praised for their take is because they're not even expected to have good takes in certain circumstances. And it's just vibes based. I'm not a drama farmer. I am a drama farm. Yeah, that's even better. That's true. My Chapo friends know nothing about you yet hate you. That's pretty funny. Again, another instance where like the actual content creators that they watch and love, right, are friends of mine that I've known for years. People I've had in my house. People that have met my dad, right? But the fan base is like, fuck that guy. I hate him. You know? That's the hilarious part about this. If there was anything, and I mean it, if there's anything I could have changed in my career, I probably never would have. Socialist with a mansion, drama farmer, that's a definitive argument. Yeah, exactly. I would have never, I probably never would have explained my true political perspective. I would have danced around it always. And the second thing is I should have never, ever, ever thought I could correct the record and try to take seriously people who were engaging in bad faith critiques, thinking that they were engaging in good faith criticisms, and like try to correct the record that way. That's it. That's pretty much it. It's so funny when I mention that these people are friends with you, but not good enough for the fan base. They have nothing to say after that. Yeah. Seeking validation from strangers will never lead to happiness. I know, but what you fail to recognize is for what I'm doing to work effectively, people need to, at the very least, they don't need to like me. They don't need to hate me. They don't need to love me. But they, at the very least, need to come here and be like, you know what? I'm going to listen to what he has to say in good faith. You get it? Because not everyone is always going to agree with every single thing I say, right? But when someone is already geared towards, geared against being charitable towards what I have to say, they're going to turn around and use any kind of division from what I say and what I think. And they're going to run with that and be like, this is why I fucking hate that guy. Anyway, let's watch. This is me getting snapped. I'm trying to get this. I am trying to get these photos, man. I'm trying to get these fucking photos. Oh, these photos are going to be fire. I see Cutie posting. Where's my fucking phone? Hold on. Oh, Cutie responded to me. Oh, I got the link. Oh, shit. I can post now. Have you seen this? This is actually hilarious. Although the double down is an affront to God. Oh, the double down ad. It was really funny. Yeah. I don't know, bro. Maybe. I think it, yeah, it did. It did. Jake got his? What do you mean? Oh yeah, we're gonna watch that now. First we'll look at the Oscars, Inside Hollywood's Biggest Night, but it's like kind of mid. There's like not really a lot going on. There's not really a lot going on in that in the Oscars, except for the fact that Jimmy Kimmel stole my fit. I have to pee, and here we'll play this real quick.
Hollywood's Biggest Night did
And
not
I'll be back in a
disappoint. From the fashion to the musical performances. To host Jimmy Kimmel crash landing onto the stage. But the biggest winner of the night, the quirky sci-fi film Everything Everywhere All at Once, which took home 7 Oscars, including Best Picture and Best Director. The inspirational Michelle Yeoh becoming the first Asian to win Best Actress in a leading role.
For all the little boys and girls who look like me watching tonight, this is a beacon of hope and possibilities.
Her co-stars Kiwi Kwan and Jamie Lee Curtis sweeping the Best Supporting Actor category.
I spent a year in a refugee camp, and somehow I ended up here on Hollywood's biggest stage. This is the American dream.
I know it looks like I'm standing up here by myself, but I am not. I am hundreds of people. We just won an Oscar together. My mother and my father were both nominated for Oscars in different categories. I just won an Oscar.
Who would want me to be a part of their life?
An emotional Brendan Fraser hooking the Best Actor Oscar for his role in The Whale.
I started in this business 30 years ago, and things, they didn't come easily to me. I just want to say thank you for this acknowledgement.
Dude, this is the GOAT, okay? RRR, I can't believe that they didn't get like the recognition that they deserve, but at least Natu got it because I mean, this shit bangs so fucking hard, dude. I was non-stop listening to this song when I watched RRR. I have routinely advocated for RRR and trying to get everyone to watch it. It's so fucking good. I mean, I don't know what else to say about this other than, fuck, man. It's worthy of all the praise. I know they won Best Song. I think they deserve more than just winning Best Song. I think they should have been in foreign film. India didn't submit it for consideration. That's a bummer. Actually.
Also making history, the song Natu Natu from the movie RRR, which became the first Indian film song to win an Oscar. It beat out Super Bowl halftime star Rihanna, who was nominated for her first Oscar for the hit Lift Me Up from the Black Panther Wakanda Forever soundtrack. John Travolta also getting emotional as he paid tribute to his friend and late Grease co-star Olivia Newton-John while honoring those who died in the past year.
They've touched our hearts, they've made us smile, and became dear friends, who we will always remain hopelessly devoted to.
Oh, wow! As for last year's shocking Oscar slap involving Will Smith and Chris Rock, Oscar host Jimmy Kimmel made sure to put out a fair warning.
We have strict policies in place. If anyone in this theater commits an act of violence at any point during the show, you will be awarded the Oscar for Best Actor and permitted to give a 19-minute long speech.
Oh, Jimmy Kimmel. And guys, another beautifully emotional.
Jimmy Kimmel was wearing my fit, is what I heard. So where's that? What? So a bat chest assault? I mean, I bat chest assault, dude. Where was oh my God, these photos are insane. It's gonna fucking break. It was Tom Ford. Wait, no, there's no way this was Tom Ford. It's the same fit that we're wearing. Jimmy Kimmel was wearing Tom Ford? Bro, this is the Dolce & Gabbana Martini tux. It's not different at all. I saw it. No, there's a. Wait, no, the lapels are the same. The only difference maybe is the shine on the lapel. Wait, really? No, the lapels are the same. Oh, I guess it was Tom Ford, huh? God damn. Okay. You got a top breast pocket on yours? He does not? Yes, he does. You can't see it because it's white. And for the record, like, it's funny because he's wearing black pants as well. When originally the DNG suit that I had, they wanted me to wear white pants with it, and I didn't want to wear the white pants because I was like, I think it's like too, it's like gaudy. So I was the one who against the better interest or best wishes of Francisco, who was the Dolce & Gabbana representative there on scene, decided to not go with white on white and wore black pants instead. He did the exact same thing. That's why I thought it was like interesting. We literally wore the same fucking thing. You should have worn this fit. I mean, that's a goat. But yeah, I guess it was Tom Ford and mine is D&G. All white feels like prom to me. Yeah. In LATAM, we know that there's the Cuban tux. It's just called the martini. I think it's called the martini tux. Did you ever give your take on Everything Everywhere All at Once? It was great. I loved it. I thought it was a great movie. But I also love, like, I'm a bit of a sucker for multiverses. I think multiverses are unique in the sense that, like, if you do, like, multiverse shit, it can be kind of corny. And there were definitely a lot of corny elements to Everything Everywhere All at Once, for sure. But it's decent. No, it's the best film ever. Thank you. Yeah, I puffed bad takes. Yeah, I don't know. I think it was all right. I mean, someone said Reddit movie. I mean, basically. There is a Rick and mortification of a lot of content, and I think that played a role in that as well. This is the best red carpet fit though, from the goat, my juicer. It was a great night if you liked only 2 movies this year. It has a Rick and mortification, a Marvel-esque attitude to it for sure. A little bit. But it's a good movie. It was a good movie. It was a fun movie. It was a good movie. It was a happy, it was an emotionally charged movie. I don't think it was. It was done well. I think there were a lot of bat chest moments in it, but the emotional core is super solid. Yeah. What is this? I still can't believe this happened. Yeah. Literally the opposite themes and approach from Rick and Morty. You're focusing on aesthetics. When we wear the owns and a pig and say, all this Rick got him mortified in the caption. I love that. You could have gotten this tailored in Tokyo. You know, Rick and Morty didn't invent multiverse shit. I do know that. But there is there is a Rick and Morty style. There's a Rick and Morty aspect to the way that Everything Everywhere All at Once handled the multiverse. You know what I mean? Yeah, the hot dog fingers was very Rick and Morty core. I agree. Yeah, there's a goofiness to it. Oh God, this is just like how every game is either Zelda or Elden Ring. Guys, I liked the fucking movie. I am so annoyed with people just being like upset at me. Yeah, your rage had a fire fit on. He had a great fit. I also liked Rick and Morty. Like, this is a big no-no to admit, especially now. But I liked Rick and Morty. So I don't know. What is this? Brian Tree Henry looks excellent and elegant as usual. Dude, I'm seeing a lot of this, a lot of like, what is this called? Paisley. I love this jewelry. I'm seeing a lot of what's going on with this stuff. I don't know if I like it. Like, it's not for me. You know what I mean? Bro said tree. What? L take. I mean, I guess. I don't know why people are getting so mad. But yeah. Oh, but let's see what Pedro Pascal went with. Ooh, love the high collar. Very sleek. Didn't go fucking overboard. Very conservative. Didn't go with any like, I mean, I'd have to see the pants, but I'm surprised that he didn't actually go with like anything. I'm surprised he didn't go with anything like wild, at least on the pants side. But Pedro Pascal is my GOAT. Vanessa Hudgens was keeping it class with a simple black and white gown serving absolute face. Again, a more reserved fit. Love the hair. Definitely great. Tasteful jewelry. There's nothing. I mean, it's not like it's not overboard. It's not breaking any records or anything. Not exactly the biggest fan of this color scheme. I will say that much about Laverne Cox's fit. I think it's great. I think she looks incredible, but the color scheme I'm not too fond of. It's like what is this, like greenish turquoise with black, and also on top of that with like brown. You know, I don't know. Even though she does go crazy with the nails too. Fawn Bing Bing looks absolutely beautiful in this ode to emerald green. I mean, this is wow. This is crazy. God damn. I mean, I don't even know what to say about this. It's incredible. It's dashing. It's bold. It's I mean, the whatever this is called, it's regal. The arms on this thing is wild. Again, not the biggest fan of the green and silver, but even then, I mean, the dress itself is sick. The color scheme, someone said Shamrock Shake for McDonald's. I do think that there is an element to that for sure. Not the best. Ashley Graham came in hot, giving ethereal dominatrix. It was pretty good. I think this is This is an interesting fit. It is bold. I like it. I don't have any notes on it, really. I saw the Ashley Grant, Hugh Grant interview. I think that, like, I don't even want to get into that. Look up Hunter Schafer on the second monitor. I looked up on the first monitor. Kala Bairava and Raul Sipligunj, who are performing their hit Natu Natu from RR tonight, appropriately opulent. I don't know enough about like Indian fashion at all. I mean, it looks sick. Hot pants on the runway are a miss for me. Yeah, RRR not getting nominated for Best Foreign Film is kind of a major miss, in my opinion, for the Oscars. Straight up. It's just regular Indian traditional fashion fits. Yeah, I love patterns in South Asian fashion. I do too. I don't want to say anything about it though, because I feel like I don't want people to say that I'm like Western centric. But immediately when I see that, when I see fits like this, I feel like I know this is probably Orientalist, you know what I mean? But there's like an element of casualness that comes from this type of garb. I know that like as far as Desi fits goes, a lot of dudes wear this in at weddings and stuff too. So for me, like the way I see it, but you are though? No, first of all, I'm already openly admitting that like I have a clearly like a clear lack of knowledge in this field. I know that this isn't casual, but it does feel almost starting to turn into a hot take. No, just shut up, just listen. It's not casual. I get it. But as far as like a fit like this, I want to merge it into like, I don't know, I want to fucking put like something crazy up top, like on top of this, like almost like a matador cut, you know what I mean? Garb is the same kind of coded language as news anchors say thug, is it? I don't know if you know this, but like I'm closer to their fits, culturally speaking, than you are. I'm Indian. This is not very formal. It's like wearing a modern cut suit with no tie and top 3 buttons unbuttoned. Through a Western view, it's not red carpet formal. No, I wanna put on like a matador style short jacket. You know what I mean? Like a crop top jacket, which would like, I feel like it would make the ensemble work differently. Maybe even like a matador style jacket, but like with super long conductor style like tail. You know what I mean? What you mean is that it lacks layers? Yes, that for sure. Hasana's like, where's the turban and an elephant? First of all, I did not say that at all, so shut the fuck up. Chat, no wonder no one likes us. Exactly, because everyone, the only way to like, for chat to feel recognized in this community is by like coming across as the most like annoying fucking woke scold. You know what I mean? Yeah, like a conductor's jacket. That's what I was thinking. Chat is insufferable. Sparkling champagne dress on Jamie Lee Curtis. It seems great. I have no notes on this. I don't know. I don't like. I genuinely have no notes. I don't know. Monica Barbaro wore this gown. I like it. Again, what is happening with like people mixing and matching these kinds of colors. I find it like really interesting. I don't know. What is this? Harvey Guillen. The suit is actually kind of fire. I wish, oh fuck. I wish it didn't have this pattern on it. I like this suit. I love the fucking silhouette. I think it's absolute fire. I like the pants. I wish that it's too big. I think that's on purpose. I just wish that it didn't have this pattern on it. I don't know where I would go with the pattern itself, but I think it's fire. Elizabeth Olsen, slinky back fabulousness. I mean, this is pretty basic. It's as basic as it gets. Super reserved, classic, conservative, a little bit of skin. You know, you're really not trying to go out there and have people go, wow, that's an incredible fit. Reese Feldman, silky suit. Whoa, what the fuck is this? What is happening with the lapels? I kind of like it. And he's got like a layered layered pants. I like it. Oh, velvet gloves. I'm a fan of this. I like this. You are at your gayest when talking about fashion? Sure. Marley Matlin's look is such a great balance of sharp formality and fluffy fun. I don't know if at first glance, I like what I'm seeing, but also simultaneously, like the top does say formality and the bottoms say something entirely different in a way that I think it would be better if she didn't have any fluffy shit. Ran out of content again, huh? Clothing politics? Yeah, this is... Questlove, coziest person at any given award show. I mean, yeah, no. That's going to be a nope from me. You know, fashion demands sacrifice sometimes. I mean, he's the GOAT. He's great. He's a wonderful person, but this fit is not great. Winnie Harlow's bright mermaid gown is archival Armani circa 2005. The most perfect marriage of Y2K and old Hollywood. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. I feel like neon highlighter color is like, I know it's like supposed to be Y2K fashion and that's like in, but I don't know if it works in this formal event. This is the most boring part of the Oscars. Why is it everything for you? I'm just looking at like what people are trying. James Hong. I mean, yeah, no. Look at these pants. Yeah, no. This is not, no. I'm saying no to that. Hong Chao added a Mandarin collar to a custom Prada dress. That's fire. As a shout out to her roots. And shout out to Prada's 1997 show. This pink is perfect on her. We love it thoughtfully consider slay. This is a perfect example of something that would otherwise... This is a perfect example of something that would otherwise, like, I mean, it lacks a silhouette, but it doesn't matter. It would be like pretty basic and not even good. It would be like maybe even too sophisticated. It's clean. However, you put that in there and all of a sudden, bam. Whoa. What the fuck? Oh, dude. Okay, that's sick. That's sick. I take it back. That's sick as fuck. No, I love that. What do you mean? What are you talking about? It's like, at first, you're like, okay, this is like relatively reserved. And then all of a sudden, you're like, nope, not even. It's fire. Jay Rillis. Embroidered custom Fendi suit. Embroidery in suits, I feel like, again, not a big fan. Personally, it's not for me. I don't like it, but it's, you know, it's a well-tailored black suit. You know what I mean? It's always going to look fucking fire. It's clean. Malala brought a red carpet look. It's actually pretty good. Don't know what Malala's doing at the Oscars. Was there Was there a documentary or something? She had a dog up for an award. Okay, fire. Good shit. Mindy Kaling is beautiful in Vera Wang. Yes. Oh my God. Okay. This is really fucking good. Like, actually fire. God damn. That is a beautiful dress. Holy fuck. Okay, no notes. No notes. No notes. No notes. She looks great. Good on her. They brought Malala to flex on Zelensky. Yeah, this is gorgeous, actually. Straight fire. Ooh. Harry Shum Jr.'s bespoke tuxedo, which he describes as East meets West. Dude, listen, people might consider this to be a faux pas. I'm not one of those motherfuckers. I think this shit is cool, okay? This is why I was saying people think this is corny. People think it's like a faux pas. I like this kind of fusion. I hate it when it's food, but in this circumstance, I think it fits. I like it. I like it a lot. And the reason why I like it is because you will like it too eventually, okay? It's the type of shit that you would look at first and go, "Oh, that's kind of weird." And then like some fucking designer comes out with fits like this. Okay? It is very this is the wave, absolutely. It looks like a cartoon with the outline piping. Wait, what do you mean? No, I like it a lot. I think it's really good. Ariana DeBois kind of did the thing here. This is a cool fit. It's like Balmain, but actually not ass. You know what I mean? I like it. Sigourney Weaver is glowing both literally and metaphorically in Givenchy. I don't know. I don't know what to say about this kind of dress. I just like, I don't know. Allison Williams, when's the last time you got pussy? I fucked your mom last night, so you know. But hey, don't worry. She said you can use your credit card to subscribe to me so that you skip the top of the hour ad breaks. So, fear not. You can use your credit card to avoid the top of the hour ad break that's coming right now. Because at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those fucking ads, all you need to do is subscribe, baby. You can do that for $5 or free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully that's me. You can also get gifted a sub. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Dude, what the fuck? Yo, these fits are crazy. Should I post them now? Everyone's posting their fits from the streamer awards, and I feel like I don't know if I should wait or just post them. On my Instagram. I kind of want to show you guys. Or should I wait for tomorrow? Strike when the iron is hot. I'd wait till tomorrow is late on the East Coast now. I mean, I don't give a shit. I think I'm going to post it. Seeing a lot of people post it right now on my timeline. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Can you have fun so I can watch the podcast? I don't want to miss anything, but this episode looks fire. Fucking content machine. Yeah, I haven't stopped making content, brother. It never stops. YouTube is translating British to English. Wait, what? Comments. Have a good day, governor. Translate to English. See original. Translate it by Google. What the fuck? They should have never done that. That's too much accessibility, in my opinion. Google making it easier to talk to British people is a big L. Yeah, I know. Who cares? Rate the suit. Clean up at the streamer awards. I mean, it's all right. But like hard. It's like a big change of pace to go from it's a big change of pace to go from like Oscars to E-Rob. You know what I mean? What's the tag for Oreo? How do you tag them? Permission to swag out. Oh, I got it. Boom. Done. I did it. I fucking posted it. Permission to swag out granted, dude. Are you ready for this? Who's ready for this post? Are you ready for this shit? Oh, fuck. Myth also posted. Oh, my Lord, dude. Oh, my Lord. Look at this. I want to see some good takes only in the chat for this one. I'm going to put it on Twitter too. Don't worry. My mom is so lucky to have you. Not having all your clothes tailored does you dirty? What do you mean? We are both shaken and stirred. You always ruin the order of photos. You should have the second photo first. Wait, really? You think this photo should have gone first? I think this photo is better. Did I fuck that up? Posting it on. I'm posting it on Twitter as well. Boom. You can still change the order? No, you can't. I already posted it. Should have worn short pants. Rage wants to play you a basketball in DreamCon. I think it's a 3v3. I'm fucking down, dude. Hasanabi posted the heart, fire, fire, fire. Yeah, I just saw this. It's so sick. They both look incredible. They slayed. Okay? They absolutely fucking slayed, dude. Anyway, go juice this. Or else I'm going to stop posting. Do you understand? Juice this, or else I will stop posting on Instagram. I will no longer thirst trap. Do you understand me? I'm not getting enough love. I'm not getting enough movement from my fucking post. I've only got 135K, dude. What the fuck's going on? I've dropped off. Don't you dare threaten revoking the thirst traps. I'm threatening you. I'm fucking threatening you, dude. Kind of fucked up that they announced best music streamer and Chris came in right after that. And also, we literally interviewed one of the people that lost. The like Miss Mika won the Soulsborne category, and we interviewed one of the people that lost. Literally, me and Lud, we're interviewing one of the people that lost, like as this shit was happening. Feel so bad for Ari. What do you mean? Oh, the technical issues? Yeah. You interviewed Lil Aggie right after? Yeah, exactly. I think this was what was missing from your award at outfit. Yeah, I should have worn a do-rag. You're right. Son, if you were to go to the Oscars, would your fit be different than other event fits? Like, would you feel more comfortable doing a more experimental fit like the Japanese fit you planned, or would you stay in a classic suit? I mean, it'd be more experimental, but in many respects, it would be like even more designer. Next time, do a kimono. How was the dinner after you heard Cutie's explanation? What do you mean? Did Dolce & Gabbana let you keep the suit? There was some confusion on whether or not we were allowed to keep the suit or not, but I'll tell you this much. I don't give a fuck. I kept it. There was no fucking way. There was no way that I was letting Dolce & Gabbana get that suit back, bro. Come on, I wore it. Like, what are you, crazy? Yeah, I yoinked it. You're crazy. Dude, what is this crop, dude? What the fuck? Was it confusion that you didn't want to give it back? Yeah, the confusion revolved around, you know, it wasn't tailored. But I love that you thought it was tailored. The confusion was revolving around the fact that they thought that they were going to get it back, and I did not want to do that. That was where the confusion came from. What is this? What the fuck, dude? Come on, chat. Stop linking me anti-tweets. Don't ever do that while I'm streaming, okay? Stop. Stop. Anti is a fucking menace, dude. You can't do that. That's like, you know, that is like, you know, slated to cause problems, dude. Y'all are wrong for that. For real. How about the real winners on Streamer Awards? The real streamers of Austin, Texas. Yeah, I mean, they look fucking dope. Milena, oh my God, Milena slayed. They all did. They all fucking did great. Chris should have won. I mean, I voted for him. Yeah. You vote for Doug? He's great. Bro, come on. You're in this community. Of course I didn't vote for Doug. I voted for my best friend. What do you mean? Did you write down Nesuo for streamer, seeing as he's your #1 streamer? No, I did not. I probably should have. You're right, though. Okay. Fuck the Oscars award show, except for this. I mean, this is incredible. Let's watch this vlog. Let's watch Ray's new vlog. I'm heavily featured in it, from what I understand. So I'm excited to relive the glory days. Let's take a look. March loves this shit. But I guess this is a different editor, but still.
I have no idea. Yeah, you're in the vlog.
Oh, okay. I thought I was getting in the way of the shot.
Blaming March for another editor? No.
You look ridiculous. What about up there?
Only Japanese speakers, he says.
Wait, you're a Japanese speaker?
Oh, true!
Okay, bro, this is like out of a video game, straight up.
You played Stray, right?
Yeah.
It kind of reminds me.
It does remind you. It does.
And the award goes to SpongeBob.
I'm done. I'm good to go. Okay. Awesome. We're good. It's like, we're good.
Oh,
How'd it go?
why'd they give me all the SAT words?
You guys were so great out there.
How did it feel? Cake.
How'd it feel?
Oh, well, she's used to it.
I've done it before, but
Yeah,
this is his first time. But it was good though, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my god. Thank you.
Wait, oh my god.
Wait, what?
That's why I like the color. I didn't know.
Open
it right
Open
now.
it for the vlog.
Why is this so wobbly? Is that like a? Is that like a issue? That's the vibe.
We should open it right now.
Right. Not for the vlog. How'd it go?
It was a piece of cake. I feel.
No, there's no ways because he can't hold the camera straight. I think it's like it's got to be like a shutter issue or something. No, there's definitely, that's what not having a gimbal is like. No shot. No, it's like there's cameras in this day and age have like some kind of image stabilization. You're crazy for that, for saying.
Used to it, which feels great, and the teleprompter is awesome because it goes at.
See, this is like even here, it's like a little wobbly.
Fast. It's never like too slow. I'm excited. I'm glad he's doing it. Very excited.
See, those mini tears. Those mini tears are I don't think it's supposed to be that way. I think there's an issue. It's called a rolling shutter. You need a dual sensor to avoid it.
We're gonna open our gift that we got.
It's not the same. I want yours because I know they gave you the better one.
Oh, it's a pen.
A pen?
Oh wait, you sound shocked.
It's so crazy. I've never gotten one.
Look at 2023 Crunchyroll Anime Awards. That's sick though.
It's a Tiffany pen?
Supposed to go for an eBay.
Oh, okay, that's expensive shit.
Oh, keep that in the vlog.
I'm joking. It's actually
Expose this
cool.
man. This is awesome. It's one of those things where it's, you'll remember it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you'll see one day. If you go, you'll see.
We can record him.
We're in LA. We live in LA. Also very smelly. I love that he said like, oh, it's like Shibuya. Like Shibuya is smelly. For us, it's like.
Let's see, fit check.
Fit check.
You look so cool.
Again?
This is like Y2K aesthetic.
There's nothing funnier than a salaryman trying to go home and then seeing her taking a photo right there on the intersection. Just another day in Tokyo, you know what I mean? God, I fucking love those caps so much. The crown!
Okay, we're gonna do outfit 2 and then
The
we're
Toyota
done.
crown!
Cold. But not nearly as cold as the MGK music video. That's
Ray looks cool. You look like a penis. Thank you. She's styled by a stylist there. I am not. Fuck you. Oh, white boy swag. Look it
There's
up.
no way I'm going out tonight.
Keep looking at it. Keep looking at it.
I was so cold.
Yes,
oh,
please.
let's do it. Very nice.
Hassan's so excited for today. Are you getting stuff for the vlog?
Yeah.
Hold on, let's vlog each other. This is March. He's vlogging too. Are we getting good vlog stuff here?
This is great. This is great. This will all be you. So Ray, you're in Japan randomly.
Saikuna, oh yeah, Saikuna has to
I gotta
vlog.
expose them.
God, this was the first day, and immediately I'm thinking about like how good I felt. It's just like bringing me back. First day, so much excitement. You know what I mean? So much excitement. You're just like, oh, this is a totally new territory, unexplored. Why are you kind of penis coded in this vid? Shut up.
Saikuno's doing his first ever vlog, where we're both presenting an award at the Anime Crunchyroll Awards, which is really cool. I didn't think he'd say yes.
It's free neither.
I mean, he said yes because I said yes.
How do we get to the train?
How did we get here? This guy is the definition of a workaholic. He got a whole PC set up to stream every day at 6 a.m. Japan time, and then to do IRL streams after. He's crazy.
You like leave bikes out unlocked.
Yeah, unlocked.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I find that very odd.
I think they care about morals here.
How's do I look okay?
Our house was
Here's
insane.
my bag I got.
That bag was sick.
Delivery service has a little cat up here. Has a bunch of little cats. Are you nervous? Are you feeling extremely nervous? But I practiced my lines, so.
Wait, you're nervous actually?
A little bit, but I feel like I am only saying like 3 sentences.
Oh,
so
you'll be okay. You won't even remember it.
Ooh, yeah, surely. Whew.
Yeah, it'll be good.
You guys are late.
It's his fault, and he's using my tie. You look good.
You look good.
Thanks.
Rachel, how you feeling?
Good. 3 hours to get ready.
Okay, oh my god, those meals are spicy, right?
They look great though.
I brought a hat in it.
What
Hopefully
hat?
I can meet the guy, a USC hat for Juju Smith, if we get to see him. I don't want to bother my parents' favorite football player, apparently.
Did you use a different cam for the vlog? For me, I vlogged on my own when I was in Japan. I was not with them. I was not with March. So I actually filmed everything on my own on my phone. So I don't know how it's going to look. Let me see. No, they're not. Yeah, I vlogged on my iPhone.
Oh, I'm sorry. I would have to say go through. It was like my first time. I am incredibly excited for tonight. I'm happy to be here with my roommate, Saikuno, so. Oh. Yeah.
Important question.
I would have to say One Piece. I'm not done yet. I'm about 400 episodes in, but I think
How can it be your favorite if you haven't watched it?
because it's already. Oh God! Don't sabotage me on stage like
I was trying to get you to talk more so I wouldn't have to.
Yeah. Delete your tweet? What tweet? Why you say huh? We gotta stop with the SpongeBob, dude. We have to stop. Everybody needs to stop with the SpongeBobs. All right, I just asked Austin Ox what the updates are on the Shinkansen.
I love anime. Like, this is actually my favorite anime, Naruto.
Wait, me too.
For real.
I've been watching it since I was a kid.
Seriously?
My dad gave me his old USC hat. And he said, if you can get it signed, it'd be cool, but you don't have to.
He's asking.
He's a big fan.
Oh, he is.
We'll do that for you, man. Sure.
Yeah, I hope not bothering. Could you sign a hat for me? Okay, so I don't actually watch much football. My dad is a huge fan of yours.
Oh,
I don't think he even knew I was in this awards show because I don't keep up with my stream or anything.
Oh, really?
And he's like one of my favorite football players there. He used to go to USC, so he's a
Thank you so much.
Oh yeah.
No, yeah, that's
I know
awesome,
you don't play for them anymore.
No. So
it's so wholesome.
Yeah, no, he does not play college football any longer. He. That's funny.
I'm in LA too.
Oh yeah.
You did it.
He asked for my phone number.
That's crazy.
How big are his hands? Please don't put that in the vlog.
Use the actual vertical thing when you go up. What is he getting?
A very strict family.
You got this. It's gonna be sick. You're gonna get out of here. It's great.
Oh, this just came out.
We're honored to be here tonight.
I didn't realize this just came out.
Vertical thing when you go up. What is he getting?
A very strict family.
You got
sick. We're gonna get out of here. It's been great.
We're honored to be here tonight.
Did you go to the anime awards with them or not? No, I did not. I was on my own little journey that you guys actually probably watched. I was on my own little journey with Connor in Kobe.
To present the award for Anime of the Year. And the Anime Award goes to...
Cyberpunk Edge Runners.
Also, I'm not a weeb. Why would I be at the anime awards? That's for weebs, dude. I'm not one.
I messed up like 5 times too.
Wait, no, you didn't. What?
I did. I guess you can't tell because like I was like trying to read it, but I felt like I wasn't very fluent.
No, no,
Was
you
I
were
really?
fine. Yeah, you fucking did great.
I think I black out every time I go on stage. Hi. Hi. Thank you so much. I'm a really big fan. What's your name? My name's Brianna. Nice to meet you.
3, 2, 1.
Have a fun rest of your trip. Yeah.
Dude, did you hear the first thing she said when you walked up? She's like, you did amazing.
Yes.
Yeah, you did great.
Is Ray a bigger weeb than you are? No.
Holy.
Yeah, they did keep you up there for a while. That was the only weird part. It was like,
I know. I was like, do we like? When do I bow? Like, or like for 5 minutes.
Stood there and
for 5 whole minutes, they kept them up.
when they clapped. I bowed when they bowed. Me and Ray were both just like, do we clap? Do we clap now?
When do we bow?
Crunchyroll Anime Awards. It's a wrap.
The only thing I just need more comfortable shoes.
Yeah.
Because these are really uncomfortable. I mean, let's show them. Look at these. I read one sentence, and for some reason I thought it was his turn, and I still had like 2 more sentences, so I like smiled, and I was like, oh, I got to read more.
I noticed that a little too, but I remember us saying they go at your pace, and I was like, wow, she's really taking her pace.
Wait, really? No, that did not come across at all. No.
Okay, something happens to me when I'm on.
If you're asked to present at the anime awards next year, would you? Depends. Is it in Japan? Because
it wasn't super bad. No.
I'm curious of what they had for dinner on the awards. Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I was not there. Let's pick for best co-host.
I would do a best co-host award and put Maya in dead last, that rat bitch. This is probably going to get to her. Cut it off when I'm laughing.
Fucked up. Typical. Snakes all around. Yeah. Just 2 faces, dude. You already know what it is. You already know what it fucking is, dude. Oh my God. There's no way he's letting Stream buy $10,000 of stocks. That's crazy. Dude. What? Wait, hold on. Bro, are you joking?
Today, Twitch chat.
I made Twitch chat invest $10,000 in the stock market. I thought Lud said he just he doesn't yoink completely. He just like changes it a little bit. That's crazy to me. Hasanabi Rage explains the moments of you winning the award and shows love.
Let me tell you why I got catfish. Bro, they leaked. They fucking catfished me, bro. So, before it was my turn, a camera guy came up to my face like, are you your age gaming? I was like, yeah. They're like, okay. And they set the camera up in my face. And everybody around me was like, yo, Rage got it. Oh my God, I knew it. Rage got it. I was like, ooh, did they just leak? I'm like, what the fuck? And the dude was like, somebody whispered in his ear, it's not their turn yet. It's not their turn yet. He's like, oh, I'm sorry. And he ran away. And I was like, yo, did they just leak? Oh shit, they leaked. In my head, I'm like, yo, I look you won. Oh shit, I look you won. Oh fuck, I look you. What the fuck? And then, when it was actually our turn, 4 cameras came up, one pointing at me, Hazan, and the other contestants. I was like, GG. It is not what I got baited. I got baited. Holy fuck, I got baited. And that's why I was making these face. I was just like, my mind was like, yo, I lost. I lost. I thought I had a sliver of hope. I had a sliver of hope. I was trying not to laugh, bro, because I was like, yo, this is not real life. I was looking at me, I was just like, yo, this is GG's, dog. It's up, bro. It's rage gaming. But, and then I heard my name get called. And I was like, yo, that's low-key a lot of cheers. I'm like, you know what I'm saying? I'm in the Pogger Arena. That's low-key a lot of cheers. I'm like, wait, hold on.
Hasanabi.
And I heard Hassan name. And I was like, oh, shit, GG.
Look at his face.
I like GG. But Hassan was still saying shit like around here. He was still saying shit like we was talking. Oh, Rage got it. He was saying shit like that, bro.
I was.
He said your Rage got it. I was like, oh, no. Like my mind was just fucked. But I knew deep down I lost that motherfucker. I knew.
The way you were so shocked. Yeah, of course I was shocked, dude. I get fucking shit on every goddamn day on the internet, even by my own goddamn community. So of course in my mind I'm thinking like, yeah, there's no shot I win this. Like, you know what I mean? Rage had a very good year. He's blowing up. You know what I mean? And I'm sitting there. Lud is booing me at the fucking table across from me. Okay, I saw XC call me old, chat. I know. I responded to it already. He's right.
Deep down, last time. Okay, hey, man. Hey, chat.
And the winner is...
Twitch funny, though.
Hasanabi.
No, QT. I know what you're doing, bro. You got Hassan to present. I mean, you got Agent to present my award because he's my friend.
Yeah.
No one got lost. And then you got Dante, one of Dante's best friends, PG.
Yeah, that's what I thought. When I saw Agent up there, I was like, oh, it's over. It's Agent. Like, your Rage won. You know what I mean? XUC outed himself as having dry DMs. What does that mean? Drier than the desert as opposed to wet, like Ben Shapiro's wife style dryness. Like, that's what we're talking about.
To present his award knowing he lost and XQC won that motherfucker. PG and Agent. Yo, Agent even told me, I'm not gonna lie, the fact that they picked me for your category, I thought you won, bro. I thought you won. Yo, QT is a demon. Nah, she went crazy. Look at bro, I was like, you wasn't that surprised, my nigga. Come on, bro.
I was. I literally
was. Get the fuck out of here. You was not that surprised, nigga. Fuck out of here. Stop playing with me.
I can't be like, I'm not that good of an actor.
Maybe I don't know. Cause even Charlie, even Moist, hey Moist, Charlie, I fuck with you, my boy. I see you in them trenches going at it with Sneeko. That's tough. That was bad chat. Did y'all see that? That was crazy. Even Charlie thought I was gonna win. I didn't know we had motion like that. I didn't know we were motioned up in these streets like that. Like, come on now. You know what I'm saying? So hold on, chat. We got 2 minutes to conclude all this. I still want to talk about a bunch of stuff. We got a bunch of reactions. My boy over here.
Yeah. That's that's part of the reason why I just didn't think, like, look, even Charlie said I was going to I was not going to win. So that's why, like, I was legit shocked. Moist versus Sneekos, that was crazy. I don't even want to talk about it because he fucking sucks. We got a fucking clip out, a vlog out. Japan IRL day one.
Oh my god. That's good. Bro, white boy orders in perfect Japanese, shocks everyone. Oh god.
What to be disrespectful? Bro, this is fried chicken that we just got out of 7-Eleven, dude.
We were, oh my god, look at this cussy. My man pumping that cussy full of the goodness. You can't see how much I'm soy facing, thankfully, because I'm wearing this mask.
Okay, first of all, big man in Japan. This is actually really good editing. So shouts out to fucking Will for actually making a fire edit. and it's absolutely precious. But let's be real, it's 6 hours ago, 37K views. It's fucking cooked. It's fucking cooked. This video is gonna do so poorly. God damn, dude. Because my fucking audience on YouTube is just like straight news and politics. That's why I'm gonna upload the. That's why I'm gonna upload the other Shinkansen video as a standalone on the second channel, the one that Austin Ox is supposed to be making. Don't say recycled content. YouTube watchers don't know anything about my fucking. YouTube watchers don't know anything about my IRL streams. Are you crazy? And my IRL streams was also at a totally separate time too. You have a second channel? I mean, I don't even know how to get to the second channel. Let's be real. It's Austin Ox controls it. He started it. He wanted to make it, but now he works with so many other creators that like he hasn't really put up too much on there. He just puts shorts for the most part. Most people probably didn't even watch the Japan streams. They watched it on YouTube from like clip channels, most likely. Yeah, it's at Hassan YouTube. It's got 30,000 subs. I haven't promoted it a lot, but once we make it, once we fully go off with the channel, when I put that video, the Shinkansen video, we'll focus on it. But yeah, this is supposed to be the second channel. My take on Dream's face reveal 5 months ago, 12K views. This political commentator is dating my soulmate, 197K views. Ludwig broke my toilet, 77K views. I mean, these are like for nothing. These are out of nowhere, and the channel has 30K subs. This is way too late for a recap of streaming VOD content. To be honest, clip channels beat you for your Japan clips. Yeah, I know. I'm sure there were plenty. Anyway, new old Mad Orchard video. Yeah, I'm not going to watch it right now. Hasanabi production has 700K on your streamer awards clips. Yeah, I saw, dude. I saw. I mean, he is faster. I can't even hate. He's faster than my editors. He's just like, honestly, clip channels are beating your channel with non-politics content. Yeah, my channel is dog shit at non-political content. Like, it just, people don't want to watch it. There's no habitual viewership for it there. I mean, your editors actually put an effort on like Productions. Yeah, Productions is a good eye for like, the Hasanabi Productions is a really good eye for cutting content and what will blow up. I mean, he's demonstrated that over and over again. Look at this. Like, he'll take like a 12-minute snippet from me going shopping. This video wouldn't have done that well on my main channel even. Elon Musk is going to prison, 222K views. Like, he does a very good job of like taking highlights and just pumping them quick. He does edit, but not like, he edits, but not in the same way that my editors edit. Yeah, YouTube algorithm hates variety content. Plenty of YouTubers I know have like 5 channels for that reason. Yes. On TikTok, political stuff never pops off on my clips page. It's only IRL and funny stuff. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, his channel used to be all like Hassan talks to girl clickbait. He's done a much better job later. But yeah. For the record, For the record, I mean, even this is like well edited. You know what I mean? There's a lot of impact captions. He's got chat in there.
And immediately hits the fucking right wing button. Is that what you want to hear? You want to hear that kind of juicy commentary? You fucking ass. That's the fat, and then this is the spicy one. Not very spicy. At the Family Mart, I had a spicy one and a regular one. I tried both, and I preferred the spicy one. Here, spicy one I still prefer, but
Well, the Family Chicky, the Family Mart chicken, that's like the staple.
it's better.
The rest of them are just trying to catch up. The secret sauce is that.
Yeah, this is more like a recap, but we'll see. Anyway, on that note, I'm gonna end it here. Chat. I'm tired. It's 8 p.m. I want to go to sleep early tonight. I love you all. Go watch the latest video. Show it some love. Show it some support. I think it does miss that oomph of Zoomer editing that Austinox captures well. I mean, my editors are goated at making incredible videos out of like clipped content from the stream when it comes to politics. But I think like Zoomer style editing deserves like fast paced, rapid. It's like very different. You know what I mean? It's a little bit different. For Cutie, agree with you on what?
Your Rage Gaming lost? Bro! I love Hassan. You guys know I love Hassan. But I was kind of sad when I saw that. Your Rage is so sweet. Your Rage is so sweet. I was like, Hassan doesn't need the win. I mean, Your Rage doesn't need the win either. But I was sad. I love Hassan. Hassan also had an amazing year. But Your Rage also had an amazing year. So I think.
Damn, bro. Everybody's like, fuck Hassan. What is this shit, dude? I got haters everywhere. How many times can she betray you in 1 week? I don't even know. Fake friends all around, dude. Is that WIP or Normal Carhart? I don't know. I actually don't know. All part of the Yakuza arc, dude. Yeah. I'm a Yakuza man, all alone, you know, in this world full of villains. Anyway, love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. Same time, same place. Hopefully, I'll be actually live at 11 instead. Okay? And that's it. That's all I got. Peace. See you tomorrow. Starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. There he is again. Her son is streaming. Her son is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this. Plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he
sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There it is again. The sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total